This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 1. The Messenger. Peter Blood, Bachelor of Medicine and several other things besides, smoked a pipe and tended the geraniums boxed on the sill of his window above Water Lane in the town of Bridgewater. Sternly disapproving eyes considered him from a window opposite, but went disregarded. Mr. Blood's attention was divided between his task and the stream of humanity in the narrow street below, pouring for the second time that day in the direction of Castle Field, where earlier in the afternoon Ferguson, the Duke's chaplain, had preached a sermon that contained more treason than divinity. These straggling, excited groups were mainly composed of men with green boughs in their hats and the most ludicrous of weapons in their hands. Some, it is true, shouldered fowling pieces, and here and there a sword was brandished, but more of them were armed with clubs, and most of them trailed the mammoth spikes fashioned out of scythes, as formidable to the eye as they were clumsy to the hand. There were weavers, brewers, carpenters, smiths, masons, bricklayers, cobblers, and representatives of every other of the trades of peace among these improvised men of war. Bridgewater, like Taunton, had yielded so generously of its manhood to the service of the bastard Duke that for any to abstain whose age and strength admitted of his bearing arms was to brand himself a coward or a papist. Yet Peter Blood, who was not only able to bear arms, but trained and skilled in their use, who was certainly no coward, and a papist only when it so suited him, tended his geraniums and smoked his pipe on that warm July evening as indifferently as if nothing were afoot. One other thing he did. He flung after those far-fevered enthusiasts a line of Horace, a poet for whose work he had earlier conceived an inordinate attachment. Quo scelestus ruitis. And now perhaps you guess why the hot, intrepid Blood, inherited from the roving sires of his Somersetshire mother, remained cool amidst all this frenzied, fanatical heat of rebellion, why the turbulent spirit which had forced him once from the sedate academical bonds his father would have imposed upon him should now remain quiet in the very midst of turbulence. You realize how he regarded these men who were rallying to the banners of liberty, the banners woven by the virgins of Taunton, the girls from the seminaries of Miss Blake and Mrs. Musgrove, who, as the ballad runs, had ripped open their silk petticoats to make colours for King Monmouth's army. That Latin line, contemptuously flung after them as they clattered down the cobbled streets, revealed his mind. To him they were fools rushing in wicked frenzy to their ruin. You see, he knew too much about this fellow Monmouth and the pretty brown slut who had borne him to be deceived by the legend of legitimacy, on the strength of which this standard of rebellion had been raised. He had read the absurd proclamation posted at the cross at Bridgewater, as it had been posted also at Taunton and elsewhere, setting forth that, quote, "Upon the decease of our sovereign Lord Charles II, the right of succession to the crown of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, with the dominions and territories thereunto belonging, did legally descend and devolve upon the most illustrious and high-born Prince James, Duke of Monmouth, son and heir apparent to the said King Charles II, It had moved him to laughter, as had the further announcement that James, Duke of York, did first cause the said late king to be poisoned, and immediately thereupon did usurp and invade the crown. He knew not which was the greater lie, for Mr. Blood had spent a third of his life in the Netherlands, where this same James Scott, who now proclaimed himself James the Second, by the grace of God, King, etc., first saw the light some 36 years ago, and he was acquainted with the story current there of the fellow's real paternity, far from being legitimate, by virtue of a pretended secret marriage between Charles Stuart and Lucy Walter. It was possible that this Monmouth, who now proclaimed himself King of England, was not even the illegitimate child of the late sovereign. What but ruin and disaster could be at the end of this grotesque pretension? How could it be hoped that England would ever swallow such a perkin? And it was on his behalf, to uphold his fantastic claim, that these west country clods, led by a few armigerous Whigs, had been seduced into rebellion. Quo scelesti ruitis. He laughed and sighed in one, but the laugh dominated the sigh, for Mr. Blood was unsympathetic, as are most self-sufficient men, and he was very self-sufficient. Adversity had taught him so to be. A more tender-hearted man, possessing his vision and his knowledge, might have found cause for tears in the contemplation of these ardent, simple, nonconformist sheep going forth to the shambles, escorted to the rallying ground on Castle Field by wives and daughters, sweethearts and mothers, sustained by the delusion that they were to take the field in defence of right, of liberty, and of religion. For he knew, as all Bridgewater knew, and had known now for some hours, that it was Monmouth's intention to deliver battle that same night. The Duke was to lead a surprise attack upon the Royalist army under Feversham, that was now encamped on Sedgemoor. He thought it very probable that Lord Feversham was equally well informed, and if in this assumption he was wrong, at least he was justified in it. He was not to suppose the Royalist commander so indifferently skilled in the trade he followed. Mr. Blood knocked the ashes from his pipe, and drew back to close his windows. As he did so, his glance, travelling straight across the street, at last met the glance of those hostile eyes that watched him. There were two pairs, and they belonged to the Misses Pitt, two amiable, sentimental maiden ladies who yielded to none in Bridgewater in their worship of this handsome Monmouth. Mr. Blood smiled and inclined his head, for he was on friendly terms with these ladies, one of whom, indeed, had been for a little while his patient. But there was no response to his greeting. Instead, the eyes gave him back a stare of cold disdain. The smile on his thin lips grew a little broader, a little less pleasant. He understood the reason of that hostility, which had been daily growing in this past week since Monmouth had come to turn the brains of women of all ages. The Misses Pitt, he apprehended, contemned him that he, a young and vigorous man of a military training which might now be valuable to the cause, should stand aloof, that he should placidly smoke his pipe and tend his geraniums on this evening of all evenings, when men of spirit were rallying to the Protestant champion, offering their blood to place him on the throne where he belonged. If Mr. Blood had condescended to debate the matter with these ladies, he might have urged that, having had his fill of wandering and adventuring, he was now embarked upon the career for which he had been originally intended, and for which his studies had equipped him, that he was a man of medicine and not of war, a healer, not a slayer. But they would have answered him, he knew, that in such a cause it behooved every man who deemed himself a man to take up arms. They would have pointed out their own nephew Jeremiah, who was by trade a sailor, the master of a ship, which by an ill chance for that young man had come to anchor at this season in Bridgewater Bay, had quitted the helm to snatch up a musket in defence of right. But Mr. Blood was not of those who argue. As I have said, he was a self-sufficient man. He closed the window, drew the curtains, and turned to the pleasant candle-lighted room and the table at which Mrs. Barlow, his housekeeper, was in the very act of spreading supper. To her, however, he spoke aloud his thought. "It's out of favour I am with the vinegary virgins over the way." He had a pleasant, vibrant voice, whose metallic ring was softened and muted by the Irish accent which in all his wanderings he had never lost. It was a voice that could woo seductively and caressingly, or command in such a way as to compel obedience. Indeed, the man's whole nature was in that voice of his. For the rest of him, he was tall and spare, swarthy of tint as a gipsy, with eyes that were startlingly blue in that dark face and under those level black brows. In their glance those eyes, flanking a high-bridged, intrepid nose, were of singular penetration and of a steady haughtiness that went well with his firm lips. Though dressed in black, as became his calling, yet it was with an elegance derived from the love of clothes that is peculiar to the adventurer he had been, rather than to the staid medicus he now was. His coat was of fine camlet, and it was laced with silver. There were ruffles of Mechlin at his wrists, and a Mechlin cravat encased his throat. His great black periwig was as sedulously curled as any at Whitehall. Seeing him thus, and perceiving his real nature, which was plain upon him, you might have been tempted to speculate how long such a man would be content to lie by in this little backwater of the world, into which chance had swept him some 6 months ago. How long he would continue to pursue the trade for which he had qualified himself before he had begun to live. Difficult of belief though it may be when you know his history, previous and subsequent, yet it is possible that but for the trick that fate was about to play on him, he might have continued this peaceful existence, settling down completely to the life of a doctor in this Somersetshire haven. It is possible, but not probable. He was the son of an Irish medicus, by a Somersetshire lady in whose veins ran the rover blood of the Frobishers, which may account for a certain wildness that had early manifested itself in his disposition. This wildness had profoundly alarmed his father, who, for an Irishman, was of a singularly peace-loving nature. He had early resolved that the boy should follow his own honourable profession, and Peter Blood, being quick to learn and oddly greedy of knowledge, had satisfied his parent by receiving at the age of 20 the degree of Baccalaureus Medicinae at Trinity College, Dublin. His father survived that satisfaction by 3 months only. His mother had then been dead some years already. Thus Peter Blood came into an inheritance of some few £100, with which he had set out to see the world and give, for a season, a free rein to that restless spirit by which he was imbued. A set of curious chances led him to take service with the Dutch, then at war with France, and a predilection for the sea made him elect that this service should be upon that element. He had the advantage of a commission under the famous De Ruyter, and fought in the Mediterranean engagement in which that great Dutch admiral lost his life. After the Peace of Nijmegen his movements are obscure, but we know that he spent 2 years in a Spanish prison, though we do not know how he contrived to get there. It may be due to this that upon his release he took his sword to France, and saw service with the French in their warring upon the Spanish Netherlands. Having reached at last the age of 32, his appetite for adventure surfeited, his health having grown indifferent as the result of a neglected wound. He was suddenly overwhelmed by homesickness. He took ship from Nantes with intent to cross to Ireland, but the vessel being driven by stress of weather into Bridgewater Bay, and Blood's health having grown worse during the voyage, he decided to go ashore there, additionally urged to it by the fact that it was his mother's native soil. Thus, in January of that year 1685, he had come to Bridgewater, possessor of a fortune that was approximately the same as that with which he had originally set out from Dublin 11 years ago. Because he liked the place, in which his health was rapidly restored to him, and because he conceived that he had passed through adventures enough for a man's lifetime, he determined to settle there, and take up at last the profession of medicine from which he had, with so little profit, broken away. That is all his story, or so much of it as matters up to that night, 6 months later, when the Battle of Sedgemoor was fought. Deeming the impending action no affair of his, as indeed it was not, and indifferent to the activity with which Bridgewater was that night agog, Mr. Blood closed his ears to the sounds of it, and went early to bed. He was peacefully asleep long before 11 o'clock, at which hour, as you know, Monmouth rode but with his rebel host along the Bristol road, circuitously to avoid the marshland that lay directly between himself and the royal army. You also know that his numerical advantage, possibly counterbalanced by the greater steadiness of the regular troops on the other side, and the advantages he derived from falling by surprise upon an army that was more or less asleep, were all lost to him by blundering and bad leadership before ever he was at grips with Feversham. The armies came into collision in the neighbourhood of 2 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Blood slept undisturbed through the distant boom of cannon, not until 4 o'clock, when the sun was rising to dispel the last wisps of mist over that stricken field of battle, did he awaken from his tranquil slumbers. He sat up in bed, rubbed the sleep from his eyes, and collected himself. Blows were thundering upon the door of his house, and a voice was calling incoherently. This was the voice that had aroused him. Conceiving that he had to do with some urgent obstetrical case, he reached for bedgown and slippers to go below. On the landing he almost collided with Mrs. Barlow, new risen and unsightly, in a state of panic. He quieted her cluckings with a word of reassurance, and went himself to open. There, in slanting golden light of the new-risen sun, stood a breathless, wild-eyed man and a steaming horse. Smothered in dust and grime, his clothes in disarray, the left sleeve of his doublet hanging in rags, the young man opened his lips to speak, yet for a long moment remained speechless. In that moment Mr. Blood recognized him for the young shipmaster, Jeremiah Pitt, the nephew of the maiden ladies opposite, one who had been drawn by the general enthusiasm into the vortex of that rebellion. The street was rousing, awakened by the sailors' noisy invasion. Doors were opening, and lattices were being unlatched for the protrusion of anxious, inquisitive heads. "Take your time now," said Mr. Blood. "I never knew speed made by overhaste." But the wild-eyed lad paid no heed to the admonition. He plunged headlong into speech. "It is Lord Gildoy," he panted. "He is sore wounded at Oglethorp's farm by the river. I bore him thither, and he sent me for you. Come away, come away!" He would have clutched the doctor, and haled him forth by force in bedgown and slippers as he was. But the doctor eluded that too eager hand. "To be sure, I'll come," said he. He was distressed. Gildoy had been a very friendly, generous patron to him since his settling in these parts, and Mr. Blood was eager enough to do what he now could do to discharge the debt, grieved that the occasion should have arisen, and in such a manner, for he knew quite well that the rash young nobleman had been an active agent of the Duke's. "To be sure, I'll come, but first give me leave to get some clothes and other things that I may need." "There's no time to lose." "Be easy now, I'll lose none. I tell ye again, you'll go quickest by going leisurely. Come in, take a chair." He threw open the door of a parlour. Young Pitt waved aside the invitation. I'll wait here. Make haste, in God's name." Mr. Blood went off to dress, and to fetch a case of instruments. Questions concerning the precise nature of Lord Gildoy's hurt could wait until they were on their way. Whilst he pulled on his boots, he gave Mrs. Barlow instructions for the day, which included the matter of a dinner he was not destined to eat. When at last he went forth again, Mrs. Barlow clucking after him like a disgruntled fowl, he found young Pitt smothered in a crowd of scared, half-dressed townsfolk, mostly women, who had come hastening for news of how the battle had sped. The news he gave them was to be read in the lamentations with which they disturbed the morning air. At sight of the doctor, dressed and booted, a case of instruments tucked under his arm, the messenger disengaged himself from those who pressed about, shook off his weariness, and the two tearful aunts that clung most closely, and seizing the bridle of his horse, he climbed to the saddle. "Come along, sir," he cried. "Mount behind me." Mr. Blood, without wasting words, did as he was bidden. Pitt touched the horse with his spur. The little crowd gave way, and thus, upon the crupper of that doubly laden horse, clinging to the belt of his companion, Peter Blood set out upon his odyssey. For this Pitt, in whom he beheld no more than a messenger of a wounded rebel gentleman, was indeed the very messenger of fate. End of Chapter 1. Read by Denny Sayers for LibriVox in Modesto, California, Spring 2005. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 2. Kirke's Dragoons. Oglethorpe's farm stood a mile or so to the south of Bridgewater, on the right bank of the river. It was a straggling Tudor building, showing grey above the ivy that clothed its lower parts. Approaching it now, through the fragrant orchards amid which it seemed to drowse in Arcadian peace beside the waters of the Parrett, sparkling in the morning sunlight, Mr. Blood might have had difficulty in believing it part of a world tormented by strife and bloodshed. On the bridge, as they had been riding out of Bridgewater, they had met a vanguard of fugitives from the field of battle, weary, broken men, many of them wounded, all of them terror-stricken, staggering in speedless haste with the last remnants of their strength into the shelter which it was their vain illusion the town would afford them. Eyes glazed with lassitude and fear looked up piteously out of haggard faces at Mr. Blood and his companion as they rode forth. Hoarse voices cried a warning that merciless pursuit was not far behind. Undeterred, however, young Pitt rode amain along the dusty road by which these poor fugitives from that swift rout on Sedgemoor came flocking in ever-increasing numbers. Presently he swung aside, and quitting the road, took to a pathway that crossed the dewy meadowlands. Even here they met odd groups of these human derelicts, who were scattering in all directions, looking fearfully behind them as they came through the long grass, expecting at every moment to see the red coats of the dragoons. But as Pitt's direction was a southward one, bringing them ever nearer to Feversham's headquarters, they were presently clear of that human flotsam and jetsam of the battle, and riding through the peaceful orchards, heavy with the ripening fruit that was soon to make its annual yield of cider. At last they alighted on the kidney stones of the courtyard, and Baynes, the master of the homestead, grave of countenance and flustered of manner, gave them welcome. In the spacious stone-flagged hall the doctor found Lord Gildoy, a very tall and dark young gentleman, prominent of chin and nose, stretched on a cane day-bed under one of the tall mullioned windows in the care of Mrs. Baynes and her comely daughter. His cheeks were leaden-hued, his eyes closed, and from his blue lips came with each laboured breath a faint moaning noise. Mr. Blood stood for a moment silently considering his patient. He deplored that a youth with such bright hopes in life as Lord Gildoy's should have risked all, perhaps existence itself, to forward the ambition of a worthless adventurer. Because he had liked and honoured this brave lad, he paid his case the tribute of a sigh. Then he knelt to his task, ripped away doublet and underwear to lay bare his lordship's mangled side, and called for water and linen and what else he needed for his work. He was still intent upon it half an hour later when the dragoons invaded the homestead. The clatter of hoofs and hoarse shouts that heralded their approach disturbed him not at all. For one thing, he was not easily disturbed. For another, his task absorbed him. But his lordship, who had now recovered consciousness, showed considerable alarm, and the battle-stained Jeremy Pitt sped to cover in a clothes-press. Baynes was uneasy, and his wife and daughter trembled. Mr. Blood reassured them. "Why, what's to fear?" he said. "It's a Christian country, this, and Christian men do not make war upon the wounded, nor upon those who harbour them." He still had, you see, illusions about Christians. He held a glass of cordial, prepared under his directions, to his lordship's lips. "Give your mind peace, my lord. The worst is done." And then they came rattling and clanking into the stone-flagged hall, a round dozen jack-booted, lobster-coated troopers of the Tangiers Regiment, led by a sturdy black-browed fellow with a deal of gold lace around the breast of his coat. Baynes stood his ground, his attitude half defiant, whilst his wife and daughter shrank away in renewed fear. Mr. Blood, at the head of the day-bed, looked over his shoulder to take stock of the invaders. The officer barked an order, which brought his men to an attentive halt, then swaggered forward, his gloved hand bearing down the pommel of his sword, his spurs jingling musically as he moved. He announced his authority to the yeomen. "I am Captain Hobart, of Colonel Kirke's dragoons. What rebels do you harbour?" The yeoman took alarm at that ferocious truculence. It expressed itself in his trembling voice. I am no harbourer of rebels, sir. This wounded gentleman I can see for myself." The captain stomped forward to the day-bed and scowled down upon the grey-faced sufferer. "No need to ask how he came to this state and by his wounds. A damned rebel, and that's enough for me." He flung a command at his dragoons. "Out with him, my lads." Mr. Blood got between the day-bed and the troopers. "In the name of humanity, sir," said he, on a note of anger, "this is England, not Tangiers. The gentleman is in sore case. He may not be moved without peril to his life." Captain Hobart was amused. "Oh, I am to be tender of the lives of these rebels. Odds blood! Do you think it's to benefit his health we're taking him? There's gallows being planted along the road from Weston to Bridgewater, and he'll serve for one of them as well as another. Colonel Kirke will learn these nonconforming oafs something they'll not forget in generations. You're hanging men without trial? Faith, then, it's mistaken I am. We're in Tangiers after all, it seems, where your regiment belongs." The captain considered him with a kindling eye. He looked him over from the soles of his riding boots to the crown of his periwig. He noted the spare, active frame, the arrogant poise of the head, the air of authority that invested Mr. Blood, and soldier recognized soldier. The captain's eyes narrowed. Recognition went further. "Who the hell may you be?" he exploded. "My name is Blood, sir. Peter Blood, at your service." "Aye, aye, cod so. That's the name. You were in French service once, were you not?" If Mr. Blood was surprised, he did not betray it. "I was." "Then I remember you 5 years ago, or more. You were in Tangiers." "That is so. I knew your colonel." "Faith, you may be renewing the acquaintance." The captain laughed unpleasantly. "What brings you here, sir?" "This wounded gentleman. I was fetched to attend him. I am a medicus." "A doctor? You?" Scorn of that lie, as he conceived it, rang in the heavy, hectoring tone. "Medicinae baccalaureus," said Mr. Blood. "Don't fling your French at me, man," snapped Hobart. "Speak English." Mr. Blood's smile annoyed him. "I am a physician practising my calling in the town of Bridgewater." The captain sneered. "Which you reach by way of Lyme Regis in the following of your bastard duke." It was Mr. Blood's turn to sneer. "If your wit were as big as your voice, my dear, it's the great man you'd be by this." For a moment the dragoon was speechless. The colour deepened in his face. "You may find me great enough to hang you." "Faith, yes, you've the look and the manners of a hangman. But if you practise your trade on my patient here, you may be putting a rope around your own neck. He's not the kind you may string up and no questions asked. He has the right to a trial, and the right to a trial by his peers." "By his peers?" The captain was taken aback by these words, which Mr. Blood had stressed. Sure now, any but a fool or a savage would have asked his name before ordering him to the gallows. "The gentleman is my Lord Gildoy." And then his lordship spoke for himself in a weak voice. "I make no concealment of my association with the Duke of Monmouth. I'll take the consequences. But, if you please, I'll take them after trial, by my peers, as the doctor has said." The feeble voice ceased, and was followed by a moment's silence. As is common in many blustering men, there was a deal of timidity deep down in Hobart. The announcement of his lordship's rank had touched those depths. A servile upstart, he stood in awe of titles. And he stood in awe of his colonel. Percy Kirke was not lenient with blunderers. By a gesture he checked his men. He must consider. Mr. Blood, observing his pause, added further matter for his consideration. "You'll be remembering, Captain, that Lord Gildoy will have friends and relatives on the Tory side who'll have something to say to Colonel Kirke if his lordship should be handled like a common felon. You'll go warily, captain, or, as I have said, it's a halter for your neck you'll be weaving this morning." Captain Hobart swept the warning aside with a bluster of contempt, but he acted upon it none the less. "Take up the day-bed," said he, "and convey him on that to Bridgewater. Lodge him in the jail until I take order about him." "He may not survive the journey," Blood remonstrated. "He's in no case to be moved." "So much the worse for him. My affair is to round up rebels." He confirmed his order by a gesture. Two of his men took up the day-bed and swung to depart with it. Gildoy made a feeble effort to put forth a hand towards Mr. Blood. "Sir," he said, "you leave me in your debt. If I live, I shall study how to discharge it." Mr. Blood bowed for answer. Then to the men, "Bear him steadily," he commanded. "His life depends on it." As his lordship was carried out, the captain became brisk. He turned upon the yeoman. "What other cursed rebels do you harbour?" "None other, sir. His lordship—" "We've dealt with his lordship for the present. We'll deal with you in a moment when we've searched your house. And by God, if you've lied to me—" He broke off, snarling to give an order. 4 of his dragoons went out. In a moment they were heard moving noisily in the adjacent room. Meanwhile the captain was questing about the hall, sounding the wainscoting with the butt of a pistol. Mr. Blood saw no profit to himself in lingering. "By your leave, it's a very good day I'll be wishing you," said he. "By my leave you'll remain a while," the captain ordered him. Mr. Blood shrugged and sat down. "You're tiresome," he said. "I wonder your colonel hasn't discovered it yet." But the captain did not heed him. He was stooping to pick up a soiled and dusty hat in which there was pinned a little bunch of oak leaves. It had been lying near the clothes-press in which the unfortunate Pitt had taken refuge. The captain smiled malevolently. His eyes raked the room, resting first sardonically on the yeoman, then on the 2 women in the background, and finally on Mr. Blood, who sat with one leg thrown over the other in an attitude of indifference that was far from reflecting his mind. Then the captain stepped to the press and pulled open one of the wings of its massive oaken door. He took the huddled inmate by the collar of his doublet and lugged him out into the open. "And who the devil's this?" quoth he. "Another nobleman?" Mr. Blood had a vision of those gallows of which Captain Hobart had spoken, and his unfortunate young shipmaster going to adorn one of them, strung up without trial, in the place of the other victim of whom the captain had been cheated. On the spot he invented not only a title, but a whole family for the young rebel. "Faith, ye've said it, captain. This is Viscount Pitt, first cousin to Sir Thomas Vernon, who's married to that slut Moll Kirke, sister to your own colonel, and sometime lady-in-waiting upon King James's queen." Both the captain and his prisoner gasped. But whereas thereafter young Pitt discreetly held his peace, the captain rapped out a nasty oath. He considered his prisoner again. "He's lying, is he not?" he demanded, seizing the lad by the shoulder and glaring into his face. "He's rallying me, by God!" "If you believe that," said Blood, "hang him, and see what happens to you." The dragoon glared at the doctor and then at his prisoner. "Pah!" He thrust the lad into the hands of his men. "Fetch him along to Bridgewater, and make fast that fellow also." He pointed to Baynes. We'll show him what it means to harbour and comfort rebels." There was a moment of confusion. Baynes struggled in the grip of the troopers, protesting vehemently. The terrified women screamed until silenced by the greater terror. The captain strode across to them. He took the girl by the shoulders. She was a pretty golden-headed creature, with soft blue eyes that looked up entreatingly, piteously, into the face of the dragoon. He leered upon her, his eyes aglow, took her chin in his hand, and set her shuddering by his brutal kiss. "It's in earnest," he said, smiling grimly. "Let that quiet you, little rebel, till I've done with these rogues." And he swung away again, leaving her faint and trembling in the arms of her anguished mother. His men stood, grinning, awaiting orders, the two prisoners now fast pinioned. "Let Cornet Drake have charge of them." His smouldering eye again sought the cowering girl. "I'll stay a while, to search out this place. There may be other rebels hidden here." As an afterthought he added, "And take this fellow with you." He pointed to Mr. Blood. "Bestir!" Mr. Blood started out of his musings. He had been considering that in his case of instruments there was a lancet with which he might perform on Captain Hobart a beneficial operation, beneficial, that is, to humanity. In any case, the dragoon was obviously plethoric and would be better for a blood-letting. The difficulty lay in making the opportunity. He was beginning to wonder if he could lure the captain aside with some tale of hidden treasure, when this untimely interruption set a term to that interesting speculation. He sought to temporize. "Faith, it will suit me very well," said he, "for Bridgewater is my destination, and but that ye detained me, I'd have been on my way thither now." "Your destination there will be the jail." "Ah, bah, you're surely joking. There's a gallows for you if you prefer it. It's merely a question of now or later." Rude hands seized Mr. Blood, and that precious lancet was in the case on the table, out of reach. He twisted out of the grip of the dragoons, for he was strong and agile, but they closed with him again immediately and bore him down. Pinning him to the ground, they tied his wrists behind his back, then roughly pulled him to his feet again. "Take him away," said Hobart shortly, and turned to issue his orders to the other waiting dragoons. "Go search the house, from attic to cellar, then report to me here." The soldiers trailed out by the door leading to the interior. Mr. Blood was thrust by his guards into the courtyard, where Pitt and Baynes already waited. From the threshold of the hall he looked back at Captain Hobart, and his sapphire eyes were blazing. On his lips trembled a threat of what he would do to Hobart if he should happen to survive this business. Betimes he remembered that to utter it were probably to extinguish his chance of living to execute it. For to-day the King's men were masters in the West, and the West was regarded as enemy country, to be subjected to the worst horror of war by the victorious side. Here a captain of horse was for the moment lord of life and death. Under the apple trees in the orchard Mr. Blood and his companions in misfortune were made fast, each to a trooper's stirrup leather. Then, at the sharp order of the cornet, the little troop started for Bridgewater. As they set out, there was the fullest confirmation of Mr. Blood's hideous assumption that to the dragoons this was a conquered enemy territory. There were sounds of rending timbers, of furniture smashed and overthrown, the shouts and laughter of brutal men, to announce that this hunt for rebels was no more than a pretext for pillage and destruction. Finally, above all other sounds, came the piercing screams of a woman in acutest agony. Baynes checked in his stride, and swung round, writhing, his face ashen. As a consequence, he was jerked from his feet by the rope that attached him to the stirrup leather, and he was dragged helplessly a yard or two before the trooper reined in, cursing him foully, and striking him with the flat of his sword. It came to Mr. Blood, as he trudged forward under the laden apple trees on that fragrant, delicious July morning, that man, as he had long suspected, was the vilest work of God, and that only a fool would set himself up as a healer of a species that was best exterminated. End of Chapter 2. Read by Denny Sayers for LibriVox in Modesto, California, Spring 2005. Chapter 3. The Lord Chief Justice. It was not until 2 months later, on the 19th of September, if you must have the actual date, that Peter Blood was brought to trial, upon a charge of high treason. Chapter 3. The Lord Chief Justice. It was not until 2 months later, on the 19th of September, if you must have the actual date, that Peter Blood was brought to trial, upon a charge of high treason. We know that he was not guilty of this, but we need not doubt that he was quite capable of it by the time he was indicted. Those 2 months of inhuman, unspeakable imprisonment had moved his mind to a cold and deadly hatred of King James and his representatives. It says something for his fortitude that in all the circumstances he should still have a mind at all. And yet, terrible as was the position of this entirely innocent man, he had cause for thankfulness on 2 accounts. The first of these was that he should have been brought to trial at all. The second, that his trial took place on the date named, and not a day earlier. In the very delay which exacerbated him lay, he did not realize it, his only chance of avoiding the gallows. Easily, but for the favour of fortune, he might have been one of those hauled, on the morrow of the battle, more or less haphazard from the overflowing jail at Bridgewater, to be summarily hanged in the market-place by the bloodthirsty Colonel Kirke. There was about the colonel of the Tangiers regiment a deadly despatch which might have disposed in like fashion of all those prisoners, numerous as they were, but for the vigorous intervention of Bishop Mews, which put an end to the drumhead courts-martial. Even so, in that first week after Sedgemoor, Kirke and Feversham contrived between them to put to death over 100 men, after a trial so summary as to be no trial at all. They required human freights for the gibbets with which they were planting the countryside, and they little cared how they procured them or what innocent lives they took. What, after all, was the life of a clod? The executioners were kept busy with rope and chopper and cauldrons of pitch. I spare you the details of that nauseating picture. It is, after all, with the fate of Peter Blood that we are concerned rather than with that of the Monmouth rebels. He survived to be included in one of those melancholy droves of prisoners who, chained in pairs, were marched from Bridgewater to Taunton. Those who were too sorely wounded to march were conveyed in carts, into which they were brutally crowded, their wounds undressed and festering. Some were fortunate enough to die upon the way. When Blood insisted upon the right to exercise his art so as to relieve some of the suffering, he was accounted importunate and threatened with a flogging. If he had one regret now, It was that he had not been out with Monmouth. That, of course, was illogical, but you can hardly expect logic from a man in his position. His chain companion on that dreadful march was the same Jeremy Pitt who had been the agent of his present misfortunes. The young shipmaster had remained his close companion after their common arrest. Hence, fortuitously, had they been chained together in the crowded prison, where they were almost suffocated by the heat and the stench during those days of July, August, and September. Scraps of news filtered into the jail from the outside world. Some may have been deliberately allowed to penetrate. Of these was the tale of Monmouth's execution. It created profoundest dismay among those men who were suffering for the Duke and for the religious cause he had professed to champion. Many refused utterly to believe it. A wild story began to circulate that a man resembling Monmouth had offered himself up in the Duke's stead, and that Monmouth survived to come again in glory to deliver Zion and make war upon Babylon. Mr. Blood heard that tale with the same indifference with which he had received the news of Monmouth's death. But one shameful thing he heard in connection with this which left him not quite so unmoved, and served to nourish the contempt he was forming for King James. His Majesty had consented to see Monmouth. To have done so, unless he intended to pardon him, was a thing execrable and beyond belief, for the only other object in granting that interview could be the evilly mean satisfaction of spurning the abject penitence of his unfortunate nephew. Later they heard that Lord Grey, who, after the Duke, indeed perhaps before him, was the main leader of the rebellion, had purchased his own pardon for £40,000. Peter Blood found this of a piece with the rest. His contempt for King James blazed out at last. Why, here's a filthy mean creature to sit on a throne. If I had known as much of him before as I know today, I don't doubt I should have given cause to be where I am now. And then, on a sudden thought, and where will Lord Gildoy be, do you suppose? He asked. Young Pitt, whom he addressed, turned toward him a face from which the ruddy tan of the sea had faded almost completely during those months of captivity. His grey eyes were round and questioning. Blood answered him. Sure now, we've never seen his lordship since that day at Oglethorp's. And where are the other gentry that were taken? The real leaders of this plaguey rebellion. Grey's case explains their absence, I think. They are wealthy men that can ransom themselves. Here, awaiting the gallows, are none but the unfortunates who followed. Those who had the honour to lead them go free. It's a curious and instructive reversal of the usual way of these things. Faith, it's an uncertain world entirely. He laughed and settled down into that spirit of scorn, wrapped in which he stepped later into the great hall of Taunton Castle to take his trial. With him went Pitt and the yeoman Baines. The three of them were to be tried together, and their case was to open the proceedings of that ghastly day. The hall, even to the galleries, thronged with spectators, most of whom were ladies, was hung in scarlet, a pleasant conceit, this, of the Lord Chief Justice's, who, naturally enough, preferred the colour that should reflect his own bloody mind. At the upper end, on a raised dais, sat the Lords Commissioners, the 5 judges in their scarlet robes and heavy dark periwigs, Baron Jeffreys of Wem enthroned in the middle place. The prisoners filed in under guard. The crier called for silence under pain of imprisonment, and, as the hum of voices gradually became hushed, Mr. Blood considered with interest the 12 good men and true that composed the jury. neither good nor true did they look. They were scared, uneasy, and hang-dog as any set of thieves caught with their hands in the pockets of their neighbours. They were 12 shaken men, each of whom stood between the sword of the Lord Chief Justice's recent bloodthirsty charge and the wall of his own conscience. From them Mr. Blood's calm, deliberate gaze passed on to consider the Lords Commissioners, and particularly the presiding judge, that Lord Jeffreys, whose terrible fame had come ahead of him from Dorchester. He beheld a tall, slight man on the young side of 40, with an oval face that was delicately beautiful. There were dark stains of suffering or sleeplessness under the low-lidded eyes, heightening their brilliance and their gentle melancholy. The face was very pale, save for the vivid colour of the full lips and the hectic flush on the rather high but inconspicuous cheek-bones. It was something in those lips that marred the perfection of that countenance. A fault, elusive but undeniable, lurked there to belie the fine sensitiveness of those nostrils, the tenderness of those dark liquid eyes, and the noble calm of that pale brow. The physician and Mr. Blood regarded the man with peculiar interest, knowing, as he did, the agonizing malady from which his lordship suffered, and the amazingly irregular, debauched life that he led in spite of it, perhaps because of it. "Peter Blood, hold up your hand." Abruptly he was recalled to his position by the harsh voice of the clerk of arraigns. His obedience was mechanical, and the clerk droned out the wordy indictment which pronounced Peter Blood a false traitor against the most illustrious and most excellent Prince James II, by the grace of God, of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, King, his supreme and natural lord. It informed him that, having no fear of God in his heart, but being moved and seduced by the instigation of the devil, he had failed in the love and true and due natural obedience towards his said lord the king, and had moved to disturb the peace and tranquillity of the kingdom, and to stir up war and rebellion, to depose his said lord the king from the title, honour, and the regal name of the imperial crown, and much more of the same kind, at the end of which he was invited to say whether he was guilty or not guilty. He answered more than was asked. "It's entirely innocent, I am." A small, sharp-faced man at a table before and to the right of him bounced up. It was Mr. Pollexfen, the judge advocate. "Are you guilty or not guilty?" snapped this peppery gentleman. "You must take the words." "Words, is it?" said Peter Blood. "Oh, not guilty." And he went on, addressing himself to the bench. "On this same subject of words, may it please your lordships, I am guilty of nothing to justify any of those words I have heard used to describe me, unless it be a want of patience at having been closely confined for 2 months and longer in a fetid jail with great peril to my health and even life." Being started, he would have added a deal more, but at this point the Lord Chief Justice interposed in a gentle, rather plaintive voice. "Look you, sir, because we must observe the common and usual methods of trial, I must interrupt you now. You are no doubt ignorant of the forms of law?" "Not only ignorant, my lord, but hitherto most happy in that ignorance. I could gladly have forgone this acquaintance with them." A pale smile momentarily lightened the wistful countenance. "I believe you. You shall be fully heard when you come to your defence. But anything you say now is altogether irregular and improper." Enheartened by that apparent sympathy and consideration, Mr. Blood answered thereafter, as was required of him, that he would be tried by God and his country. whereupon, having prayed to God to send him a good deliverance, the clerk called upon Andrew Baynes to hold up his hand and plead. From Baynes, who pleaded not guilty, the clerk passed on to Pitt, who boldly owned his guilt. The Lord Chief Justice stirred at that. "Come, that's better," quoth he, and his 4 scarlet brethren nodded. If all were as obstinate as his 2 fellow rebels, there would never be an end. After that ominous interpellation, delivered with an inhuman iciness that sent a shiver through the court, Mr. Pollexfen got to his feet. With great prolixity he stated the general case against the 3 men and the particular case against Peter Blood, whose indictment was to be taken first. The only witness called for the King was Captain Hobart. He testified briskly to the manner in which he had found and taken the 3 prisoners, together with the Lord Gildoy. Upon the orders of his colonel, he would have hanged Pitt out of hand, but was restrained by the lies of the prisoner Blood, who led him to believe that Pitt was a peer of the realm and a person of consideration. As the captain's evidence concluded, Lord Jeffreys looked across at Peter Blood. "Will the prisoner Blood ask the witness any questions?" "None, my lord. He has correctly related what occurred. I am glad to have your admission of that without any of the prevarications that are usual in your kind. And I will say this, that here prevarication would avail you little, for we always have the truth in the end. Be sure of that." Baynes and Pitt similarly admitted the accuracy of the captain's evidence, whereupon the scarlet figure of the Lord Chief Justice heaved a sigh of relief. "This being so, let us get on in God's name, for we have much to do." There was now no trace of gentleness in his voice. It was brisk and rasping, and the lips through which it passed were curved in scorn. "I take it, Mr. Pollexfen, that the wicked treason of these 3 rogues being established, indeed admitted by them, there is no more to be said." Peter Blood's voice rang out crisply, on a note that almost seemed to contain laughter. "May it please your lordship, but there's a great deal more to be said." His lordship looked at him, first in blank amazement at his audacity, then gradually with an expression of dull anger. The scarlet lips fell into unpleasant, cruel lines that transfigured the whole countenance. "How now, rogue? Would you waste our time with idle subterfuge? I would have your lordship and the gentlemen of the jury hear me on my defence, as your lordship promised that I should be heard." "Why, so you shall, villain, so you shall." His lordship's voice was harsh as a file. He writhed as he spoke, and for an instant his features were distorted. A delicate, dead white hand, on which the veins showed blue, brought forth a handkerchief with which he dabbed his lips and then his brow. Observing him with his physician's eye, Peter Blood judged him a prey to the pain of the disease that was destroying him. "So you shall. But after the admission made, what defence remains?" "You shall judge, my lord. That is the purpose for which I sit here." "And so shall you, gentlemen." Blood looked from judge to jury. The latter shifted uncomfortably under the confident flash of his blue eyes. Lord Jeffreys's bullying charge had whipped the spirit out of them. Had they themselves been prisoners, accused of treason, he could not have arraigned them more ferociously. Peter Blood stood boldly forward, erect, self-possessed, and saturnine. He was freshly shaven, and his periwig, if out of curl, was at least carefully combed and dressed. Captain Hobart has testified to what he knows, that he found me at Oglethorp's farm on the Monday morning, after the battle at Weston. But he has not told you what I did there." Again the judge broke in. "Why, what should you have been doing there in the company of rebels? Two of them, the Lord Gildoy and your fellow there, have already admitted their guilt. This is what I beg leave to tell your lordship. And in God's name be brief, man, for if I am to be troubled with the say of all you traitor dogs, I may sit here until the spring assizes. I was there, my lord, in my quality as a physician, to dress Lord Gildoy's wounds." "What's this? Do you tell us that you are a physician?" "A graduate of Trinity College, Dublin." "Good God!" cried Lord Jeffreys, his voice suddenly swelling, his eyes upon the jury. "What an impudent rogue is this! You heard the witness say that he had known him in Tangiers some years ago, and that he was then an officer in the French service. You heard the prisoner admit that the witness had spoken the truth." "Why, so he had. Yet what I am telling you is also true. So it is. For some years I was a soldier, but before that I was a physician. And I have been one again since January last, established in Bridgewater, as I can bring 100 witnesses to prove. There's not the need to waste our time with that. I will convict you out of your own rascally mouth. I will ask you only this. How came you, who represent yourself as a physician, peacefully following your calling in the town of Bridgewater, to be with the army of the Duke of Monmouth?" "I was never with that army. No witness has sworn to that, and I dare swear that no witness will. I never was attracted to the late rebellion. I regarded the adventure as a wicked madness. I take leave to ask your lordship," his brogue became more marked than ever, "what should I, who was born and bred a Papist, be doing in the army of the Protestant champion?" "A Papist, thou!" The judge gloomed on him a moment. "Art more like a snivelling, canting Jack Presbyter. I tell you, man, I can smell a Presbyterian 40 miles. Then I'll take leave to marvel that with so keen a nose your lordship can't smell a Papist at 4 paces." There was a ripple of laughter in the galleries, instantly quelled by the fierce glare of the judge and the voice of the crier. Lord Jeffreys leaned farther forward upon his desk. He raised that delicate white hand, still clutching its handkerchief, and sprouting from a froth of lace. "We'll leave your religion out of account for the moment, friend," he said. "But mark what I say to you." With a minatory forefinger he beat the time of his words. "Know, friend, that there is no religion a man can pretend to can give a countenance to lying. Thou hast a precious immortal soul, and there is nothing in the world equal to its value. Consider that the great God of heaven and earth, before whose tribunal thou and we and all persons are to stand at the last day, will take vengeance on thee for every falsehood, and justly strike thee into eternal flames, make thee drop into the bottomless pit of fire and brimstone, if thou offer to deviate the least from the truth, and nothing but the truth. For I tell thee, God is not mocked. On that I charge you to answer truthfully. How came you to be taken with these rebels?" Peter Blood gaped at him a moment in consternation. The man was incredible, unreal, fantastic, a nightmare judge. Then he collected himself to answer. "I was summoned that morning to succour Lord Gildoy, and I conceived it to be the duty imposed upon me by my calling to answer that summons." "Did you so?" The judge, now terrible of aspect, his face white, his twisted lips red as the blood for which they thirsted, glared upon him in evil mockery. Then he controlled himself as if by an effort. He sighed. He resumed his earlier gentle plaintiveness. "Lord, how you waste our time. But I'll have patience with you. Who summoned you?" "Master Pitt there, as he will testify." "Oh, Master Pitt will testify. He that is himself a traitor, self-confessed. Is that your witness? There is also Master Baines here, who can answer to it." "Good Master Baines will have to answer for himself, and I doubt not he'll be greatly exercised to save his own neck from a halter. Come, come, sir, are these your only witnesses?" "I could bring others from Bridgewater, who saw me set out that morning upon the crupper of Master Pitt's horse." His lordship smiled. "It will not be necessary. For, mark me, I do not intend to waste more time on you. Answer me only this. When Master Pitt, as you pretend, came to summon you, did you know that he had been, as you have heard him confess, of Monmouth's following?" "I did, my lord." "You did? Ha!" His lordship looked at the cringing jury and uttered a short, stabbing laugh. Yet, in spite of that, you went with him." "To succour a wounded man, as was my sacred duty." "Thy sacred duty, sayest thou?" Fury blazed out of him again. "Good God, what a generation of vipers do we live in! Thy sacred duty, rogue, is to thy king and to God. But let it pass. Did he tell you whom it was that you were desired to succour?" "Lord Gildoy, yes." "And you knew that Lord Gildoy had been wounded in the battle, and on what side he fought?" "I knew." "And yet, being, as you would have us believe, a true and loyal subject of our lord the King, you went to succour him." Peter Blood lost patience for a moment. "My business, my lord, was with his wounds, not with his politics." A murmur from the galleries and even from the jury approved him. It served only to drive his terrible judge into a deeper fury. "Jesus God! Was there ever such an impudent villain in the world as thou?" He swung white-faced to the jury. "I hope, gentlemen of the jury, you take notice of the horrible carriage of this traitor rogue, and withal you cannot but observe the spirit of this sort of people. What a villainous and devilish one it is! Out of his own mouth he has said enough to hang him a dozen times. Yet is there more? Answer me this, sir. When you cozened Captain Hobart with your lies concerning the station of this other traitor Pitt, what was your business then?" "To save him from being hanged without trial, as was threatened." "What concern was it of yours whether or not the wretch was hanged?" "Justice is the concern of every loyal subject, for an injustice committed by one who holds the King's commission is in some sense a dishonour to the King's majesty." It was a shrewd, sharp thrust aimed at the jury, and it reveals, I think, the alertness of the man's mind, his self-possession ever steadiest in moments of dire peril. With any other jury it must have made the impression that he hoped to make. It may even have made its impression upon these poor pusillanimous sheep. But the dread judge was there to efface it. He gasped aloud, then flung himself violently forward. "Ha! Lord of Heaven!" he stormed. "Was there ever such a canting, impudent rascal? But I have done with you. I see thee, villain. I see thee already, with a halter around thy neck." Having spoken so, gloatingly, evilly, he sank back again and composed himself. It was as if a curtain fell. All emotion passed again from his pale face. Back to invest it again came that gentle melancholy. Speaking after a moment's pause, his voice was soft, almost tender, yet every word of it carried sharply through that hushed court. "If I know my own heart, it is not in my nature to desire the hurt of anybody, but much less to delight in their eternal perdition. It is out of compassion for you that I have used all these words, because I would have you have some regard for your immortal soul, and not ensure its damnation by obdurately persisting in falsehood and prevarication. But I see that all the pains in the world, and all compassion and charity, are lost upon you, and therefore I will say no more to you." He turned again to the jury that countenance of wistful beauty. "Gentlemen, I must tell you for law, of which we are the judges, and not you, that if any person be in actual rebellion against the king, and another person who really and actually was not in rebellion does knowingly receive, harbour, comfort, or succour him, such a person is as much a traitor as he who indeed bore arms. We are bound by our oaths and consciences to declare to you what is law, and you are bound by your oaths and your consciences to deliver and to declare to us by your verdict the truth of the facts." Upon that he proceeded to his summing up, showing how Baynes and Blood were both guilty of treason, the first for having harboured a traitor, the second for having succoured that traitor by dressing his wounds. He interlarded his address by sycophantic allusions to his natural lord and lawful sovereign, the king, whom God had set over them, and with vituperations of nonconformity and of Monmouth, of whom, in his own words, he dared boldly affirm that the meanest subject within the kingdom that was of legitimate birth had a better title to the crown. "Jesus God, that ever we should have such a generation of vipers among us!" he burst out in rhetorical frenzy, and then he sank back as if exhausted by the violence he had used. A moment he was still, dabbing his lips again. Then he moved uneasily. Once more his features were twisted by pain, and in a few snarling, almost incoherent words, he dismissed the jury to consider the verdict. Peter Blood had listened to the intemperate, the blasphemous, and almost obscene invective of that tirade with a detachment that afterwards, in retrospect, surprised him. He was so amazed by the man, by the reactions taking place in him between mind and body, and by his methods of bullying and coercing the jury into bloodshed, that he almost forgot that his own life was at stake. The absence of that dazed jury was a brief one. The verdict found the 3 prisoners guilty. Peter Blood looked round the scarlet-hung court. For an instant that foam of white faces seemed to heave before him. Then he was himself again, and a voice was asking him what he had to say for himself, why sentence of death should not be passed upon him, being convicted of high treason. He laughed, and his laugh jarred uncannily upon the deathly stillness of the court. It was all so grotesque, such a mockery of justice administered by that wistful-eyed jack-pudding in scarlet, who was himself a mockery, the venal instrument of a brutally spiteful and vindictive king. His laughter shocked the austerity of that same jack-pudding. "Do you laugh, sirrah, with the rope about your neck, upon the very threshold of that eternity you are so suddenly to enter into?" And then Blood took his revenge. "Faith, it's in better case I am for mirth than your lordship, for I have this to say before you deliver judgment. Your lordship sees me, an innocent man whose only offence is that I practised charity, with a halter round my neck. Your lordship, being the justiciar, speaks with knowledge of what is to come to me. I, being a physician, may speak with knowledge of what is to come to your lordship. And I tell you that I would not now change places with you, that I would not exchange this halter that you fling about my neck for the stone that you carry in your body. The death to which you may doom me is a light pleasantry by contrast with the death to which your lordship has been doomed by that great judge with whose name your lordship makes so free." The Lord Chief Justice sat stiffly upright, his face ashen, his lips twitching, and whilst you might have counted 10, there was no sound in that paralyzed court after Peter Blood had finished speaking. All those who knew Lord Jeffreys regarded this as the lull before the storm, and braced themselves for the explosion. But none came. Slowly, faintly, the colour crept back into that ashen face. The scarlet figure lost its rigidity and bent forward. His lordship began to speak, in a muted voice and briefly, much more briefly than was his wont on such occasions, and in a manner entirely mechanical, the manner of a man whose thoughts are elsewhere while his lips are speaking. He delivered sentence of death in the prescribed form, and without the least allusion to what Peter Blood had said. Having delivered it, he sank back exhausted, his eyes half closed, his brow agleam with sweat. The prisoners filed out. Mr. Pollexfen, a Whig at heart despite the position of judge advocate which he occupied, was overheard by one of the jurors to mutter in the ear of a brother counsel, "On my soul, that swarthy rascal has given his lordship a scare. It's a pity he must hang, for a man who can frighten Jeffreys should go far." End of Chapter 3. Read by Dennis Sayers. Summer of 2005 for LibriVox in Modesto, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood, Chapter 4. Human Merchandise. Mr. Pollexfen was at one and the same time right and wrong, a condition much more common than is generally supposed. He was right in his indifferently expressed thought that a man whose mien and words could daunt such a lord of terror as Jeffreys should by the dominance of his nature be able to fashion himself a considerable destiny. He was wrong, though justifiably so, in his assumption that Peter Blood must hang. I have said that the tribulations with which he was visited as a result of his errand of mercy to Oglethorpe's farm contained, although as yet he did not perceive it perhaps, two sources of thankfulness: one that he was tried at all, the other that this trial took place on the 19th of September, Until the 18th, the sentences passed by the Court of the Lords Commissioners had been carried out literally and expeditiously. But on the morning of the 19th there arrived at Taunton a courier from Lord Sunderland, the Secretary of State, with a letter for Lord Jeffreys, wherein he was informed that His Majesty had been graciously pleased to command that 1,100 rebels should be furnished for transportation to some of His Majesty's southern plantations, Jamaica, Barbados, or any of the Leeward Islands. You are not to suppose that this command was dictated by any sense of mercy. Lord Churchill was no more than just when he spoke of the King's heart as being as insensible as marble. It had been realized that in these wholesale hangings there was taking place a reckless waste of valuable material. Slaves were urgently required in the plantations, and a healthy, vigorous man could be reckoned worth at least from £10 to £15. Then there were at court many gentlemen who had some claim or other upon His Majesty's bounty. Here was a cheap and ready way to discharge these claims. From amongst the convicted rebels a certain number might be set aside to be bestowed upon those gentlemen, so that they might dispose of them to their own profit. My Lord Sunderland's letter gives precise details of the royal munificence in human flesh. 1,000 prisoners were to be distributed among some 8 courtiers and others, whilst a postscriptum to his lordship's letter asked for a further 100 to be held at the disposal of the Queen. These prisoners were to be transported at once to His Majesty's southern plantations, and to be kept there for the space of 10 years before being restored to liberty, the parties to whom they were assigned entering into security to see that transportation was immediately effected. We know from Lord Jeffreys' secretary how the Chief Justice inveighed that night in drunken frenzy against this misplaced clemency to which His Majesty had been persuaded. We know how he attempted by letter to induce the King to reconsider his decision. But James adhered to it. It was, apart from the indirect profit he derived from it, a clemency full worthy of him. He knew that to spare lives in this fashion was to convert them into living deaths. Many must succumb in torment to the horrors of West Indian slavery, and so be the envy of their surviving companions. Thus it happened that Peter Blood, and with him Jeremy Pitt and Andrew Baines, instead of being hanged, drawn, and quartered as their sentences directed, were conveyed to Bristol and there shipped with some 50 others aboard the Jamaica Merchant. From close confinement under hatches, ill nourishment and foul water, a sickness broke out amongst them, of which 11 died. Amongst these was the unfortunate yeoman from Oglethorp's farm, brutally torn from his quiet homestead amid the fragrant cider orchards for no other sin but that he had practised mercy. The mortality might have been higher than it was but for Peter Blood. At first the master of the Jamaica Merchant had answered with oaths and threats the doctor's expostulations against permitting men to perish in this fashion, and his insistence that he should be made free of the medicine chest, and given leave to minister to the sick. But presently Captain Gardner came to see that he might be brought to task for these too heavy losses of human merchandise, and because of this he was belatedly glad to avail himself of the skill of Peter Blood. The doctor went to work zealously and zestfully, and wrought so ably that, by his ministrations and by improving the condition of his fellow captives, he checked the spread of the disease. Towards the middle of December the Jamaica Merchant dropped anchor in Carlisle Bay, and put ashore the 42 surviving rebels-convict. If these unfortunates had imagined, as many of them appear to have done, that they were coming into some wild, savage country, the prospect of which they had a glimpse before they were hustled over the ship's side into the waiting boats, was enough to correct the impression. They beheld a town of sufficiently imposing proportions, composed of houses built upon European notions of architecture, but without any of the huddle usual in European cities. The spire of a church rose dominantly above the red roofs. A fort guarded the entrance of the wide harbour, with guns thrusting their muzzles between the crenels, and the wide façade of Government House revealed itself dominantly placed on a gentle hill above the town. This hill was vividly green, as in an English hill in April, and the day was such a day as April gives to England, the season of heavy rains being newly ended. On a wide cobbled space on the sea-front they found a guard of rebel-coated militia drawn up to receive them, and a crowd, attracted by their arrival, which in dress and manner differed little from a crowd in a seaport at home, save that it contained fewer women and a great number of negroes. To inspect them, drawn up there on the mole, came Governor Steed, a short, stout, red-faced gentleman, in blue taffetas burdened by a prodigious amount of gold lace, who limped a little and leaned heavily upon a stout ebony cane. After him, in the uniform of a colonel of the Barbados militia, rolled a tall, corpulent man who towered head and shoulders above the Governor, with malevolence plainly written on his enormous yellowish countenance. At his side, and contrasting oddly with his grossness, moving with an easy stripling grace, came a slight young lady in a modish riding gown. The broad brim of a grey hat with scarlet sweep of ostrich plume shaded an oval face upon which the climate of the Tropic of Cancer had made no impression. So delicately fair was its complexion. Ringlets of red-brown hair hung to her shoulders. Frankness looked out from her hazel eyes, which were set wide. Commiseration repressed now the mischievousness that normally inhabited her fresh young mouth. Peter Blood caught himself staring in a sort of amazement at that piquant face, which seemed here so out of place, and finding his stare returned, he shifted uncomfortably. He grew conscious of the sorry figure that he cut. Unwashed, with rank and matted hair and a disfiguring black beard upon his face, and the erstwhile splendid suit of black camlet in which he had been taken prisoner now reduced to rags that would have disgraced a scarecrow, he was in no case for inspection by such dainty eyes as these. Nevertheless, they continued to inspect him with round-eyed, almost childlike wonder and pity. Their owner put forth a hand to touch the scarlet sleeve of her companion, whereupon with an ill-tempered grunt the man swung his great bulk round so that he directly confronted her. Looking up into his face, she was speaking to him earnestly, but the colonel plainly gave her no more than the half of his attention. His little beady eyes, closely flanking a fleshly, pendulous nose, had passed from her and were fixed upon fair-haired, sturdy young Pitt, who was standing beside Blood. The Governor had also come to a halt, and for a moment now that little group of three stood in conversation. What the lady said, Peter could not hear at all, for she lowered her voice. The colonel's reached him in a confused rumble, but the Governor was neither considerate nor indistinct. He had a high-pitched voice which carried far, and believing himself witty, he desired to be heard by all. "But, my dear Colonel Bishop, it is for you to take first choice from this dainty nosegay, and at your own price. After that we'll send the rest to auction." Colonel Bishop nodded his acknowledgment. He raised his voice in answering. "Your Excellency is very good, but faith they're a weedy lot, not likely to be of much value in the plantation." His beady eyes scanned them again, and his contempt of them deepened the malevolence of his face. It was as if he were annoyed with them for being in no better condition. Then he beckoned forward Captain Gardner, the master of the Jamaica Merchant, and for some minutes stood in talk with him over a list which the latter produced at his request. Presently he waved aside the list and advanced alone towards the rebels convict, his eyes considering them, his lips pursed. Before the young Somersetshire shipmaster he came to a halt, and stood an instant pondering him. Then he fingered the muscles of the young man's arm, and bade him open his mouth, that he might see his teeth. He pursed his coarse lips again and nodded. He spoke to Gardner over his shoulder. £15 for this one." The captain made a face of dismay. £15? It isn't half what I meant to ask for him." "It is double what I had meant to give," grunted the colonel. "But he would be cheap at £30, your honour." "I can get a negro for that. These white swine don't live. They're not fit for the labour." Gardner broke into protestations of Pitt's health, youth, and vigour. It was not a man he was discussing, it was a beast of burden. Pitt, a sensitive lad, stood mute and unmoving. Only the ebb and flow of colour in his cheeks showed the inward struggle by which he maintained his self-control. Peter Blood was nauseated by the loathsome haggle. In the background, moving slowly away down the line of prisoners, went the lady in conversation with the Governor, who smirked and preened himself as he limped beside her. She was unconscious of the loathly business the Colonel was transacting. Was she, wondered Blood, indifferent to it? Colonel Bishop swung on his heel to pass on. "I'll go as far as £20, not a penny more, and it's twice as much as you are likely to get from Crabston." Captain Gardner, recognizing the finality of the tone, sighed and yielded. Already Bishop was moving down the line. For Mr. Blood, as for a weedy youth on his left, the Colonel had no more than a glance of contempt. But the next man, a middle-aged colossus named Wolverstone, who had lost an eye at Sedgemoor, drew his regard, and the haggling was recommenced. Peter Blood stood there in the brilliant sunshine and inhaled the fragrant air, which was unlike any air that he had ever breathed. It was laden with a strange perfume, blend of logwood flower, pimento, and aromatic cedars. He lost himself in unprofitable speculations born of that singular fragrance. He was in no mood for conversation, nor was Pitt, who stood dumbly at his side, and who was afflicted mainly at the moment by the thought that he was at last about to be separated from this man with whom he had stood shoulder to shoulder throughout all these troublous months, and whom he had come to love and depend upon for guidance and sustenance. A sense of loneliness and misery pervaded him by contrast with which all that he had endured seemed as nothing. To Pitt this separation was the poignant climax of all his sufferings. Other buyers came and stared at them, and passed on. Blood did not heed them. And then at the end of the line there was a movement. Gardner was speaking in a loud voice, making an announcement to the general public of buyers that had waited until Colonel Bishop had taken his choice of that human merchandise. As he finished, Blood, looking in his direction, noticed that the girl was speaking to Bishop, and pointing up the line with a silver-hilted riding whip she carried. Bishop shaded his eyes with his hand to look in the direction in which she was pointing. Then, slowly, with his ponderous rolling gait, he approached again accompanied by Gardner, and followed by the lady and the Governor. On they came until the Colonel was abreast of Blood. He would have passed on, but that the lady tapped his arm with her whip. "But this is the man I meant," she said. "This one?" Contempt rang in the voice. Peter Blood found himself staring into a pair of beady brown eyes sunk into a yellow fleshly face like currants into a dumpling. He felt the colour creeping into his face under the insult of that contemptuous inspection. "Bah! A bag of bones! What should I do with him?" He was turning away when Gardner interposed. "He may be lean, but he's tough and healthy. When half of them was sick and the other half sickening, this rogue kept his legs and doctored his fellows. But for him there'd have been more deaths than there was. Say £15 for him, Colonel. That's cheap enough. He's tough, I tell your honour, tough and strong, though he be lean. And he's just the man to bear the heat when it comes. The climate'll never kill him." There came a chuckle from Governor Steed. "Ha! You hear, Colonel. Trust your niece. Her sex knows a man when it sees one." And he laughed, well pleased with his wit. But he laughed alone. A cloud of annoyance swept across the face of the Colonel's niece, whilst the Colonel himself was too absorbed in the consideration of this bargain to heed the Governor's humour. He twisted his lip a little, stroking his chin with his hand the while. Jeremy Pitt had almost ceased to breathe. "I'll give you £10 for him," said the Colonel at last. Peter Blood prayed that the offer might be rejected. For no reason that he could have given you, he was taken with repugnance at the thought of becoming the property of this gross animal, and in some sort the property of that hazel-eyed young girl. But it would need more than repugnance to save him from his destiny. A slave is a slave, and has no power to shape his fate. Peter Blood was sold to Colonel Bishop, a disdainful buyer, for the ignominious sum of £10. End of Chapter 4. Read by Sandra in Wales, United Kingdom. June 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 5. Arabella Bishop. One sunny morning in January, about a month after the arrival of the Jamaica merchant at Bridgetown, Miss Arabella Bishop rode out from her uncle's fine house on the heights to the northwest of the city. She was attended by 2 negroes who trotted after her at a respectful distance, and her destination was Government House, whither she went to visit the Governor's lady, who had lately been ailing. Reaching the summit of a gentle grassy slope, she met a tall, lean man, dressed in a sober, gentlemanly fashion, who was walking in the opposite direction. He was a stranger to her, and strangers were rare enough in the island. And yet in some vague way he did not seem quite a stranger. Miss Arabella drew rein, affecting to pause that she might admire the prospect, which was fair enough to warrant it. Yet out of the corner of those hazel eyes she scanned this fellow very attentively as he came nearer. She corrected her first impression of his dress. It was sober enough, but hardly gentlemanly. Coat and breeches were of plain homespun, and if the former sat so well upon him it was more by virtue of his natural grace than by that of tailoring. His stockings were of cotton, harsh and plain, and the broad castor which he respectfully doffed as he came up with her was an old one unadorned by band or feather. What had seemed to be a periwig at a little distance was now revealed for the man's own lustrous coiling black hair. Out of a brown shaven saturnine face 2 eyes that were startlingly blue considered her gravely. The man would have passed on but that she detained him. "I think I know you, sir," said she. Her voice was crisp and boyish, and there was something of boyishness in her manner, if one can apply the term to so dainty a lady. It arose perhaps from an ease, a directness, which disdained the artifices of her sex, and set her on good terms with all the world. To this it may be due that Miss Arabella had reached the age of 25 not merely unmarried but unwooed. She used with all men a sisterly frankness which in itself contains a quality of aloofness, rendering it difficult for any man to become her lover. Her negroes had halted at some distance in the rear, and they squatted now upon the short grass until it should be her pleasure to proceed upon her way. The stranger came to a standstill upon being addressed. "A lady should know her own property," said he. "My property?" "Your uncle's, leastways. Let me present myself. I am called Peter Blood, and I am worth precisely £10. I know it because that is the sum your uncle paid for me. It is not every man who has the same opportunities of ascertaining his real value." She recognized him then. She had not seen him since that day upon the mole a month ago, and that she should not instantly have known him again despite the interest he had then aroused in her is not surprising, considering the change he had wrought in his appearance, which now was hardly that of a slave. "My God!" said she. "And you can laugh." "It's an achievement," he admitted. "But then, I have not fared as ill as I might." "I have heard of that," said she. What she had heard was that this rebel convict had been discovered to be a physician. The thing had come to the ears of Governor Steed, who suffered damnably from the gout, and Governor Steed had borrowed the fellow from his purchaser. Whether by skill or good fortune, Peter Blood had afforded the Governor that relief which His Excellency had failed to obtain from the ministrations of either of the 2 physicians practising in Bridgetown. Then the Governor's lady had desired him to attend her for the megrims. Mr. Blood had found her suffering from nothing worse than peevishness, the result of a natural petulance aggravated by the dullness of life in Barbados to a lady of her social aspirations. But he had prescribed for her none the less, and she had conceived herself the better for his prescription. After that the fame of him had gone through Bridgetown, and Colonel Bishop had found that there was more profit to be made out of this new slave by leaving him to pursue his profession than by setting him to work on the plantations, for which purpose he had been originally acquired. "It is yourself, madam, that I have to thank for my comparatively easy and clean condition," said Mr. Blood. The gratitude was in his words rather than in his tone. Was he mocking, she wondered, and looked at him with the searching frankness that another might have found disconcerting. He took the glance for a question, and answered it. "If some other planter had bought me," he explained, "it is odds that the facts of my shining abilities might never have been brought to light, and I should be hewing and hoeing at this moment like the poor wretches who were landed with me." "And why do you thank me for that? It was my uncle who bought you." "But he would not have done so had you not urged him. I perceived your interest. At the time I resented it." "You resented it?" There was a challenge in her boyish voice. "I have had no lack of experiences of this mortal life, but to be bought and sold was a new one, and I was hardly in the mood to love my purchaser." "If I urged you upon my uncle, sir, it was that I commiserated you." There was a slight severity in her tone, as if to reprove the mixture of mockery and flippancy in which he seemed to be speaking. She proceeded to explain herself. "My uncle may appear to you a hard man. No doubt he is. They are all hard men, these planters. It is the life, I suppose. But there are others here who are worse. There is Mr. Crabston, for instance, up at Spadestown. He was there on the mole, waiting to buy my uncle's leavings, And if you had fallen into his hands, a dreadful man, that is why." He was a little bewildered. "This interest in a stranger," he began, then changed the direction of his probe. "But there were others as deserving of commiseration." "You did not seem quite like the others." "I am not," said he. "Oh!" She stared at him, bridling a little. "You have a good opinion of yourself." "On the contrary, the others are all worthy rebels. I am not. That is the difference. I was one who had not the wit to see that England requires purifying. I was content to pursue a doctor's trade in Bridgewater whilst my betters were shedding their blood to drive out an unclean tyrant and his rascally crew." "Sir!" she checked him. "I think you are talking treason." "I hope I am not obscure," said he. "There are those here who would have you flogged if they heard you." "The governor would never allow it. He has the gout, and his lady has the megrims." "Do you depend upon that?" She was frankly scornful. "You have certainly never had the gout. Probably not even the megrims," said he. She made a little impatient movement with her hand, and looked away from him a moment, out to sea. Quite suddenly she looked at him again, and now her brows were knit. "But if you are not a rebel, how come you here?" He saw the thing she apprehended, and he laughed. "Faith, now it's a long story," said he. "And perhaps one that you would prefer not to tell?" Briefly on that he told it her. "My God, what an infamy!" she cried, when he had done. "Oh, it's a sweet country, England under King James. There's no need to commiserate me further. All things considered, I prefer Barbados. Here at least one can believe in God." He looked first to right, then to left as he spoke, from the distant shadowy bulk of Mount Hilbay to the limitless ocean ruffled by the winds of heaven. Then, as if the fair prospect rendered him conscious of his own littleness and the insignificance of his woes, he fell thoughtful. "Is that so difficult elsewhere?" she asked him, and she was very grave. "Men make it so." "I see." She laughed a little, on a note of sadness, it seemed to him. "I have never deemed Barbados the earthly mirror of heaven," she confessed. "But no doubt you know your world better than I." She touched her horse with her little silver-hilted whip. "I congratulate you on this easing of your misfortunes." He bowed, and she moved on. Her negroes sprang up and went trotting after her. A while Peter Blood remained standing there, where she left him, conning the sunlit waters of Carlisle Bay below, and the shipping in that spacious haven about which the gulls were fluttering noisily. It was a fair enough prospect, he reflected, but it was a prison, and in announcing that he preferred it to England, he had indulged that almost laudable form of boasting which lies in belittling our misadventures. He turned, and resuming his way, went off in long, swinging strides towards the little huddle of huts built of mud and wattles, a miniature village enclosed in a stockade which the plantation slaves inhabited, and where he himself was lodged with them. Through his mind sang the line of Lovelace: "Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage." But he gave it a fresh meaning, the very converse of that which its author had intended. A prison, he reflected, was a prison, though it had neither walls nor bars, however spacious it might be. And as he realized it that morning, so he was to realize it increasingly as time sped on. Daily he came to think more of his clipped wings, of his exclusion from the world, and less of the fortuitous liberty he enjoyed. Nor did the contrasting of his comparatively easy lot with that of his unfortunate fellow-convicts bring him the satisfaction a differently constituted mind might have derived from it. Rather did the contemplation of their misery increase the bitterness that was gathering in his soul. Of the 42 who had been landed with him from the Jamaica Merchant, Colonel Bishop had purchased no less than 25. The remainder had gone to lesser planters, some of them to Speightstown, and others still farther north. What may have been the lot of the latter he could not tell, but amongst Bishop's slaves Peter Blood came and went freely, sleeping in their quarters, and their lot he knew to be a brutalizing misery. They toiled in the sugar plantations from sunrise to sunset, and if their labours flagged, there were the whips of the overseers and his men to quicken them. They went in rags, some almost naked. They dwelt in squalor, and they were ill-nourished on salted meat and maize dumplings, food which to many of them was, for a season at least, so nauseating that 2 of them sickened and died before Bishop remembered that their lives had a certain value in labour to him, and yielded to Blood's intercessions for a better care of such as fell ill. To curb insubordination, one of them, who had rebelled against Kent, the brutal overseer, was lashed to death by negroes under his comrades' eyes, and another who had been so misguided as to run away into the woods was tracked, brought back, flogged, and then branded on the forehead with the letters F.T., that all might know him for a fugitive traitor as long as he lived. Fortunately for him, the poor fellow died as a consequence of the flogging. After that a dull, spiritless resignation settled down upon the remainder. The most mutinous were quelled, and accepted their unspeakable lot with the tragic fortitude of despair. Peter Blood alone, escaping these excessive sufferings, remained outwardly unchanged, whilst inwardly the only change in him was a daily deeper hatred of his kind, a daily deeper longing to escape from this place where man defiled so foully the lovely work of his Creator. It was a longing too vague to amount to a hope. Hope here was inadmissible. And yet he did not yield to despair. He set a mask of laughter on his saturnine countenance and went his way, treating the sick to the profit of Colonel Bishop, and encroaching further and further upon the preserves of the 2 other men of medicine in Bridgetown. Immune from the degrading punishments and privations of his fellow convicts, he was enabled to keep his self-respect, and was treated without harshness even by the soulless planter to whom he had been sold. He owed it all to gout and megrims. He had won the esteem of Governor Steed, and, what is even more important, of Governor Steed's lady, whom he shamelessly and cynically flattered and humoured. Occasionally he saw Miss Bishop, and they seldom met but that she paused to hold him in conversation for some moments, evincing her interest in him. Himself, he was never disposed to linger. He was not, he told himself, to be deceived by her delicate exterior, her sapling grace, her easy boyish ways and pleasant boyish voice. In all his life, and it had been very varied, he had never met a man whom he accounted more beastly than her uncle, and he could not dissociate her from the man. She was his niece, of his own blood, and some of the vices of it, some of the remorseless cruelty of the wealthy planter must, he argued, inhabit that pleasant body of hers. He argued this very often to himself, as if answering and convincing some instinct that pleaded otherwise, and arguing it he avoided her when it was possible, and was frigidly civil when it was not. Justifiable as his reasoning was, plausible as it may seem, yet he would have done better to have trusted the instinct that was in conflict with it. Though the same blood ran in her veins as in those of Colonel Bishop, yet hers was free of the vices that tainted her uncle's, for these vices were not natural to that blood. They were, in his case, acquired. Her father, Tom Bishop, that same Colonel Bishop's brother, had been a kindly, chivalrous, gentle soul, who, broken-hearted by the early death of a young wife, had abandoned the old world and sought an anodyne for his grief in the new. He had come out to the Antilles, bringing with him his little daughter, then 5 years of age, and had given himself up to the life of a planter. He had prospered from the first, as men sometimes will who care nothing for prosperity. Prospering, he had bethought him of his younger brother, a soldier at home reputed somewhat wild. He had advised him to come out to Barbados, and the advice, which at another season William Bishop might have scorned, reached him at a moment when his wildness was beginning to bear such fruit that a change of climate was desirable. William came, and was admitted by his generous brother to a partnership in the prosperous plantation. Some 6 years later, when Arabella was 15, her father died, leaving her in her uncle's guardianship. It was perhaps his one mistake. But the goodness of his own nature coloured his views of other men. Moreover, himself he had conducted the education of his daughter, leaving her an independence of character upon which perhaps he counted unduly. As things were, there was little love between uncle and niece, but she was dutiful to him, and he was circumspect in his behaviour before her. All his life, and for all his wildness, he had gone in a certain awe of his brother, whose worth he had the wit to recognize. And now it was almost as if some of that awe was transferred to his brother's child, who was also, in a sense, his partner, although she took no active part in the business of the plantations. Peter Blood judged her, as we are all too prone to judge, upon insufficient knowledge. He was very soon to have cause to correct that judgment. One day towards the end of May, when the heat was beginning to grow oppressive, there crawled into Carlisle Bay a wounded, battered English ship, the Pride of Devon, her freeboard scarred and broken, her coach a gaping wreck, her mizzen so shot away that only a jagged stump remained to tell the place where it had stood. She had been in action off Martinique with 2 Spanish treasure ships, and although her captain swore that the Spaniards had beset him without provocation, it was difficult to avoid a suspicion that the encounter had been brought about quite otherwise. One of the Spaniards had fled from the combat, and if the Pride of Devon had not given chase, it was probably because she was by then in no case to do so. The other had been sunk, but not before the English ship had transferred to her own hold a good deal of the treasure aboard the Spaniard. It was, in fact, one of those piratical affrays which were a perpetual source of trouble between the courts of St. James's and the Escurial, complaints emanating now from one and now from the other side. Steed, however, after the fashion of most colonial governors, was willing enough to dull his wits to the extent of accepting the English seaman's story, disregarding any evidence that might belie it. He shared the hatred so richly deserved by arrogant, overbearing Spain that was common to men of every other nation from the Bahamas to the Main. Therefore he gave the Pride of Devon the shelter she sought in his harbour and every facility to careen and carry out repairs. But before it came to this, they fetched from her hold over a score of English seamen as battered and broken as the ship herself, and together with these some half-dozen Spaniards in like case, the only survivors of a boarding party from the Spanish galleon that had invaded the English ship and found itself unable to retreat. These wounded men were conveyed to a long shed on the wharf, and the medical skill of Bridgetown was summoned to their aid. Peter Blood was ordered to bear a hand in this work, and partly because he spoke Castilian, and he spoke it as fluently as his own native tongue, partly because of his inferior condition as a slave, he was given the Spaniards for his patients. Now Blood had no cause to love Spaniards. His 2 years in a Spanish prison and his subsequent campaigning in the Spanish Netherlands had shown him a side of the Spanish character which he had found anything but admirable. Nevertheless he performed his doctor's duties zealously and painstakingly, if emotionlessly, and even with a certain superficial friendliness towards each of his patients. These were so surprised at having their wounds healed instead of being summarily hanged that they manifested a docility very unusual in their kind. They were shunned, however, by all those charitably disposed inhabitants of Bridgetown who flocked to the improvised hospital with gifts of fruit and flowers and delicacies for the injured English seamen. Indeed, had the wishes of some of these inhabitants been regarded, the Spaniards would have been left to die like vermin, and of this Peter Blood had an example almost at the very outset. With the assistance of one of the negroes sent to the shed for the purpose, he was in the act of setting a broken leg, when a deep, gruff voice, that he had come to know and dislike as he had never disliked the voice of living man, abruptly challenged him. "What are you doing there?" Blood did not look up from his task. There was not the need. He knew the voice, as I have said. "I am setting a broken leg," he answered, without pausing in his labours. "I can see that, fool." A bulky body interposed between Peter Blood and the window. The half-naked man on the straw rolled his black eyes to stare up fearfully out of a clay-coloured face at this intruder. A knowledge of English was unnecessary to inform him that here came an enemy. The harsh minatory note of that voice sufficiently expressed the fact. "I can see that, fool, just as I can see what this rascal is. Who gave you leave to set Spanish legs?" "I am a doctor, Colonel Bishop. The man is wounded. It is not for me to discriminate. I keep to my trade." "Do you, by God? If you'd done that, you wouldn't now be here." "On the contrary, it is because I did that I am here." "Aye, I know that's your lying tale," the Colonel sneered. And then, observing Blood to continue his work unmoved, he grew really angry. "Will you cease that, and attend to me when I am speaking?" Peter Blood paused, but only for an instant. "The man is in pain," he said shortly, and resumed his work. "In pain, is he? I hope he is, the damned piratical dog. But will you heed me, you insubordinate knave?" The colonel delivered himself in a roar, infuriated by what he conceived to be defiance, and defiance expressing itself in the most unruffled disregard of himself. His long bamboo cane was raised to strike. Peter Blood's blue eyes caught the flash of it, and he spoke quickly to arrest the blow. "Not insubordinate, sir, whatever I may be. I am acting upon the express orders of Governor Steed." The colonel checked, his great face empurpling. His mouth fell open. "Governor Steed!" he echoed. Then he lowered his cane, swung round, and without another word to Blood rolled away towards the other end of the shed where the Governor was standing at the moment. Peter Blood chuckled, but his triumph was dictated less by humanitarian considerations than by the reflection that he had balked his brutal owner. The Spaniard, realizing that in this altercation, whatever its nature, the doctor had stood his friend, ventured in a muted voice to ask him what had happened. But the doctor shook his head in silence and pursued his work. His ears were straining to catch the words now passing between Steed and Bishop. The colonel was blustering and storming, the great bulk of him towering above the wizened little overdressed figure of the Governor. But the little fop was not to be browbeaten. His Excellency was conscious that he had behind him the force of public opinion to support him. Some there might be, but there were not many, who held such ruthless views as Colonel Bishop. His Excellency asserted his authority. It was by his orders that Blood had devoted himself to the wounded Spaniards, and his orders were to be carried out. There was no more to be said. Colonel Bishop was of another opinion. In his view there was a great deal to be said. He said it, with great circumstance, loudly, vehemently, obscenely, for he could be fluently obscene when moved to anger. "You talk like a Spaniard, Colonel," said the Governor, and thus dealt the Colonel's pride a wound that was to smart resentfully for many a week. At the moment it struck him silent, and sent him stamping out of the shed in a rage for which he could find no words. It was 2 days later when the ladies of Bridgetown, the wives and daughters of her planters and merchants, paid their first visit of charity to the wharf, bringing their gifts to the wounded seamen. Again Peter Blood was there, ministering to the sufferers in his care, moving among those unfortunate Spaniards whom no one heeded. All the charity, all the gifts were for the members of the crew of the Pride of Devon, and this Peter Blood accounted natural enough. But rising suddenly from the redressing of a wound, a task in which he had been absorbed for some moments, he saw to his surprise that one lady, detached from the general throng, was placing some plantains and a bundle of succulent sugar-cane on a cloak that served one of his patients for a coverlet. She was elegantly dressed in lavender silk, and was followed by a half-naked negro carrying a basket. Peter Blood, stripped of his coat, the sleeves of his coarse shirt rolled to the elbow, and holding a bloody rag in his hand, stood at gaze a moment. The lady, turning now to confront him, her lips parting in a smile of recognition, was Arabella Bishop. "The man's a Spaniard," said he, in the tone of one who corrects a misapprehension, and also tinged never so faintly by something of the derision that was in his soul. The smile with which she had been greeting him withered on her lips. She frowned and stared at him a moment with increasing haughtiness. "So I perceive. But he's a human being none the less," said she. That answer, and its implied rebuke, took him by surprise. "Your uncle, the Colonel, is of a different opinion," said he, when he had recovered. "He regards them as vermin to be left to languish and die of their festering wounds." She caught the irony now more plainly in his voice. She continued to stare at him. "Why do you tell me this?" "To warn you that you may be incurring the Colonel's displeasure. If he had had his way, I should never have been allowed to dress their wounds." "And you thought, of course, that I must be of my uncle's mind." There was a crispness about her voice, an ominous challenging sparkle in her hazel eyes. "I'd not willingly be rude to a lady even in my thoughts," said he. "But that you should bestow gifts on them, considering that if your uncle came to hear of it—" He paused, leaving the sentence unfinished. "Ah, well, there it is," he concluded. But the lady was not satisfied at all. "First you impute to me inhumanity, and then cowardice. Faith, for a man who would not willingly be rude to a lady even in his thoughts, it's none so bad." Her boyish laugh trilled out, but the note of it jarred his ears this time. He saw her now, it seemed to him, for the first time, and saw how he had misjudged her. Sure now, how was I to guess that Colonel Bishop could have an angel for his niece, said he recklessly, for he was reckless as men often are in sudden penitence. You wouldn't, of course. I shouldn't think you often guess aright. Having withered him with that and her glance, she turned to her negro and the basket that he carried. From this she lifted now the fruits and delicacies with which it was laden, and piled them in such heaps upon the beds of the 6 Spaniards that by the time she had so served the last of them her basket was empty, and there was nothing left for her own fellow countrymen. These indeed stood in no need of her bounty, as she no doubt observed, since they were being plentifully supplied by others. Having thus emptied her basket, she called her negro, and without another word or so much as another glance at Peter Blood, swept out of the place with her head high and chin thrust forward. Peter watched her departure. Then he fetched a sigh. It startled him to discover that the thought that he had incurred her anger gave him concern. It could not have been so yesterday. It became so only since he had been vouchsafed this revelation of her true nature. Bad cess to it now, it serves me right. It seems I know nothing at all of human nature. But how the devil was I to guess that a family that can breed a devil like Colonel Bishop should also breed a saint like this? End of Chapter 5. Read by Sandra in Wales, United Kingdom, June 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 6. Plans of Escape. After that, Arabella Bishop went daily to the shed on the wharf with gifts of fruit, and later of money and of wearing apparel for the Spanish prisoners. But she contrived so to time her visits that Peter Blood never again met her there. Also his own visits were growing shorter in a measure as his patients healed. That they all throve and returned to health under his care, whilst fully 1/3 of the wounded in the care of Whacker and Bronson, the 2 other surgeons, died of their wounds, served to increase the reputation in which this rebel convict stood in Bridgetown. It may have been no more than the fortune of war, but the townsfolk did not choose to regard it so. It led to a further dwindling of the practices of his free colleagues and a further increase of his own labours and his owner's profit. Whacker and Bronson laid their heads together to devise a scheme by which this intolerable state of things should be brought to an end, but that is to anticipate. One day, whether by accident or design, Peter Blood came striding down the wharf a full half-hour earlier than usual, and so met Miss Bishop just issuing from the shed. He doffed his hat and stood aside to give her passage. She took it, chin in the air, and eyes which disdained to look anywhere where the sight of him was possible. "Miss Arabella," said he, on a coaxing, pleading note. She grew conscious of his presence, and looked him over with an air that was faintly, mockingly searching. "La!" she said, "it's the delicate-minded gentleman." Peter groaned. "Am I so hopelessly beyond forgiveness? I ask it very humbly." "What condescension!" "It is cruel to mock me," said he, and adopted mock humility. "After all, I am but a slave, and you might be ill one of these days." "What then?" "It would be humiliating to send for me if you treat me like an enemy." "You are not the only doctor in Bridgetown." "But I am the least dangerous." She grew suddenly suspicious of him, aware that he was permitting himself to rally her, and in a measure she had already yielded to it. She stiffened and looked him over again. "You make too free, I think," she rebuked him. "A doctor's privilege." "I am not your patient. Please to remember it in future." And on that, unquestionably angry, she departed. "Now is she a vixen or am I a fool, or is it both?" he asked the blue vault of heaven, and then went into the shed. It was to be a morning of excitements. As he was leaving an hour or so later, Whacker, the younger of the other 2 physicians, joined him. An unprecedented condescension this, for hitherto neither of them had addressed him beyond an occasional and surly "Good day." "If you are Colonel Bishop's, I'll walk with you a little way, Dr. Blood," said he. He was a short, broad man of 45, with pendulous cheeks and hard blue eyes. Peter Blood was startled, but he dissembled it. "I am for Government House," he said. "Ah, to be sure, the Governor's lady." And he laughed, or perhaps he sneered. Peter Blood was not quite certain. "She encroaches a deal upon your time, I hear. Youth and good looks, Dr. Blood, youth and good looks. They are inestimable advantages in our profession as in others, particularly where the ladies are concerned." Peter stared at him. "If you mean what you seem to mean, you had better say it to Governor Steed. It may amuse him." "You surely misapprehended me." "I hope so." "You're so very hot now." The doctor linked his arm through Peter's. "I protest I desire to be your friend, to serve you. Now listen." Instinctively his voice grew lower. "This slavery in which you find yourself must be singularly irksome to a man of parts such as yourself." "What institutions!" cried sardonic Mr. Blood. But the doctor took him literally. "I am no fool, my dear doctor. I know a man when I see one, and often I can tell his thoughts." "If you can tell me mine, you'll persuade me of it," said Mr. Blood. Dr. Whacker drew still closer to him as they stepped along the wharf. He lowered his voice to a still more confidential tone. His hard blue eyes peered up into the swart, sardonic face of his companion, who was a head taller than himself. "How often have I not seen you staring out over the sea, your soul in your eyes? Don't I know what you are thinking? If you could escape from this hell of slavery, you could exercise the profession of which you are an ornament as a free man with pleasure and profit to yourself. The world is large. There are many nations besides England where a man of your parts would be warmly welcomed. There are many colonies besides these English ones." Lower still came the voice until it was no more than a whisper, yet there was no one within earshot. "It is none so far now to the Dutch settlement of Curaçao. At this time of the year the voyage may safely be undertaken in a light craft, and Curaçao need be no more than a stepping-stone to the great world, which would lie open to you once you were delivered from this bondage." Dr. Whacker ceased. He was pale and a little out of breath, but his hard eyes continued to study his impassive companion. "Well?" he said after a pause. "What do you say to that?" Yet Blood did not immediately answer. His mind was heaving in tumult, and he was striving to calm it that he might take a proper survey of this thing flung into it to create so monstrous a disturbance. He began where another might have ended. "I have no money, and for that a handsome sum would be necessary." "Did I not say that I desired to be your friend?" "Why?" asked Peter Blood at point-blank range. But he never heeded the answer. Whilst Dr. Whacker was professing that his heart bled for a brother doctor languishing in slavery, denied the opportunity which his gifts entitled him to make for himself, Peter Blood pounced like a hawk upon the obvious truth. Whacker and his colleague desired to be rid of one who threatened to ruin them. Sluggishness of decision was never a fault of Blood's. He leapt where another crawled, and so this thought of evasion, never entertained until planted there, now by Dr. Whacker, sprouted into instant growth. I see," he said, whilst his companion was still talking, explaining, and to save Dr. Whacker's face he played the hypocrite. "It is very noble in you, very brotherly, as between men of medicine. It is what I myself should wish to do in like case." The hard eyes flashed. The husky voice grew tremulous as the other asked almost too eagerly, "You agree, then? You agree?" "Agree?" Blood laughed. "If I should be caught and brought back, they'd clip my wings and brand me for life." "Surely the thing is worth a little risk." More tremulous than ever was the tempter's voice. "Surely," Blood agreed. "But it asks more than courage. It asks money. A sloop might be bought for £20, perhaps." "It shall be forthcoming. It shall be a loan which you shall repay us. Repay me when you can." That betraying "us" so hastily retrieved completed Blood's understanding. The other doctor was also in the business. They were approaching the peopled part of the mole. Quickly but eloquently Blood expressed his thanks, where he knew that no thanks were due. "We will talk of this again, sir, tomorrow," he concluded. "You have opened for me the gates of hope." In that at least he tittered no more than the bare truth, and expressed it very baldly. It was, indeed, as if a door had been suddenly flung open to the sunlight for escape from a dark prison in which a man had thought to spend his life. He was in haste now to be alone, to straighten out his agitated mind and plan coherently what was to be done. Also he must consult another. Already he had hit upon that other. For such a voyage a navigator would be necessary, and a navigator was ready to his hand in Jeremy Pitt. The first thing was to take counsel with the young shipmaster, who must be associated with him in this business if it were to be undertaken. All that day his mind was in turmoil with this new hope, and he was sick with impatience for night and a chance to discuss the matter with his chosen partner. As a result, Blood was betimes that evening in the spacious stockade that enclosed the huts of the slaves, together with the big white house of the overseer, and he found an opportunity of a few words with Pitt, unobserved by the others. "To-night, when we are all asleep, come to my cabin. I have something to say to you." The young man stared at him, roused by Blood's pregnant tone out of the mental lethargy into which he had of late been lapsing as a result of the dehumanizing life he lived. Then he nodded understanding and assent, and they moved apart. The 6 months of plantation life in Barbados had made an almost tragic mark upon the young seaman. His erstwhile bright alertness was all departed. His face was growing vacuous, his eyes were dull and lack-lustre, and he moved in a cringing, furtive manner, like an over-beaten dog. He had survived the ill-nourishment, the excessive work on the sugar plantation under a pitiless sun, the lashes of the overseer's whip when his labours flagged, and the deadly, unrelieved animal life to which he was condemned. But the price he was paying for survival was the usual price. He was in danger of becoming no better than an animal, of sinking to the level of the negroes who sometimes toiled beside him. The man, however, was still there, not yet dormant, but merely torpid from a surfeit of despair, and the man in him promptly shook off that torpidity and awoke at the first words Blood spoke to him that night, awoke and wept. "Escape!" he panted. "Oh, God!" He took his head in his hands and fell to sobbing like a child. "Sh! Steady now, steady!" Blood admonished him in a whisper, alarmed by the lad's blubbering. He crossed to Pitt's side, and set a restraining hand upon his shoulder. "For God's sake, command yourself. If we're overheard, we shall both be flogged for this." Among the privileges enjoyed by Blood was that of a hut to himself, and they were alone in this. But after all, it was built of wattles thinly plastered with mud, and its door was composed of bamboos, through which sound passed very easily. Though the stockade was locked for the night, and all within it asleep by now, it was after midnight. Yet a prowling overseer was not impossible, and a sound of voices must lead to discovery. Pitt realized this and controlled his outburst of emotion. Sitting close thereafter, they talked in whispers for an hour or more, and all the while those dulled wits of Pitt's were sharpening themselves anew upon this precious whetstone of hope. They would need to recruit others into their enterprise, a half-dozen at least, a half-score if possible, but no more than that. They must pick the best out of that score of survivors of the Monmouth men that Colonel Bishop had acquired. Men who understood the sea were desirable. But of these there were only 2 in that unfortunate gang, and their knowledge was none too full. They were Hagthorpe, a gentleman who had served in the Royal Navy, and Nicholas Dyke, who had been a petty officer in the late King's time, and there was another who had been a gunner, a man named Ogle. It was agreed before they parted that Pitt should begin with these 3, and then proceed to recruit some 6 or 8 others. He was to move with the utmost caution, sounding his men very carefully before making anything in the nature of a disclosure, and even then avoid rendering that disclosure so full that its betrayal might frustrate the plans which as yet had to be worked out in detail. Labouring with them in the plantations, Pitt would not want for opportunities of broaching the matter to his fellow slaves. Caution above everything was Blood's last recommendation to him at parting. Who goes slowly goes safely, as the Italians have it, and remember that if you betray yourself, you ruin all, for you are the only navigator among us, and without you there is no escaping. Pitt reassured him, and slunk off back to his own hut and the straw that served him for a bed. Coming next morning to the wharf, Blood found Dr. Whacker in a generous mood. Having slept on the matter, he was prepared to advance the convict any sum up to £30 that would enable him to acquire a boat capable of taking him away from the settlement. Blood expressed his thanks becomingly, betraying no sign that he saw clearly into the true reason of the other's munificence. "It's not money I'll require," said he, "but the boat itself, for who will be selling me a boat and incurring the penalties in Governor Steed's proclamation? You'll have read it, no doubt." Dr. Whacker's heavy face grew overcast. Thoughtfully he rubbed his chin. "I've read it, yes, and I dare not procure the boat for you. It would be discovered. It must be. And the penalty is a fine of £200 besides imprisonment. It would ruin me. You'll see that." The high hopes in Blood's soul began to shrink, and the shadow of his despair overcast his face. "But then," he faltered, "there is nothing to be done." "Nay, nay, things are not so desperate." Dr. Whacker smiled a little with tight lips. "I've thought of it. You will see that the man who buys the boat must be one of those who goes with you, so that he is not here to answer questions afterwards." "But who is to go with me save men in my own case? What I cannot do, they cannot. There are others detained on the island besides slaves. There are several who are here for debt, and would be glad enough to spread their wings. There's a fellow Nutall, now, who follows the trade of a shipwright, whom I happen to know would welcome such a chance as you might afford him." "But how should a debtor come with money to buy a boat? The question will be asked." "To be sure it will. But if you contrive shrewdly, you'll all be gone before that happens." Blood nodded understanding, and the doctor, setting a hand upon his sleeve, unfolded the scheme he had conceived. "You shall have the money from me at once. Having received it, you'll forget that it was I who supplied it to you. You have friends in England, relatives perhaps, who sent it out to you through the agency of one of your Bridgetown patients, whose name as a man of honour you will on no account divulge lest you bring trouble upon him. That is your tale if there are questions." He paused, looking hard at Blood. Blood nodded understanding and assent. Relieved, the doctor continued. "But there should be no questions if you go carefully to work. You concert matters with Nutall. You enlist him as one of your companions, and a shipwright should be a very useful member of your crew. You engage him to discover a likely sloop whose owner is disposed to sell. Then you let your preparations all be made before the purchase is effected, so that your escape may follow instantly upon it before the inevitable questions come to be asked. You take me?" So well did Blood take him that within an hour he contrived to see Nutall, and found the fellow as disposed to the business as Dr. Whacker had predicted. When he left the shipwright, it was agreed that Nutall should seek the boat required, for which Blood would at once produce the money. The quest took longer than expected by Blood, who waited impatiently with the doctor's gold concealed about his person. But at the end of some 3 weeks, Nutall, whom he was now meeting daily, informed him that he had found a serviceable wherry, and that its owner was disposed to sell it for £22. That evening, on the beach, remote from all eyes, Peter Blood handed that sum to his new associate, and Nutall went off with instructions to complete the purchase late on the following day. He was to bring the boat to the wharf, where under cover of night Blood and his fellow convicts would join him and make off. Everything was ready. In the shed, from which all the wounded men had now been removed and which had since remained untenanted, Nutall had concealed the necessary stores: 100 weight of bread, a quantity of cheese, a cask of water and some few bottles of canary, a compass, quadrant, chart, half-hour glass, log and line, a tarpaulin, some carpenter's tools, and a lantern and candles. And in the stockade all was likewise in readiness. Hagthorpe, Dyke, and Ogle had agreed to join the venture, and 8 others had been carefully recruited. In Pitt's hut, which he shared with 5 other rebels convict, all of whom were to join in this bid for liberty, a ladder had been constructed in secret during those nights of waiting. With this they were to surmount the stockade and gain the open. The risk of detection, so that they made little noise, was negligible. Beyond locking them all into that stockade at night, there was no great precaution taken. Where, after all, could any so foolish as to attempt escape hope to conceal himself in that island? The chief risk lay in discovery by those of their companions who were to be left behind. It was because of these that they must go cautiously and in silence. The day that was to have been their last in Barbados was a day of hope and anxiety to the 12 associates in that enterprise, no less than to Nutall in the town below. Towards sunset, having seen Nutall depart to purchase and fetch the sloop to the prearranged moorings at the wharf, Peter Blood came sauntering towards the stockade, just as the slaves were being driven in from the fields. He stood aside at the entrance to let them pass, and beyond the message of hope flashed by his eyes he held no communication with them. He entered the stockade in their wake, and as they broke their ranks to seek their various respective huts, he beheld Colonel Bishop in talk with Kent, the overseer. The pair were standing by the stocks, planted in the middle of that green space for the punishment of offending slaves. As he advanced, Bishop turned to regard him, scowling. "Where have you been this while?" he bawled, and although a minatory note was normal to the Colonel's voice, yet Blood felt his heart tightening apprehensively. "I've been at my work in the town," he answered. "Mrs. Patch has a fever and Mr. Dekker has sprained his ankle." "I sent for you to Dekker's, and you were not there. You are given to idling, my fine fellow. We shall have to quicken you one of these days unless you cease from abusing the liberty you enjoy. Do you forget that you're a rebel convict?" "I am not given the chance," said Blood, who could never learn to curb his tongue. "By God, will you be pert with me?" Remembering all that was at stake, growing suddenly conscious that from the huts surrounding the enclosure anxious ears were listening, he instantly practised an unusual submission. "Not pert, sir. I am sorry. I should have been sought." "Ay, and you'll be sorrier yet. There's the Governor with an attack of gout, screaming like a wounded horse, and you nowhere to be found. Be off, man. Away with you at speed to Government House. You're awaited, I tell you. Best lend him a horse, Kent, or the lout'll be all night getting there." They bustled him away, choking almost from a reluctance that he dared not show. The thing was unfortunate, but after all not beyond remedy. The escape was set for midnight, and he should easily be back by then. He mounted the horse that Kent procured him, intending to make all haste. "How shall I re-enter the stockade, sir?" he inquired at parting. "You will not re-enter it," said Bishop. "When they've done with you at Government House they may find a kennel for you there until morning." Peter Blood's heart sank like a stone through water. "But—" he began. "Be off, I say. Will you stand there talking until dark? His Excellency is waiting for you." And with his cane Colonel Bishop slashed the horse's quarters so brutally that the beast bounded forward all but unseating her rider. Peter Blood went off in a state of mind bordering on despair. And there was occasion for it. A postponement of the escape at least until tomorrow night was necessary now, and postponement must mean the discovery of Nuttall's transaction and the asking of questions it would be difficult to answer. It was in his mind to slink back in the night, once his work at Government House were done, and from the outside of the stockade make known to Pitt and the others his presence, and so have them join him that their project might still be carried out. But in this he reckoned without the Governor, whom he found really in the thrall of a severe attack of gout, and almost as severe an attack of temper nourished by Blood's delay. The doctor was kept in constant attendance upon him until long after midnight, when at last he was able to ease the sufferer a little by bleeding. Thereupon he would have withdrawn, but Steed would not hear of it. Blood must sleep in his own chamber to be at hand in case of need. It was as if fate made sport of him. For that night at least the escape must be definitely abandoned. Not until the early hours of the morning did Peter Blood succeed in making a temporary escape from Government House on the ground that he required certain medicaments which he must himself procure from the apothecary. On that pretext he made an excursion into the awakening town, and went straight to Nutall, whom he found in a state of livid panic. The unfortunate debtor, who had sat up waiting through the night, conceived that all was discovered and that his own ruin would be involved. Peter Blood quieted his fears. "It will be for tonight instead," he said, with more assurance than he felt. "If I have to bleed the Governor to death, be ready as last night." "But if there are questions meanwhile?" bleated Nutall. He was a thin, pale, small-featured man, with weak eyes that now blinked desperately. "Answer as best you can. Use your wits, man. I can stay no longer." And Peter went off to the apothecary for his pretexted drugs. Within an hour of his going came an officer of the secretary's to Nuttall's miserable hovel. The seller of the boat had, as by law required since the coming of the rebels convict, duly reported the sale at the secretary's office, so that he might obtain the reimbursement of the £10 surety into which every keeper of a small boat was compelled to enter. The secretary's office postponed this reimbursement until it should have obtained confirmation of the transaction. "We are informed that you have bought a wherry from Mr. Robert Farrell," said the officer. "That is so," said Nuttall, who conceived that for him this was the end of the world. "You are in no haste, it seems, to declare the same at the Secretary's office." The emissary had a proper bureaucratic haughtiness. Nuttall's weak eyes blinked at a redoubled rate. To declare it? You know it's the law." I didn't, may it please you." "But it's in the proclamation published last January." I can't read, sir. I didn't know." "Faugh!" The messenger withered him with his disdain. "Well, now you're informed, see to it that you are at the Secretary's office before noon with the £10 surety into which you are obliged to enter." The pompous officer departed, leaving Nuttall in a cold perspiration despite the heat of the morning. He was thankful that the fellow had not asked the question he most dreaded, which was how he, a debtor, should come by the money to buy a wherry. But this he knew was only a respite. The question would presently be asked of a certainty, and then hell would be open for him. He cursed the hour in which he had been such a fool as to listen to Peter Blood's chatter of escape. He thought it very likely that the whole plot would be discovered, and that he would probably be hanged, or at least branded and sold into slavery like those other damned rebels-convict, with whom he had been so mad as to associate himself. If only he had the £10 for this infernal surety, which until this moment had never entered into their calculations, it was possible that the thing might be done quickly and questions postponed until later. As the Secretary's messenger had overlooked the fact that he was a debtor, so might the others at the Secretary's office, at least for a day or two, and in that time he would, he hoped, be beyond the reach of their questions. But in the meantime, what was to be done about this money? And it was to be found before noon. Nutall snatched up his hat, and went out in quest of Peter Blood. But where look for him? Wandering aimlessly up the irregular unpaved street, he ventured to inquire of one or two if they had seen Dr. Blood that morning. He affected to be feeling none so well, and indeed his appearance bore out the deception. None could give him information, and since Blood had never told him of Whacker's share in this business, he walked in his unhappy ignorance past the door of the one man in Barbados who would eagerly have saved him in this extremity. Finally he determined to go to Colonel Bishop's plantation. Probably Blood would be there. If he were not, Nutall would find Pitt, and leave a message with him. He was acquainted with Pitt, and knew of Pitt's share in this business. His pretext for seeking Blood must still be that he needed medical assistance. And at the same time that he set out, insensitive in his anxiety to the broiling heat, to climb the heights to the north of the town, Blood was setting out from Government House at last, having so far eased the Governor's condition as to be permitted to depart. Being mounted, he would, but for an unexpected delay, have reached the stockade ahead of Nutall, in which case several unhappy events might have been averted. The unexpected delay was occasioned by Miss Arabella Bishop. They met at the gate of the luxuriant garden of Government House, and Miss Bishop, herself mounted, stared to see Peter Blood on horseback. It happened that he was in good spirits. The fact that the Governor's condition had so far improved as to restore him his freedom of movement had sufficed to remove the depression under which he had been labouring for the past 12 hours and more. In its rebound the mercury of his mood had shot higher far than present circumstances warranted. He was disposed to be optimistic. What had failed last night would certainly not fail again tonight. What was a day, after all? The Secretary's office might be troublesome, but not really troublesome for another 24 hours at least, and by then they would be well away. This joyous confidence of his was his first misfortune. The next was that his good spirits were also shared by Miss Bishop, and that she bore no rancour. The two things conjoined to make the delay that in its consequences was so deplorable. "Good morning, sir," she hailed him pleasantly. "It's close upon a month since I last saw you." 21 days to the hour," said he. "I've counted them." "I vow I was beginning to believe you dead." "I have to thank you for the wreath." "The wreath?" "To deck my grave," he explained. "Must you ever be rallying?" she wondered, and looked at him gravely, remembering that it was his rallying on the last occasion that had driven her away in dudgeon. "A man must sometimes laugh at himself or go mad," said he. "Few realize it. That is why there are so many madmen in the world." "You may laugh at yourself all you will, sir, but sometimes I think you laugh at me, which is not civil." "Then, faith, you're wrong. I laugh only at the comic, and you are not comic at all." "What am I, then?" she asked him, laughing. A moment he pondered her, so fair and fresh to behold, so entirely maidenly and yet so entirely frank and unabashed. "You are," he said, "the niece of the man who owns me his slave." But he spoke lightly, so lightly that she was encouraged to insistence. "Nay, sir, that is an evasion. You shall answer me truthfully this morning." "Truthfully?" "To answer you at all is a labour. But to answer truthfully... Oh, well, now I should say of you that he'll be lucky who counts you his friend." It was in his mind to add more, but he left it there. "That's mighty civil," said she. "You've a nice taste in compliments, Mr. Blood. Another in your place... Faith now, don't I know what another would have said? Don't I know my fellow man at all?" "Sometimes I think you do, and sometimes I think you don't. Anyway, you don't know your fellow woman. There was that affair of the Spaniards." "Will you never forget it?" "Never." "Bad cess to your memory. Is there no good in me at all that you could be dwelling on instead?" "Oh, several things." "For instance, now?" He was almost eager. "You speak excellent Spanish." "Is that all?" He sank back into dismay. "Where did you learn it? Have you been in Spain?" "That I have. I was 2 years in a Spanish prison." "In prison?" Her tone suggested apprehensions in which he had no desire to leave her. "As a prisoner of war," he explained. "I was taken fighting with the French, in French service, that is." "But you're a doctor!" she cried. "That's merely a diversion, I think. By trade I am a soldier. At least, it's a trade I followed for 10 years. It brought me no great gear, but it served me better than medicine, which, as you may observe, has brought me into slavery. I'm thinking it's more pleasing in the sight of heaven to kill men than to heal them. Sure it must be." "But how came you to be a soldier and to serve the French?" "I am Irish, you see, and I studied medicine. Therefore, since it's a perverse nation we are... Oh, but it's a long story, and the Colonel will be expecting my return." She was not in that way to be defrauded of her entertainment. If he would wait a moment they would ride back together. She had but come to inquire of the Governor's health at her uncle's request. So he waited, and so they rode back together to Colonel Bishop's house. They rode very slowly, at a walking pace, and some whom they passed marvelled to see the doctor-slave on such apparently intimate terms with his owner's niece. One or two may have promised themselves that they would drop a hint to the Colonel, but the two rode oblivious of all others in the world that morning. He was telling her the story of his early turbulent days, and at the end of it he dwelt more fully than hitherto upon the manner of his arrest and trial. The tale was barely done when they drew up at Colonel's door, and dismounted. Peter Blood surrendered his nag to one of the negro grooms, who informed them that the Colonel was at home at the moment. Even then they lingered a moment, she detaining him. "I am sorry, Mr. Blood, that I did not know before," she said, and there was a suspicion of moisture in those clear hazel eyes. With a compelling friendliness she held out her hand to him. "Why, what difference could it have made?" he asked. "Some, I think. You have been very hardly used by fate." "Och, now!" He paused. His keen sapphire eyes considered her steadily for a moment under his level black brows. "It might have been worse," he said, with a significance which brought a tinge of colour to her cheeks and a flutter to her eyelids. He stooped to kiss her hand before realizing it, and she did not deny him. Then he turned and strode off towards the stockade a half-mile away, and a vision of her face went with him, tinted with a rising blush and a sudden unusual shyness. He forgot in that little moment that he was a rebel convict with 10 years of slavery before him. He forgot that he had planned an escape, which was to be carried into effect that night. Forgot even the peril of discovery which as a result of the Governor's gout now overhung him. End of chapter 6. Read by Sandra. In Wales, United Kingdom. June 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 7. Pirates. Mr. James Nutall made all speed, regardless of the heat, in his journey from Bridgetown to Colonel Bishop's plantation, and if ever man was built for speed in a hot climate, that man was Mr. James Nutall, with his short, thin body and his long, fleshless legs. So withered was he that it was hard to believe there were any juices left in him. Yet juices there must have been, for he was sweating violently by the time he reached the stockade. At the entrance he almost ran into the overseer Kent, a squat, bow-legged animal, with the arms of a Hercules and the jowl of a bulldog. "I am seeking Dr. Blood," he announced breathlessly. "You are in a rare haste," growled Kent. "What the devil is it? Twins?" "Eh? Oh, nay, nay. I am not married, sir. It's a cousin of mine, sir." "What is?" "He is taken bad, sir." Nuttall lied promptly upon the cue that Kent himself had afforded him. "Is the doctor here?" "That's his hut yonder." Kent pointed carelessly. "If he's not there, he'll be somewhere else." And he took himself off. He was a surly, ungracious beast at all times, readier with the lash of his whip than with his tongue. Nuttall watched him go with satisfaction, and even noted the direction that he took. Then he plunged into the enclosure, to verify in mortification that Dr. Blood was not at home. A man of sense might have sat down and waited, judging that to be the quickest and surest way in the end. But Nuttall had no sense. He flung out of the stockade again, hesitated a moment as to which direction he should take, and finally decided to go any way but the way that Kent had gone. He sped across the parched savannah towards the sugar plantation, which stood solid as a rampart and gleaming golden in the dazzling June sunshine. Avenues intersected the great blocks of ripening amber cane. In the distance down one of these he espied some slaves at work. Nuttall entered the avenue and advanced upon them. They eyed him dully as he passed them. Pitt was not of their number, and he dared not ask for him. He continued his search for the best part of an hour, up one of those lanes and then down another. Once an overseer challenged him, demanding to know his business. He was looking, he said, for Dr. Blood. His cousin was taken ill. The overseer bade him go to the devil and get out of the plantation. Blood was not there. If he was anywhere, he would be in his hut in the stockade. Nuttall passed on, upon the understanding that he would go. But he went in the wrong direction. He went on towards the side of the plantation farthest from the stockade, towards the dense woods that fringed it there. The overseer was too contemptuous and perhaps too languid in the stifling heat of approaching noontide to correct his course. Nuttall blundered to the end of the avenue, and round the corner of it, and there ran into Pitt, alone, toiling with a wooden spade upon an irrigation channel. A pair of cotton drawers, loose and ragged, clothed him from waist to knee. Above and below he was naked, save for a broad hat of plaited straw that sheltered his unkempt golden head from the rays of the tropical sun. At sight of him Nuttall returned thanks aloud to his Maker. Pitt stared at him, and the shipwright poured out his dismal news in a dismal tone. The sum of it was that he must have £10 from Blood that very morning, or they were all undone. And all he got for his pains and his sweat was the condemnation of Jeremy Pitt. "Damn you for a fool," said the slave. "If it's Blood you're seeking, why are you wasting your time here?" "I can't find him," bleated Nuttall. He was indignant at his reception. He forgot the jangled state of the other's nerves after a night of anxious wakefulness, ending in a dawn of despair. "I thought that you..." "You thought that I could drop my spade and go seek him for you? Is that what you thought? My God, that our lives should depend upon such a dummerhead! While you waste your time here, the hours are passing. And if an overseer should catch you talking to me, how will you explain it?" For a moment Nuttall was bereft of speech by such ingratitude. Then he exploded. "I would to heaven I had never had no hand in this affair. I would so. I wish that..." What else he wished was never known, for at that moment round the block of cane came a big man in biscuit-coloured taffetas, followed by 2 negroes in cotton drawers who were armed with cutlasses. He was not 10 yards away, but his approach over the soft, yielding marl had been unheard. Mr. Nutall looked wildly this way and that a moment, then bolted like a rabbit for the woods, thus doing the most foolish and betraying thing that in the circumstances it was possible for him to do. Pitt groaned and stood still, leaning upon his spade. "Hi there! Stop!" bawled Colonel Bishop after the fugitive, and added horrible threats tricked out with some rhetorical indecencies. But the fugitive held amain, and never so much as turned his head. It was his only remaining hope that Colonel Bishop might not have seen his face, for the power and influence of Colonel Bishop was quite sufficient to hang any man whom he thought would be better dead. Not until the runagate had vanished into the scrub did the planter sufficiently recover from his indignant amazement to remember the two negroes who followed at his heels like a brace of hounds. It was a bodyguard without which he never moved in his plantations, since a slave had made an attack upon him and all but strangled him a couple of years ago. "After him, you black swine!" he roared at them. But as they started he checked them. "Wait! Get to heel, damn you!" It occurred to him that to catch and deal with the fellow there was not the need to go after him, and perhaps spend the day hunting him in that cursed wood. There was Pitt here ready to his hand, and Pitt should tell him the identity of his bashful friend, and also the subject of that close and secret talk he had disturbed. Pitt might, of course, be reluctant. So much the worse for Pitt. The ingenious Colonel Bishop knew a dozen ways, some of them quite diverting, of conquering stubbornness in these convict dogs. He turned now upon the slave a countenance that was inflamed by heat, internal and external, and a pair of heady eyes that were alight with cruel intelligence. He stepped forward, swinging his light bamboo cane. "Who was that runagate?" he asked with terrible suavity. Leaning over on his spade, Jeremy Pitt hung his head a little, and shifted uncomfortably on his bare feet. Vainly he groped for an answer in a mind that could do nothing but curse the idiocy of Mr. James Nutall. The planter's bamboo cane fell on the lad's naked shoulders with stinging force. "Answer me, you dog! What's his name?" Jeremy looked at the burly planter out of sullen, almost defiant eyes. "I don't know," he said, and in his voice there was a faint note, at least, of the defiance aroused in him by a blow which he dared not, for his life's sake, return. His body had remained unyielding under it, but the spirit within writhed now in torment. "You don't know? Well, here's to quicken your wits." Again the cane descended. "Have you thought of his name yet?" "I have not." "Stubborn, eh?" For a moment the Colonel leered. Then his passion mastered him. "Swoons, you impudent dog! Do you trifle with me? Do you think I'm to be mocked?" Pitt shrugged, shifted sideways on his feet again, and settled into dogged silence. Few things are more provocative, and Colonel Bishop's temper was never one that required much provocation. Brute fury now awoke in him. Fiercely now he lashed those defenceless shoulders, accompanying each blow by blasphemy and foul abuse, until, stung beyond endurance, the lingering embers of his manhood fanned into momentary flame, Pitt sprang upon his tormentor. But as he sprang, so also sprang the watchful blacks. Muscular bronze arms coiled crushingly about the frail white body, and in a moment the unfortunate slave stood powerless, his wrists pinioned behind him in a leathern thong. Breathing hard, his face mottled, Bishop pondered him a moment. Then, "Fetch him along," he said. Down the long avenue, between those golden walls of cane standing some 8 feet high, the wretched Pitt was thrust by his black captors in the Colonel's wake, stared at with fearful eyes by his fellow slaves at work there. Despair went with him. What torments might immediately await him he cared little, horrible though he knew they would be. The real source of his mental anguish lay in the conviction that the elaborately planned escape from this unutterable hell was frustrated now in the very moment of execution. They came out upon the green plateau and headed for the stockade and the overseer's white house. Pitt's eyes looked out over Carlisle Bay, of which this plateau commanded a clear view from the fort on one side to the long sheds of the wharf on the other. Along this wharf a few shallow boats were moored, and Pitt caught himself wondering which of these was the wherry in which with a little luck they might have been now at sea. Out over that sea his glance ranged miserably. In the roads, standing in for the shore before a gentle breeze that scarcely ruffled the sapphire surface of the Caribbean, came a stately red-hulled frigate, flying the English ensign. Colonel Bishop halted to consider her, shading his eyes with his fleshly hand. Light as was the breeze, the vessel spread no canvas to it beyond that of her foresail. Furled was her every other sail, leaving a clear view of the majestic lines of her hull, from towering stern castle to gilded beakhead that was aflash in the dazzling sunshine. So leisurely an advance argued a master indifferently acquainted with these waters, who preferred to creep forward cautiously, sounding his way. At her present rate of progress it would be an hour, perhaps, before she came to anchorage within the harbour. And whilst the Colonel viewed her, admiring perhaps the gracious beauty of her, Pitt was hurried forward into the stockade, and clapped into the stocks that stood there ready for slaves who required correction. Colonel Bishop followed him presently, with leisurely rolling gait. "A mutinous cur that shows his fangs to his master must learn good manners at the cost of a striped hide," was all he said before setting about his executioner's job. That with his own hands he should do that which most men of his station would, out of self-respect, have relegated to one of the negroes, gives you the measure of the man's beastliness. It was almost as if with relish, as if gratifying some feral instinct of cruelty, that he now lashed his victim about the head and shoulders. Soon his cane was reduced to splinters by his violence. You know, perhaps, the sting of a flexible bamboo cane when it is whole. But do you realize its murderous quality when it has been split into several long lithe blades, each with an edge that is of the keenness of a knife? When at last, from very weariness, Colonel Bishop flung away the stump and thongs to which his cane had been reduced, the wretched slave's back was bleeding pulp from neck to waist. As long as full sensibility remained, Jeremy Pitt had made no sound, but in a measure as from pain his senses were mercifully dulled. He sank forward in the stocks, and hung there now in a huddled heap, faintly moaning. Colonel Bishop set his foot upon the crossbar, and leaned over his victim, a cruel smile on his full, coarse face. "Let that teach you a proper submission," said he. "And now, touching that shy friend of yours, you shall stay here without meat or drink, without meat or drink, d'ye hear me, until you please to tell me his name and business." He took his foot from the bar. "When you've had enough of this, send me word, and we'll have the branding-irons to you." On that he swung on his heel, and strode out of the stockade, his negroes following. Pitt had heard him, as we hear things in our dreams. At the moment, so spent was he by his cruel punishment, and so deep was the despair into which he had fallen, that he no longer cared whether he lived or died. Soon, however, from the partial stupor which pain had mercifully induced, a new variety of pain aroused him. The stocks stood in the open under the full glare of the tropical sun, and its blistering rays streamed down upon that mangled, bleeding back, until he felt as if flames of fire were searing it. And soon to this was added a torment still more unspeakable. Flies, the cruel flies of the Antilles, drawn by the scent of blood, descended in a cloud upon him. Small wonder that the ingenious Colonel Bishop, who so well understood the art of loosening stubborn tongues, had not deemed it necessary to have recourse to other means of torture. Not all his fiendish cruelty could devise a torment more cruel, more unendurable than the torments nature would here procure a man in Pitt's condition. The slave writhed in his stocks until he was in danger of breaking his limbs, and writhing, screamed in agony. Thus he was found by Peter Blood, who seemed to his troubled vision to materialize suddenly before him. Mr. Blood carried a large palmetto leaf. Having whisked away with this the flies that were devouring Jeremy's back, he slung it by a strip of fibre from the lad's neck, so that it protected him from further attacks as well as from the rays of the sun. Next, sitting down beside him, he drew the sufferer's head down on his own shoulder, and bathed his face from a pannikin of cold water. Pitt shuddered and moaned on a long, indrawn breath. "Drink!" he gasped. "Drink, for the love of Christ!" The pannikin was held to his quivering lips. He drank greedily, noisily, nor ceased until he had drained the vessel. Cooled and revived by the draught, he attempted to sit up. "My back!" he screamed. There was an unusual glint in Mr. Blood's eyes. His lips were compressed, but when he parted them to speak, his voice came cool and steady. "Be easy now. One thing at a time. Your back's taking no harm at all for the present, since I've covered it up. I'm wanting to know what's happened to you. Do you think we can do without a navigator that you go and provoke that beast Bishop until he all but kills you?" Pitt sat up and groaned again, but this time his anguish was mental rather than physical. "I don't think a navigator will be needed this time, Peter." "What's that?" cried Mr. Blood. Pitt explained the situation as briefly as he could, in a halting, gasping speech. "I'm to rot here until I tell him the identity of my visitor and his business." Mr. Blood got up, growling in his throat. "Bad cess to the filthy slaver," said he. "But it must be contrived, nevertheless. To the devil with Nutall. Whether he gives surety for the boat or not, whether he explains it or not, the boat remains, and we're going, and you're coming with us." "You're dreaming, Peter," said the prisoner. "We're not going this time. The magistrates will confiscate the boat since the surety's not paid, even if when they press him Nutall does not confess the whole plan and get us all branded on the forehead." Mr. Blood turned away, and with agony in his eyes looked out to sea over the blue water by which he had so fondly hoped soon to be travelling back to freedom. The great red ship had drawn considerably nearer shore by now. Slowly, majestically, she was entering the bay. Already one or two wherries were putting off from the wharf to board her. From where he stood, Mr. Blood could see the glinting of the brass cannons mounted on the prow above the curving beakhead, and he could make out the figure of a seaman in the forechains on her larboard side, leaning out to heave the lead. An angry voice aroused him from his unhappy thoughts. "What the devil are you doing here?" The returning Colonel Bishop came striding into the stockade, his negroes following ever. Mr. Blood turned to face him, and over that swarthy countenance, which indeed by now was tanned to the golden brown of a half-caste Indian, a mask descended. "Doing?" said he blandly. "Why, the duties of my office." The Colonel, striding furiously forward, observed two things: the empty pannikin on the seat beside the prisoner, and the palmetto leaf protecting his back. "Have you dared to do this?" The veins on the planter's forehead stood out like cords. "Of course I have." Mr. Blood's tone was one of faint surprise. "I said he was to have neither meat nor drink until I ordered it." "Sure now, I never heard ye." "You never heard me? How should you have heard me when you weren't here?" "Then how did ye expect me to know what orders ye'd given?" Mr. Blood's tone was positively aggrieved. "All that I knew was that one of your slaves was being murthered by the sun and the flies, and I says to myself, this is one of the Colonel's slaves, and I'm the Colonel's doctor, and sure it's my duty to be looking after the Colonel's property. So I just gave the fellow a spoonful of water and covered his back from the sun. And wasn't I right now?" "Right?" The Colonel was almost speechless. "Be easy now, be easy," Mr. Blood implored him. "It's an apoplexy you'll be contracting if you give way to heat like this." The planter thrust him aside with an imprecation, and stepping forward tore the palmetto leaf from the prisoner's back. "In the name of humanity, now," Mr. Blood was beginning. The Colonel swung upon him furiously. "Out of this!" he commanded. "And don't come near him again until I send for you, unless you want to be served in the same way." He was terrific in his menace, in his bulk, and in the power of him. But Mr. Blood never flinched. It came to the Colonel, as he found himself steadily regarded by those light blue eyes that looked so arrestingly odd in that tawny face, like pale sapphires set in copper, that this rogue had for some time now been growing presumptuous. It was a matter that he must presently correct. Meanwhile Mr. Blood was speaking again, his tone quietly insistent. "In the name of humanity," he repeated, "you'll allow me to do what I can to ease his sufferings, or I swear to you that I'll forsake at once the duties of a doctor, and that it's devil another patient will I attend in this unhealthy island at all." For an instant the Colonel was too amazed to speak. Then, "By God!" he roared. "Do you dare take that tone with me, you dog? Do you dare to make terms with me?" "I do that." The unflinching blue eyes looked squarely into the Colonel's, and there was a devil peeping out of them, the devil of recklessness that is born of despair. Colonel Bishop considered him for a long moment in silence. "I've been too soft with you," he said at last. "But that's to be mended." And he tightened his lips. "I'll have the rods to you, until there's not an inch of skin left on your dirty back." "Will ye so? And what would Governor Steed do then?" "Ye're not the only doctor on the island." Mr. Blood actually laughed. "Ha, ha, ha! And will ye tell that to his Excellency, him with the gout in his foot so bad that he can't stand? You know very well it's devil another doctor he will tolerate, being an intelligent man that knows what's good for him." But the Colonel's brute passion, thoroughly aroused, was not so easily to be baulked. "If you're alive when my blacks have done with you, perhaps you'll come to your senses." He swung to his negroes to issue an order, but it was never issued. At that moment a terrific rolling thunderclap drowned his voice and shook the very air. Colonel Bishop jumped, his negroes jumped with him, and so even did the apparently imperturbable Mr. Blood. Then the four of them stared together seawards. Down in the bay all that could be seen of the great ship, standing now within a cable's length of the fort, were her topmasts thrusting above a cloud of smoke in which she was enveloped. From the cliffs a flight of startled seabirds had risen to circle in the blue, giving tongue to their alarm, their plaintive curlew noisiest of all. As those men stared from the eminence on which they stood, not yet understanding what had taken place, they saw the British Jack dip from the main truck and vanish into the rising cloud below. A moment more, and up through that cloud to replace the flag of England soared the gold and crimson banner of Castile. And then they understood. "Pirates!" roared the Colonel, and again, "Pirates!" Fear and incredulity were blent in his voice. He had paled under his tan until his face was the colour of clay, and there was a wild fury in his beady eyes. His negroes looked at him, grinning idiotically, all teeth and eyeballs. End of Chapter 7. Read by Sandra in Wales, United Kingdom. November 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 8. Spaniards. The stately ship that had been allowed to sail so leisurely into Carlisle Bay under her false colours was a Spanish privateer, coming to pay off some of the heavy debt piled up by the predaceous brethren of the coast, and the recent defeat by the Pride of Devon of 2 treasure galleons bound for Cadiz. It happened that the galleon which escaped in a more or less crippled condition was commanded by Don Diego de Espinosa y Valdez, who was own brother to the Spanish Admiral Don Miguel de Espinosa, and who was also a very hasty, proud, and hot-tempered gentleman. Galled by his defeat, and choosing to forget that his own conduct had invited it, he had sworn to teach the English a sharp lesson which they should remember. He would take a leaf out of the book of Morgan and those other robbers of the sea, and make a punitive raid upon an English settlement. Unfortunately for himself and for many others, his brother the Admiral was not at hand to restrain him when for this purpose he fitted out the Cinco Llagas at San Juan de Puerto Rico. He chose for his objective the island of Barbados, whose natural strength was apt to render her defenders careless. He chose it also because thither had the Pride of Devon been tracked by his scouts, and he desired a measure of poetic justice to invest his vengeance. and he chose a moment when there were no ships of war at anchor in Carlisle Bay. He had succeeded so well in his intentions that he had aroused no suspicion until he saluted the fort at short range with a broadside of 20 guns. And now the 4 gaping watchers in the stockade on the headland beheld the great ship creep forward under the rising cloud of smoke, her mainsail unfurled to increase her steering way, and go about close-hauled to bring her larboard guns to bear upon the unready fort. With the crashing roar of that second broadside, Colonel Bishop awoke from stupefaction to a recollection of where his duty lay. In the town below drums were beating frantically, and a trumpet was bleating, as if the peril needed further advertising. As commander of the Barbados militia, the place of Colonel Bishop was at the head of his scanty troops, in that fort which the Spanish guns were pounding into rubble. Remembering it, he went off at the double, despite his bulk and the heat, his negroes trotting after him. Mr. Blood turned to Jeremy Pitt. He laughed grimly. "Now that," said he, "is what I call a timely interruption. Though what'll come of it," he added as an afterthought, "the devil himself knows." As a third broadside was thundering forth, he picked up the palmetto leaf and carefully replaced it on the back of his fellow slave. And then into the stockade, panting and sweating, came Kent, followed by best part of a score of plantation workers, some of whom were black, and all of whom were in a state of panic. He led them into the low white house, to bring them forth again, within a moment, as it seemed, armed now with muskets and hangers, and some of them equipped with bandoliers. By this time the rebels-convict were coming in 2s and 3s, having abandoned their work upon finding themselves unguarded and upon scenting the general dismay. Kent paused a moment, as his hastily armed guard dashed forth, to fling an order to those slaves. "To the woods!" he bade them. "Take to the woods, and lie close there, until this is over and we've gutted these Spanish swine." On that he went off in haste after his men, who were to be added to those massing in the town, so as to oppose and overwhelm the Spanish landing parties. The slaves would have obeyed him on the instant, but for Mr. Blood. "What need for haste, and in this heat?" quoth he. He was surprisingly cool, they thought. Maybe there'll be no need to take to the woods at all, and anyway, it will be time enough to do so when the Spaniards are masters of the town. And so, joined now by the other stragglers, and numbering in all a round score, rebels convict all, they stayed to watch from their vantage ground the fortunes of the furious battle that was being waged below. The landing was contested by the militia and by every islander capable of bearing arms with the fierce resoluteness of men who knew that no quarter was to be expected in defeat. The ruthlessness of Spanish soldiery was a byword, and not at his worst had Morgan or L'Ollonais ever perpetrated such horrors as those of which these Castilian gentlemen were capable. But this Spanish commander knew his business, which was more than could truthfully be said for the Barbados militia. Having gained the advantage of a surprise blow, which had put the fort out of action, he soon showed them that he was master of the situation. His guns turned now upon the open space behind the mole, where the incompetent bishop had marshalled his men, tore the militia into bloody rags, and covered the landing parties which were making the shore in their own boats and in several of those which had rashly gone out to the great ship before her identity was revealed. All through the scorching afternoon the battle went on, the rattle and crack of musketry penetrating ever deeper into the town to show that the defenders were being driven steadily back. By sunset 250 Spaniards were masters of Bridgetown, the islanders were disarmed, and at Government House, Governor Steed, his gout forgotten in his panic, supported by Colonel Bishop and some lesser officers, was being informed by Don Diego, with an urbanity that was itself a mockery, of the sum that would be required in ransom. For 100,000 pieces of 8 and 50 head of cattle, Don Diego would forbear from reducing the place to ashes. And what time that suave and courtly commander was settling these details with the apoplectic British governor, the Spaniards were smashing and looting, feasting, drinking, and ravaging after the hideous manner of their kind. Mr. Blood, greatly daring, ventured down at dusk into the town. What he saw there is recorded by Jeremy Pitt, to whom he subsequently related it, in that voluminous log from which the greater part of my narrative is derived. I have no intention of repeating any of it here. It is all too loathsome and nauseating, incredible, indeed, that men, however abandoned, could ever descend to such an abyss of bestial cruelty and lust. What he saw was fetching him in haste and white-faced out of that hell again, when in a narrow street a girl hurtled into him, wild-eyed, her unbound hair streaming behind her as she ran. After her, laughing and cursing in a breath, came a heavy-booted Spaniard. Almost he was upon her, when suddenly Mr. Blood got in his way. The doctor had taken a sword from a dead man's side some little time before, and armed himself with it against an emergency. As the Spaniard checked in anger and surprise, he caught in the dusk the livid gleam of that sword which Mr. Blood had quickly unsheathed. "Ah, perro inglés!" he shouted, and flung forward to his death. "It's hoping I am you're in a fit state to meet your Maker," said Mr. Blood, and ran him through the body. He did the thing skilfully, with the combined skill of swordsman and surgeon. The man sank in a hideous heap without so much as a groan. Mr. Blood swung to the girl, who leaned panting and sobbing against a wall. He caught her by the wrist. "Come!" he said, but she hung back, resisting him by her weight. "Who are you?" she demanded wildly. "Will you wait to see my credentials?" he snapped. Steps were clattering towards them from beyond the corner round which she had fled from that Spanish ruffian. "Come!" he urged again, and this time, reassured perhaps by his clear English speech, she went without further questions. They sped down an alley and then up another, by great good fortune meeting no one, for already they were on the outskirts of the town. They won out of it, and white-faced, physically sick, Mr. Blood dragged her almost at a run up the hill towards Colonel Bishop's house. He told her briefly who and what he was, and thereafter there was no conversation between them until they reached the big white house. It was all in darkness, which at least was reassuring. If the Spaniards had reached it, there would be lights. He knocked, but had to knock again and yet again before he was answered. Then it was by a voice from a window above. "Who's there?" The voice was Miss Bishop's, a little tremulous, but unmistakably her own. Mr. Blood almost fainted in relief. He had been imagining the unimaginable. He had pictured her down in that hell out of which he had just come. He had conceived that she might have followed her uncle into Bridgetown, or committed some other imprudence, and he turned cold from head to foot at the mere thought of what might have happened to her. "It is I, Peter Blood," he gasped. "What do you want?" It is doubtful whether she would have come down to open, for at such a time as this it was no more than likely that the wretched plantation slaves might be in revolt and prove as great a danger as the Spaniards. But at the sound of her voice, the girl Mr. Blood had rescued peered up through the gloom. "Arabella!" she called. "It is I, Mary Traill." "Mary!" The voice ceased above on that exclamation. The head was withdrawn. After a brief pause the door gaped wide. Beyond it in the wide hall stood Miss Arabella, a slim, virginal figure in white, mysteriously revealed in the gleam of a single candle which she carried. Mr. Blood strode in followed by his distraught companion, who, falling upon Arabella's slender bosom, surrendered herself to a passion of tears. But he wasted no time. "Whom have you here with you? What servants?" he demanded sharply. "The only male was James, an old negro groom." "The very man," said Blood. "Bid him get out horses. Then away with you to Speightstown, or even farther north, where you will be safe. Here you are in danger, in dreadful danger." "But I thought the fighting was over," she was beginning, pale and startled. "So it is, but the deviltry's only beginning. Miss Traill will tell you as you go. In God's name, madam, take my word for it, and do as I bid you." He saved me," sobbed Miss Traill. "Saved you?" Miss Bishop was aghast. "Saved you from what, Mary?" "Let that wait," snapped Mr. Blood almost angrily. "You'll have all night for chattering when you're out of this, and away beyond their reach. Will you please call James, and do as I say, and at once?" "You are very peremptory." "Oh, my God, I am peremptory. Speak, Miss Traill. Tell her whether I've cause to be peremptory." "Yes, yes," the girl cried, shuddering. Do as he says. Oh, for pity's sake, Arabella!" Miss Bishop went off, leaving Mr. Blood and Miss Trail alone again. I shall never forget what you did, sir," she said, through her diminishing tears. She was a slight wisp of a girl, a child no more. "I've done better things in my time. That's why I'm here," said Mr. Blood, whose mood seemed to be snappy. She didn't pretend to understand him, and she didn't make the attempt. Did you kill him?" she asked fearfully. He stared at her in the flickering candlelight. "I hope so. It is very probable, and it doesn't matter at all," he said. "What matters is that this fellow James should fetch the horses." And he was stamping off to accelerate these preparations for departure, when her voice arrested him. "Don't leave me! Don't leave me here alone!" she cried in terror. He paused. He turned and came slowly back. Standing above her, he smiled upon her. "There, there. You've no cause for alarm. It's all over now. You'll be away soon, away to Spadestown, where you'll be quite safe." The horses came at last, 4 of them, for in addition to James, who was to act as her guide, Miss Bishop had her woman, who was not to be left behind. Mr. Blood lifted the slight weight of Mary Trail to her horse, then turned to say good-bye to Miss Bishop, who was already mounted. He said it, and seemed to have something to add. But whatever it was, it remained unspoken. The horses started, and receded into the sapphire starlit night, leaving him standing there before Colonel Bishop's door. The last he heard of them was Mary Traill's childlike voice calling back on a quavering note. "I shall never forget what you did, Mr. Blood. I shall never forget." But as it was not the voice he desired to hear, the assurance brought him little satisfaction. He stood there in the dark, watching the fireflies amid the rhododendrons, till the hoof-beats had faded. Then he sighed and roused himself. He had much to do. His journey into the town had not been one of idle curiosity to see how the Spaniards conducted themselves in victory. It had been inspired by a very different purpose, and he had gained in the course of it all the information he desired. He had an extremely busy night before him, and must be moving. He went off briskly in the direction of the stockade, where his fellow slaves awaited him in deep anxiety and some hope. End of Chapter 8. Read by Sandra in Wales, United Kingdom. November 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, Madison, Wisconsin, 2007. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 9. The Rebel's Convict. There were, when the purple gloom of the tropical night descended upon the Caribbean, not more than 10 men on guard aboard the Cinco Llagas, so confident, and with good reason, were the Spaniards of the complete subjection of the islanders. And when I say that there were 10 men on guard, I state rather the purpose for which they were left aboard than the duty which they fulfilled. As a matter of fact, whilst the main body of the Spaniards feasted and rioted ashore, the Spanish gunner and his crew, who had so nobly done their duty and ensured the easy victory of the day, were feasting on the gun deck upon the wine and the fresh meats fetched out to them from shore. Above, 2 sentinels only kept vigil, at stem and stern, nor were they as vigilant as they should have been, or else they must have observed the 2 wherries that under cover of the darkness came gliding from the wharf with well-greased rowlocks to bring up in silence under the great ship's quarter. From the gallery aft still hung the ladder by which Don Diego had descended to the boat that had taken him ashore. The sentry on guard in the stern, coming presently round this gallery, was suddenly confronted by the black shadow of a man standing before him at the head of the ladder. "Who's there?" he asked, but without alarm, supposing it was one of his fellows. "It is I," softly answered Peter Blood, in the fluent Castilian of which he was master. "Is it you, Pedro?" The Spaniard came a step nearer. "Peter is my name, but I doubt I'll not be the Peter you're expecting." "How?" quoth the sentry, checking. "This way," said Mr. Blood. The wooden taffrail was a low one, and the Spaniard was taken completely by surprise. Save for the splash he made as he struck the water, narrowly missing one of the crowded boats that waited under the counter, not a sound announced his misadventure. Armed as he was with corselet, cuissarts, and headpiece, he sank to trouble them no more. "Whist!" hissed Mr. Blood to his waiting rebels-convict. "Come on now, and without noise." Within 5 minutes they had swarmed aboard, the entire 20 of them overflowing from that narrow gallery and crouching on the quarter-deck itself. Lights showed ahead. Under the great lantern in the prow they saw the black figure of the other sentry pacing on the forecastle. From below sounds reached them of the orgy on the gun-deck. A rich male voice was singing an obscene ballad, to which the others chanted in chorus, "Y estos son los usos de Castilla y de Leon." "From what I have seen today, I can well believe it," said Mr. Blood, and whispered, "Forward, after me." Crouching low, they glided, noiseless as shadows, to the quarter-deck rail, and thence slipped without sound down into the waist. 2/3 of them were armed with muskets, some of which they had found in the overseer's house, and others supplied from the secret hoard that Mr. Blood had so laboriously assembled against the day of escape. The remainder were equipped with knives and cutlasses. In the vessel's waist they hung awhile, until Mr. Blood had satisfied himself that no other sentinel showed above decks but that inconvenient fellow in the prow. Their first attention must be for him. Mr. Blood himself crept forward with 2 companions, leaving the others in charge of that Nathaniel Hagthorpe whose sometime commission in the King's Navy gave him the best title to this office. Mr. Blood's absence was brief. When he rejoined his comrades, there was no watch above the Spaniard's decks. Meanwhile, the revellers below continued to make merry at their ease in the conviction of complete security. The garrison of Barbados was overpowered and disarmed, and their companions were ashore in complete possession of the town, glutting themselves hideously upon the fruits of victory. What then was there to fear? Even when their quarters were invaded, and they found themselves surrounded by a score of wild, hairy, half-naked men, who, save that they appeared once to have been white, looked like a horde of savages, the Spaniards could not believe their eyes. Who could have dreamed that a handful of forgotten plantation slaves would have dared to take so much upon themselves? The half-drunk Spaniards, their laughter suddenly quenched, the song perishing on their lips, stared, stricken and bewildered, at the levelled muskets by which they were checkmated. And then, from out of this uncouth pack of savages that beset them, stepped a slim, tall fellow, with light blue eyes and a tawny face, eyes which glinted the light of a wicked humour. He addressed them in the purest Castilian. "You'll save yourselves pain and trouble by regarding yourselves my prisoners, and suffering yourselves to be quietly bestowed out of harm's way." "Name of God!" swore the gunner, who did no justice at all to an amazement beyond expression. "If you please," said Mr. Blood, and thereupon these gentlemen of Spain were induced without further trouble beyond a musket prod or two to drop through a scuttle to the deck below. After that the rebels-convict refreshed themselves with the good things in the consumption of which they had interrupted the Spaniards. To taste palatable Christian food after months of salt fish and maize dumplings was in itself a feast to these unfortunates. But there were no excesses. Mr. Blood saw to that, although it required all the firmness of which he was capable. Dispositions were to be made without delay against that which must follow before they could abandon themselves fully to the enjoyment of their victory. This, after all, was no more than a preliminary skirmish, although it was one that afforded them the key to the situation. It remained to dispose so that the utmost profit might be drawn from it. Those dispositions occupied some very considerable portion of the night, but at least they were complete before the sun peeped over the shoulder of Mount Hilibay to shed his light upon the day of some surprises. It was soon after sunrise that the rebel convict who paced the quarter-deck in Spanish corsetlet and headpiece, a Spanish musket on his shoulder, announced the approach of a boat. It was Don Diego de Espinosa y Valdez coming aboard with 4 great treasure chests, containing each 25,000 pieces of 8, the ransom delivered to him at dawn by Governor Steed. He was accompanied by his son, Don Esteban, and 6 men who took the oars. Aboard the frigate all was quiet and orderly, as it should be. She rode at anchor, her larboard to the shore, and the main ladder on her starboard side. Round this came the boat with Don Diego and his treasure. Mr. Blood had disposed effectively. It was not for nothing that he had served under de Ruyter. The swings were waiting, and the windlass manned. Below, a gun crew held itself in readiness under the command of Ogle, who, as I have said, had been a gunner in the Royal Navy before he went in for politics and followed the fortunes of the Duke of Monmouth. He was a sturdy, resolute fellow, who inspired confidence by the very confidence he displayed in himself. Don Diego mounted the ladder and stepped upon the deck, alone and entirely unsuspicious. What should the poor man suspect? Before he could even look round and survey this guard drawn up to him, a tap over the head with a capstan bar efficiently handled by Hagthorpe put him to sleep without the least fuss. He was carried away to his cabin, whilst the treasure chests, handled by the men he had left in the boat, were being hauled to the deck. That being satisfactorily accomplished, Don Esteban and the fellows who manned the boat came up the ladder, one by one, to be handled with the same quiet efficiency. Peter Blood had a genius for these things, and almost, I suspect, an eye for the dramatic. Dramatic, certainly, was the spectacle now offered to the survivors of the raid. With Colonel Bishop at their head, and gout-ridden Governor Steed sitting on the ruins of a wall beside him, they glumly watched the departure of the 8 boats containing the weary Spanish ruffians who had glutted themselves with rapine, murder, and violences unspeakable. They looked on, between relief at this departure of their remorseless enemies, and despair at the wild ravages which, temporarily at least, had wrecked the prosperity and happiness of their little colony. The boats pulled away from the shore, with loads of laughing, jeering Spaniards, who were still flinging taunts across the water at their surviving victims. They had come midway between the wharf and the ship, when suddenly the air was shaken by the boom of a gun. A round shot struck the water within a fathom of the foremost boat, sending a shower of spray over its occupants. They paused at their oars, astounded into silence for a moment. Then speech burst from them like an explosion. Angrily voluble, they anathematized this dangerous carelessness on the part of their gunner, who should know better than to fire a salute from a cannon loaded with shot. They were still cursing him, when a second shot, better aimed than the first, came to crumple one of the boats into splinters, flinging its crew, dead and living, into the water. But if it silenced these, it gave tongue, still more angry, vehement, and bewildered, to the crews of the other 7 boats. From each the suspended oars stood out poised over the water, whilst on their feet in the excitement the Spaniards screamed oaths at the ship, begging heaven and hell to inform them what madman had been let loose among her guns. Plump into their middle came a third shot, smashing a second boat with fearful execution. Followed again a moment of awful silence. And then, among these Spanish pirates, all was gibbering and jabbering and splashing at oars, as they attempted to pull in every direction at once. Some were for going ashore, others for heading straight to the vessel, and there discovering what might be amiss. That something was very gravely amiss there could be no further doubt, particularly as whilst they discussed and fumed and cursed, 2 more shots came over the water to account for yet a third of their boats. The resolute Ogle was making excellent practice, and fully justifying his claims to know something of gunnery. In their consternation the Spaniards had simplified his task by huddling their boats together. After the 4th shot, opinion was no longer divided amongst them. As with one accord they went about, or attempted to do so, for before they had accomplished it, 2 more of their boats had been sunk. the 3 boats that remained, without concerning themselves with their more unfortunate fellows who were struggling in the water, headed back for the wharf at Speed. If the Spaniards understood nothing of all this, the forlorn islanders ashore understood still less, until, to help their wits, they saw the flag of Spain come down from the mainmast of the Cinco Llagas, and the flag of England soar into its empty place. Even then some bewilderment persisted, and it was with fearful eyes that they observed the return of their enemies, who might vent upon them the ferocity aroused by these extraordinary events. Ogle, however, continued to give proof that his knowledge of gunnery was not of yesterday. After the fleeing Spaniards went his shots. The last of their boats flew into splinters as it touched the wharf, and its remains were buried under a shower of loosened masonry. That was the end of this pirate crew, which not 10 minutes ago had been laughingly counting up the pieces of 8 that would fall to the portion for each for his share in that act of villainy. Close upon 70 survivors contrived to reach the shore. Whether they had cause for congratulation, I am unable to say in the absence of any records in which their fate may be traced. That lack of records is in itself eloquent. We know that they were made fast as they landed, and considering the offence they had given, I am not disposed to doubt that they had every reason to regret the survival. The mystery of the succour that had come at the 11th hour to wreak vengeance upon the Spaniards, and to preserve for the island the extortionate ransom of 100,000 pieces of 8, remained yet to be probed. That the Cinco Llagas was now in friendly hands could no longer be doubted after the proofs it had given. But who, the people of Bridgetown asked one another, were the men in possession of her, and whence had they come? The only possible assumption ran the truth very closely. A resolute party of islanders must have got aboard during the night and seized the ship. It remained to ascertain the precise identity of these mysterious saviours, and do them fitting honour. Upon this errand, Governor Steed's condition not permitting him to go in person, went Colonel Bishop as the governor's deputy, attended by 2 officers. As he stepped from the ladder into the vessel's waist, the colonel beheld there, beside the main hatch, the 4 treasure chests, the contents of one of which had been contributed almost entirely by himself. It was a gladsome spectacle, and his eyes sparkled in beholding it. Ranged on either side, athwart the deck, stood a score of men in 2 well-ordered files, with breasts and backs of steel, polished Spanish morions on their heads, overshadowing their faces, and muskets ordered at their sides. Colonel Bishop could not be expected to recognize at a glance in these upright, furbished, soldierly figures the ragged, unkempt scarecrows that but yesterday had been toiling in his plantations. Still less could he be expected to recognize at once the courtly gentleman who advanced to greet him, a lean, graceful gentleman, dressed in the Spanish fashion, all in black with silver lace, a gold-hilted sword dangling beside him from a gold-embroidered baldric, a broad castor with a sweeping plume set above carefully curled ringlets of deepest black. "Be welcome aboard the Cinco Llagas, Colonel Darling," a voice vaguely familiar addressed the planter. "We've made the best of the Spaniard's wardrobe in honour of this visit, though it was scarcely yourself we had dared hope to expect. You find yourself among friends. Old friends of yours all." The colonel stared in stupefaction. Mr. Blood, tricked out in all this splendour, indulging therein his natural taste, his face carefully shaven, his hair as carefully dressed, seemed transformed into a younger man. The fact is, he looked no more than the 33 years he had counted to his age. "Peter Blood!" It was an ejaculation of amazement. Satisfaction followed swiftly. "Was it you, then?" "Myself it was. Myself and these, my good friends and yours." Mr. Blood tossed back the fine lace from his wrist to wave a hand toward the file of men standing to attention there. The Colonel looked more closely. "Gad's my life!" he crowed on a note of foolish jubilation. "And it was with these fellows that you took the Spaniard and turned the tables on those dogs? Odds wounds! It was heroic!" "Heroic, is it? Bedad, it's epic! You begin to perceive the breadth and depth of my genius." Colonel Bishop sat himself down on the hatch coaming, took off his broad hat, and mopped his brow. "You amaze me," he gasped. "On my soul, you amaze me. To have recovered the treasure, and to have seized this fine ship and all she'll hold, it will be something to set against the other losses we have suffered. As gad's my life, you deserve well for this." "I am entirely of your opinion." "Damme! You all deserve well, and damn you shall find me grateful." "That's as it should be," said Mr. Blood. "The question is how well we deserve, and how grateful shall we find you?" Colonel Bishop considered him. There was a shadow of surprise in his face. "Why, His Excellency shall write home an account of your exploit, and maybe some portion of your sentences shall be remitted." "The generosity of King James is well known," sneered Nathaniel Hagthorpe, who was standing by, and amongst the ranged rebels-convict someone ventured to laugh. Colonel Bishop started up. He was pervaded by the first pang of uneasiness. It occurred to him that all here might not be as friendly as appeared. "And there's another matter," Mr. Blood resumed. "There's a matter of a flogging that's due to me. You're a man of your word in such matters, Colonel, if not perhaps in others, and you said, I think, that you'd not leave a square inch of skin on my back." The planter waved the matter aside. Almost it seemed to offend him. "Tush, tush! After this splendid deed of yours, do you suppose I can be thinking of such things?" "I'm glad you feel like that about it. But I'm thinking it's mighty lucky for me the Spaniards didn't come today instead of yesterday, or it's in the same plight as Jeremy Pitt I'd be this minute. In that case, where was the genius that would have turned the tables on these rascally Spaniards?" "Why speak of it now?" Mr. Blood resumed. "You'll please to understand that I must, Colonel, darling. You've worked a deal of wickedness and cruelty in your time, and I want this to be a lesson to you, a lesson that you'll remember, for the sake of others who may come after us. There's Jeremy up there in the roundhouse with a back that's every colour of the rainbow, and the poor lad'll not be himself again for a month. And if it hadn't been for the Spaniards, maybe it's dead he'd be by now, and maybe myself with him." Hagthorpe lounged forward. He was a fairly tall, vigorous man with a clear-cut, attractive face, which in itself announced his breeding. "Why will you be wasting words on the hog?" wondered that sometime officer of the Royal Navy. "Fling him overboard and have done with him." The Colonel's eyes bulged in his head. "What the devil do you mean?" he blustered. "It's the lucky man you are entirely, Colonel, though you don't guess the source of your good fortune." And now another intervened, the brawny, one-eyed Wolverstone, less mercifully disposed than his more gentlemanly fellow-convicts. "String him up from the yard-arm!" he cried, his deep voice harsh and angry, and more than one of the slaves standing to their arms made echo. Colonel Bishop trembled. Mr. Blood turned. He was quite calm. "If you please, Wolverstone," said he, "I conduct affairs in my own way. This is the pact. You'll please to remember it." His eyes looked along the ranks, making it plain that he addressed them all. "I desire that Colonel Bishop should have his life. One reason is that I require him as a hostage. If you insist on hanging him, you'll have to hang me with him, or in the alternative I'll go ashore." He paused. There was no answer, but they stood hangdog and half mutinous before him, save Hagthorpe, who shrugged and smiled wearily. Mr. Blood resumed. "You'll please to understand that aboard a ship there's one captain. So," he swung again to the startled Colonel, "though I promise you your life, I must, as you've heard, keep you aboard as a hostage for the good behaviour of Governor Steed and what's left of the fort until we put to sea." "Until you..." Horror prevented Colonel Bishop from echoing the remainder of that incredible speech. "Just so," said Peter Blood, and he turned to the officers who had accompanied the colonel. "The boat is waiting, gentlemen. You'll have heard what I said. Convey it with my compliments to His Excellency." "But, sir..." one of them began. "There is no more to be said, gentlemen. My name is Blood, Captain Blood, if you please, of this ship, the Cinco Llagas, taken as a prize of war from Don Diego de Espinosa y Valdez, who is my prisoner aboard. You are to understand that I have turned the tables on more than the Spaniards. There's the ladder. You'll find it more convenient than being heaved over the side, which is what'll happen if you linger." They went, though not without some hustling, regardless of the bellowings of Colonel Bishop, whose monstrous rage was fanned by terror at finding himself at the mercy of these men, of whose cause to hate him he was very fully conscious. A half-dozen of them, apart from Jeremy Pitt, who was utterly incapacitated for the present, possessed a superficial knowledge of seamanship. Hagthorpe, although he had been a fighting officer, untrained in navigation, knew how to handle a ship, and under his directions they set about getting under way. The anchor catted, and the mainsail unfurled, they stood out for the open before a gentle breeze, without interference from the fort. As they were returning close to the headland east of the bay, Peter Blood returned to the colonel, who, under guard and panic-stricken, had dejectedly resumed his seat on the coamings of the main batch. "Can you swim, Colonel?" Colonel Bishop looked up. His great face was yellow, and seemed in that moment of a preternatural flabbiness. His beady eyes were beadier than ever. "As your doctor now, I prescribe a swim to cool the excessive heat of your humours." Blood delivered the explanation pleasantly, and receiving still no answer from the colonel, continued, "It's a mercy for you I'm not by nature as bloodthirsty as some of my friends here, and it's the devil's own labour I've had to prevail upon them not to be vindictive. I doubt if you're worth the pains I've taken for you." He was lying. He had no doubt at all. He had followed his own wishes and instincts, and he would certainly have strung the colonel up and accounted it a meritorious deed. It was the thought of Arabella Bishop that had urged him to mercy, and had led him to oppose the natural vindictiveness of his fellow slaves until he had been in danger of precipitating a mutiny. It was entirely to the fact that the colonel was her uncle, although he did not even begin to suspect such a cause, that he owed such mercy as was now being shown him. "You'll have a chance to swim for it," Peter Blood continued. "It's not above 1/4 of a mile to the headland yonder, and with ordinary luck you should manage it. Faith, you're fat enough to float. Come on, now don't be hesitating, or it's a long voyage you'll be going with us, and the devil knows what may happen to you. You're not loved any more than you deserve." Colonel Bishop mastered himself and rose. A merciless despot, who had never known the need for restraint in all these years, he was doomed by ironic fate to practise restraint in the very moment when his feelings had reached their most violent intensity. Peter Blood gave an order. A plank was run over the gunwale and lashed down. "If you please, Colonel," said he, with a graceful flourish of invitation. The colonel looked at him, and there was hell in his glance. Then, taking his resolve, and putting the best face upon it, since no other could help him here, he kicked off his shoes, peeled off his fine coat of biscuit-coloured taffetas, and climbed upon the plank. A moment he paused, steadied by a hand that clutched the ratlines, looking down in terror at the green water rushing past some 25 feet below. "Just take a little walk, Colonel darling," said a smooth, mocking voice behind him. Still clinging, Colonel Bishop looked round in hesitation and saw the bulwarks lined with swarthy faces, the faces of men that as lately as yesterday would have turned pale under his frown, faces that were now all wickedly agrin. For a moment rage stamped out his fear. He cursed them aloud, venomously and incoherently, then loosened his hold and stepped out upon the plank. 3 steps he took before he lost his balance and went tumbling into the green depths below. When he came to the surface again, gasping for air, the Cinco Llagas was already some furlongs to leeward. But the roaring cheer of the mocking valediction from the rebels convict reached him across the water to drive the iron of impotent rage deeper into his soul. End of chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, Madison, Wisconsin, 2007. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 10. Don Diego. Don Diego de Espinosa y Valdez awoke, and with languid eyes and aching head he looked round the cabin, which was flooded with sunlight from the square windows astern. Then he uttered a moan and closed his eyes again, impelled to this by the monstrous ache in his head. Lying thus, he attempted to think, to locate himself in time and space, but between the pain in his head and the confusion in his mind, he found coherent thought impossible. An indefinite sense of alarm drove him to open his eyes again, and once more to consider his surroundings. There could be no doubt that he lay in the great cabin of his own ship, the Cinco Llagas, so his vague disquiet must be, surely, ill-founded. And yet stirrings of memory, coming now to the assistance of reflection, compelled him uneasily to insist that here something was not as it should be. The low position of the sun, flooding the cabin with golden light from those square ports astern, suggested to him at first that it was early morning, on the assumption that the vessel was headed westward. Then the alternative occurred to him. They might be sailing eastward, in which case the time of day would be late afternoon. That they were sailing he could feel from the gentle forward heave of the vessel under him. But how did they come to be sailing, and he, the master, not know whether their course lay east or west, not be able to recollect whither they were bound? His mind went back over the adventure of yesterday. If of yesterday it was, he was clear on the matter of the easily successful raid upon the island of Barbados. Every detail stood vividly in his memory up to the moment at which, returning aboard, he had stepped onto his own deck again. There memory abruptly and inexplicably ceased. He was beginning to torture his mind with conjecture when the door opened, and to Don Diego's increasing mystification, he beheld his best suit of clothes step into the cabin. It was a singularly elegant and characteristically Spanish suit of black taffetas with silver lace that had been made for him a year ago in Cadiz, and he knew each detail of it so well that it was impossible he could now be mistaken. The suit paused to close the door, then advanced towards the couch on which Don Diego was extended, and inside the suit came a tall, slender gentleman of about Don Diego's own height and shape. Seeing the wide, startled eyes of the Spaniard upon him, the gentleman lengthened his stride. "Awake, eh?" he said in Spanish. The recumbent man looked bewildered into a pair of light blue eyes that regarded him out of a tawny, sardonic face set in a cluster of black ringlets, but he was too bewildered to make any answer. The stranger's fingers touched the top of Don Diego's head, whereupon Don Diego winced and cried out in pain. "Tender, eh?" said the stranger. He took Don Diego's wrist between thumb and second finger, and then, at last, the intrigued Spaniard spoke. "Are you a doctor?" "Among other things." The swarthy gentleman continued his study of the patient's pulse. "Ferment regular," he announced at last, and dropped the wrist. "You've taken no great harm." Don Diego struggled up into a sitting position on the red velvet couch. "Who the devil are you?" he asked. "And what the devil are you doing in my clothes and aboard my ship?" The long black eyebrows went up. A faint smile curled the lips of the long mouth. You are still delirious, I fear. This is not your ship. This is my ship, and these are my clothes." "Your ship?" quoth the other, aghast, and still more aghast he added, "Your clothes? But, then—" Wildly his eyes looked about him. They scanned the cabin once again, scrutinizing each familiar object. "Am I mad?" he asked at last. "Surely this ship is the Cinco Llagas?" "The Cinco Llagas it is." "Then—" The Spaniard broke off. His glance grew still more troubled. "Valgame Dios!" he cried, like a man in anguish. "Will you tell me also that you are Don Diego de Espinosa?" "Oh, no. My name is Blood. Captain Peter Blood. This ship, like this handsome suit of clothes, is mine by right of conquest, just as you, Don Diego, are my prisoner." Startling as was the explanation, yet it proved soothing to Don Diego, being so much less startling than the things he was beginning to imagine. "But are you not Spanish, then?" "You flatter my Castilian accent. I have the honour to be Irish. You are thinking that a miracle has happened. So it has. A miracle wrought by my genius, which is considerable." Succinctly now Captain Blood dispelled the mystery by a relation of the facts. It was a narrative that painted red and white by turns the Spaniard's countenance. He put a hand to the back of his head, and there discovered, in confirmation of the story, a lump as large as a pigeon's egg. Lastly, he stared wild-eyed at the sardonic Captain Blood. "And my son? What of my son?" he cried out. "He was in the boat that brought me aboard." "Your son is safe. He and the boat's crew, together with your gunner and his men, are snugly in irons under hatches." Don Diego sank back on the couch, his glittering dark eyes fixed upon the tawny face above him. He composed himself. After all, he possessed the stoicism proper to his desperate trade. The dice had fallen against him in this venture. The tables had been turned upon him in the very moment of success. He accepted the situation with the fortitude of a fatalist. With the utmost calm he inquired, "And now, Señor Capitán?" "And now," said Captain Blood, to give him the title he had assumed, "being a humane man, I am sorry to find that you're not dead from the tap we gave you, for it means that you'll be put to the trouble of dying all over again." "Ah!" Don Diego drew a deep breath. "But is that necessary?" he asked, without apparent perturbation. Captain Blood's blue eyes approved his bearing. "Ask yourself," said he. "Tell me, as an experienced and bloody pirate, what in my place would you do, yourself?" "Ah, but there's a difference." Don Diego sat up to argue the matter. "It lies in the fact that you boast yourself a humane man." Captain Blood perched himself on the edge of the long oak table. "But I am not a fool," said he, "and I'll not allow a natural Irish sentimentality to stand in the way of my doing what is necessary and proper. You and your 10 surviving scoundrels are a menace on this ship. More than that, she is none so well found in water and provisions. True, we are fortunately a small number, but you and your party inconveniently increase it. So that on every hand, you see, prudence suggests to us that we should deny ourselves the pleasure of your company, and steel in our soft hearts to the inevitable, invite you to be so obliging as to step over the side." "I see," said the Spaniard pensively. He swung his legs from the couch, and sat now upon the edge of it, his elbows on his knees. He had taken the measure of his man, and met him with a mock urbanity and suave detachment that matched his own. "I confess," he admitted, "that there is much force in what you say." "You take a load from my mind," said Captain Blood. "I would not appear unnecessarily harsh, especially since I and my friends owe you so very much. For, whatever it may have been to the others, to us your raid on Barbados was most opportune. I am glad, therefore, that you agree that I have no choice. But, my friend, I did not agree so much. Well, if there is any alternative that you can suggest, I shall be most happy to hear it." Don Diego stroked his pointed black beard. "Can you give me until morning for reflection? My head aches so damnably that I am incapable of thought. And this, you will admit, is a matter that asks serious thought." Captain Blood stood up. From a shelf he took a half-hour glass, reversed it so that the bulb containing the red sand was uppermost, and stood it on the table. "I am sorry to press you in such a manner, Don Diego, but one glass is all that I can give you. If by the time these sands have run out you can propose no acceptable alternative, I shall most reluctantly be driven to ask you to go over the side with your friends." Captain Blood bowed, went out, and locked the door. Elbows on his knees and face in his hands, Don Diego sat watching the rusty sands as they filtered from upper to the lower bulb. And what time he watched, the lines in his lean brown face grew deeper. Punctually as the last grains ran out, the door reopened. The Spaniard sighed and sat upright to face the returning Captain Blood with the answer for which he came. "I have thought of an alternative, Sir Capitan, but it depends upon your charity. It is that you put us ashore on one of the islands of this pestilent archipelago, and leave us to shift for ourselves." Captain Blood pursed his lips. "It has its difficulties," said he slowly. "I feared it would be so." Don Diego sighed again and stood up. "Let us say no more." The light blue eyes played over him like points of steel. "You are not afraid to die, Don Diego?" The Spaniard threw back his head, a frown between his eyes. "The question is offensive, sir." "Then let me put it in another way, perhaps more happily. You do not desire to live?" "Ah, that I can answer. I do desire to live, and even more do I desire that my son may live. But the desire shall not make a coward of me for your amusement, Master Mocker." It was the first sign he had shown of the least heat or resentment. Captain Blood did not answer directly. As before, he perched himself on the corner of the table. "Would you be willing, sir, to earn life and liberty for yourself, your son, and the other Spaniards who are on board?" "To earn it," said Don Diego, and the watchful blue eyes did not miss the quiver that ran through him. "To earn it, do you say? Why, if the service you would propose is one that cannot hurt my honour—" "Could I be guilty of that?" protested the captain. "I realize that even a pirate has his honour." And forthwith he propounded his offer. "If you will look from those windows, Don Diego, you will see what appears to be a cloud on the horizon. That is the island of Barbados well astern. All day we have been sailing east before the wind with but one intent, to set as great a distance between Barbados and ourselves as possible. But now, almost out of sight of the land, we are in a difficulty. The only man among us schooled in the art of navigation is fevered, delirious, in fact, as a result of certain ill treatment he received ashore before we carried him away with us. I can handle a ship in action, and there are one or two men aboard who can assist me, but of the higher mysteries of seamanship, and of the art of finding a way over the trackless wastes of ocean, we know nothing. To hug the land, and to go blundering about what you so aptly called this pestilent archipelago, is for us to court disaster, as you can perhaps conceive. And so it comes to this. We desire to make for the Dutch settlement of Curacao as straightly as possible. Will you pledge me your honour, if I release you upon parole, that you will navigate us thither? If so, we will release you and your surviving men upon arrival there." Don Diego bowed his head upon his breast, and strode away in thought to the stern windows. There he stood looking out upon the sunlit sea and the dead water in which the great ships wake. His ship, which these English dogs had wrested from him. His ship, which he was asked to bring safely into a port where she would be completely lost to him, and refitted, perhaps, to make war upon his kin. That was in one scale. In the other were the lives of 16 men. 14 of them mattered little to him, but the remaining 2 were his own and his son's. He turned at length, and his back being to the light, the captain could not see how pale his face had grown. "I accept," he said. End of chapter 10.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Robinson. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 11. Filial Piety. By virtue of the pledge he had given, Don Diego de Espinosa enjoyed the freedom of the ship that had been his, and the navigation which he had undertaken was left entirely in his hands. And because those who manned her were new to the seas of the Spanish Main, and because even the things that had happened in Bridgetown were not enough to teach them to regard every Spaniard as a treacherous, cruel dog to be slain at sight, they used him with the civility which his own suave urbanity invited. He took his meals in the great cabin with Blood and the 3 officers elected to support him, Hagthorpe, Wolverston, and Dyke. They found Don Diego an agreeable, even an amusing companion, and their friendly feeling towards him was fostered by his fortitude and brave equanimity in this adversity. That Don Diego was not playing fair it was impossible to suspect. Moreover, there was no conceivable reason why he should not. And he had been of the utmost frankness with them. He had denounced their mistake in sailing before the wind upon leaving Barbados. They should have left the island to leeward, heading into the Caribbean and away from the archipelago. As it was, they would now be forced to pass through this archipelago again, so as to make Curacao, and this passage was not to be accomplished without some measure of risk to themselves. At any point between the islands they might come upon an equal or superior craft. Whether she were Spanish or English would be equally bad for them, and being undermanned, they were in no case to fight. To lessen this risk as far as possible, Don Diego directed at first a southerly and then a westerly course, and so, taking a line midway between the islands of Tobago and Grenada, they won safely through the danger zone, and came into the comparative security of the Caribbean Sea. "If this wind holds," he told them that night at supper, after he had announced to them their position, "we should reach Curacao inside 3 days." For 3 days the wind held. Indeed, it freshened a little on the second, and yet when the third night descended upon them, they had still made no landfall. The Cinco Llagas was ploughing through a sea contained on every side by the blue bowl of heaven. Captain Blood uneasily mentioned it to Don Diego. "It will be for tomorrow morning," he was answered, with calm conviction. "By all the saints, it is always tomorrow morning with you Spaniards, and tomorrow never comes, my friend." "But this tomorrow is coming, rest assured. However early you may be astir, you shall see land ahead, Don Pedro." Captain Blood passed on, content, and went to visit Jerry Pitt, his patient, to whose condition Don Diego owed his chance of life. For 24 hours now the fever had left the sufferer, and under Peter Blood's dressings his lacerated back was beginning to heal satisfactorily. So far, indeed, was he recovered, that he complained of his confinement, of the heat in his cabin. To indulge him, Captain Blood consented that he should take the air on deck, and so, as the last of the daylight was fading from the sky, Jeremy Pitt came forth upon the captain's arm. Seated on the hatch coamings, the Somersetshire gratefully filled his lungs with the cool night air, and professed himself revived thereby. Then, with the seaman's instinct, his eyes wandered to the darkling vault of heaven, spangled already with a myriad golden points of light. Awhile he scanned it idly, vacantly. Then his attention became sharply fixed. He looked round and up at Captain Blood, who stood beside him. "D'ye know anything of astronomy, Peter?" quoth he. "Astronomy, is it? Faith now, I couldn't tell the belt of Orion from the girdle of Venus." "Ah, and I suppose all the others of this lubberly crew share your ignorance. It would be more amiable of you to suppose that they exceed it." Jeremy pointed ahead to a spot of light in the heavens over the starboard bow. "That is the North Star," said he. "Is it now? Glory be, I wonder you can pick it out from the rest." "And the North Star ahead almost over your starboard bow means that we're steering a course north, northwest, or maybe north by west, for I doubt if we are standing more than 10 degrees westward." "And why shouldn't we?" wondered Captain Blood. "You told me, didn't you, that we came west of the archipelago between Tobago and Grenada, steering for Curacao. If that were our present course, we should have the North Star abeam, out yonder." On the instant, Mr. Blood shed his laziness. He stiffened with apprehension, and was about to speak, when a shaft of light clove from the gloom above their heads, coming from the door of the poop cabin, which had just been opened. It closed again, and presently there was a step on the companion. Don Diego was approaching. Captain Blood's fingers pressed Jerry's shoulder with significance. Then he called the Don, and spoke to him in English, as had become his custom when others were present. "Will you settle a slight dispute for us, Don Diego?" said he, lightly. "We are arguing, Mr. Pitt and I, as to which is the North Star." "So?" The Spaniard's tone was easy. There was almost a suggestion that laughter lurked behind it, and the reason for this was yielded by his next sentence. "But you tell me, Mr. Pitt, he is your navigant?" "For lack of a better," laughed the captain, good-humouredly contemptuous. "Now I am ready to wager him 100 pieces of 8 that that is the North Star." And he flung out an arm towards a point of light in the heavens straight abeam. He afterwards told Pitt that had Don Diego confirmed him, he would have run him through upon that instant. Far from that, however, the Spaniard freely expressed his scorn. "You have the assurance that is of ignorance, Don Pedro, and you lose. The North Star is this one," and he indicated it. "You are sure?" "But my dear Don Pedro," the Spaniard's tone was one of amused protest, "but is it possible that I mistake? Besides, is there not the compass? Come to the binnacle, and see there what course we make." His utter frankness and the easy manner of one who has nothing to conceal resolved at once the doubt that had leapt so suddenly in the mind of Captain Blood. Pitt was satisfied less easily. "In that case, Don Diego, will you tell me, since Curacao is our destination, why our course is what it is?" Again there was no faintest hesitation on Don Diego's part. "You have reason to ask," said he, and sighed. "I had hoped it would not be observed. I have been careless. Oh, of a carelessness very culpable. I neglect observation. Always it is my way. I make too sure. I count too much on dead reckoning. And so today I find when at last I take out the quadrant that we do come by a half degree too much south, so that Curacao is now almost due north. That is what caused the delay, but we will be there tomorrow." The explanation, so completely satisfactory, and so readily and candidly forthcoming, left no room for further doubt that Don Diego should have been false to his parole, and when presently Don Diego had withdrawn again, Captain Blood confessed to Pitt that it was absurd to have suspected him. Whatever his antecedents, he had proved his quality when he announced himself ready to die sooner than enter into any undertaking that could hurt his honour or his country. New to the seas of the Spanish Main, and to the ways of the adventurers who sailed it, Captain Blood still entertained illusions, but the next dawn was to shatter them rudely, and forever. Coming on deck before the sun was up, he saw land ahead, as the Spaniard had promised them last night. Some 10 miles ahead it lay, a long coastline filling the horizon east and west, with a massive headland jutting forward straight before them. Staring at it, he frowned. He had not conceived that Curacao was of such considerable dimensions. Indeed, this looked less like an island than the main itself. Beating out a weather against the gentle landward breeze, he beheld a great ship on their starboard bow that he conceived to be some 3 or 4 miles off, and, as well as he could judge her at that distance, of a tonnage equal if not superior to their own. Even as he watched her, she altered her course, and going about, came heading towards them, close-hauled. A dozen of his fellows were astir on the forecastle, looking eagerly ahead, and the sound of their voices and laughter reached him across the length of the stately Cinco Llagas. "There," said a soft voice behind him in liquid Spanish, "is the promised land, Don Pedro." It was something in that voice, a muffled note of exultation, that awoke suspicion in him, and made whole the half-doubt he had been entertaining. He turned sharply to face Don Diego, so sharply that the sly smile was not effaced from the Spaniard's countenance before Captain Blood's eyes had flashed upon it. "You find an odd satisfaction in the sight of it, all things considered," said Mr. Blood. "Of course." The Spaniard rubbed his hands, and Mr. Blood observed that they were unsteady. "The satisfaction of a mariner." "Or of a traitor? Which?" Blood asked him quietly, and as the Spaniard fell back before him with suddenly altered countenance that confirmed his every suspicion, he flung an arm out in the direction of the distant shore. "What land is that?" he demanded. "Will you have the effrontery to tell me that that is the coast of Curacao?" He advanced upon Don Diego suddenly, and Don Diego, step by step, fell back. "Shall I tell you what land it is? Shall I?" His fierce assumption of knowledge seemed to dazzle and dare the Spaniard. For still Don Diego made no answer, and then Captain Blood drew a bow at a venture. Or not quite at a venture. Such a coastline as that, if not of the Main itself, and the Main he knew it could not be, must belong to either Cuba or Hispaniola. Now knowing Cuba to lie farther north and west of the two, it followed, he reasoned swiftly, that if Don Diego meant betrayal, he would steer for the nearer of these Spanish territories. That land, you treacherous forsworn Spanish dog, is the island of Hispaniola. Having said it, he closely watched the swarthy face, now overspread with pallor, to see the truth or falsehood of his guess reflected there. But now the retreating Spaniard had come to the middle of the quarter-deck, where the mizzen sail made a screen to shut them off from the eyes of the Englishmen below. His lips writhed in a snarling smile. "Ah, pero Inglés, you know too much," he said under his breath, and sprang for the captain's throat. Tight-locked in each other's arms, they swayed a moment, then together went down upon the deck, the Spaniard's feet jerked from under him by the right leg of Captain Blood. The Spaniard had depended upon his strength, which was considerable, but it proved no match for the steady muscles of the Irishman, tempered of late by the vicissitudes of slavery. He had depended upon choking the life out of Blood, and so gaining the half-hour that might be necessary to bring up that fine ship that was beating towards them. A Spanish ship, perforce, since none other would be so boldly cruising in these Spanish waters off Hispaniola. But all that Don Diego had accomplished was to betray himself completely, and to no purpose. This he realized when he found himself upon his back, pinned down by Blood, who was kneeling on his chest, whilst the men, summoned by their captain's shout, came clattering up the companion. "Will I say a prayer for your dirty soul now, whilst I am in this position?" Captain Blood was furiously mocking him. But the Spaniard, though defeated, now beyond hope for himself, forced his lips to smile, and gave back mockery for mockery. "Who will pray for your soul, I wonder, when that galleon comes to lie board and board with you?" "That galleon!" echoed Captain Blood, with sudden and awful realization that already it was too late to avoid the consequences of Don Diego's betrayal of them. "That galleon," Don Diego repeated, and added with a deepening sneer, "Do you know what ship it is? I will tell you. It is the Encarnacion, the flagship of Don Miguel de Espinosa, the Lord Admiral of Castile, and Don Miguel is my brother. It is a very fortunate encounter. The Almighty, you see, watches over the destinies of Catholic Spain." There was no trace of humor or urbanity now in Captain Blood. His light eyes blazed. His face was set. He rose, relinquishing the Spaniard to his men. "Make him fast," he bade them. "Truss him, wrist and heel, but don't hurt him, not so much as a hair of his precious head." The injunction was very necessary. Frenzied by the thought that they were likely to exchange the slavery from which they had so lately escaped for a slavery still worse, they would have torn the Spaniard limb from limb upon the spot. And if they now obeyed their captain and refrained, it was only because the sudden, steely note in his voice promised for Don Diego Valdez something far more exquisite than death. "You scum! You dirty pirate! You man of honor!" Captain Blood apostrophized his prisoner. But Don Diego looked up at him and laughed. "You underrated me." He spoke English so that all might hear. "I tell you that I was not fear death, and I show you that I was not fear it. You no understand. You just an English dog." "Irish, if you please," Captain Blood corrected him. "And your parole, you tyke of Spain?" "You think I give my parole to leave you sons of filth with this beautiful Spanish ship, to go make war upon other Spaniards? Ha!" Don Diego laughed in his throat. "You fool. You can kill me. Pish! It is very well. I die with my work well done. In less than an hour you will be the prisoners of Spain, and the Cinco Llagas will go belong to Spain again." Captain Blood regarded him steadily out of a face which, if impassive, had paled under its deep tan. About the prisoner, clamant, infuriated, ferocious, the rebel's convict surged, almost literally athirst for his blood. "Wait," Captain Blood imperiously commanded, and turning on his heel, he went aside to the rail. As he stood there deep in thought, he was joined by Hagthorpe, Wolverstone, and Ogle the gunner. In silence they stared with him across the water at that other ship. She had veered a point away from the wind, and was running now on a line that must in the end converge with that of the Cinco Llagas. "In less than half an hour," said Blood presently, "we shall have her athwart our hawse, sweeping our decks with her guns." "We can fight," said the one-eyed giant with an oath. "Fight!" sneered Blood. "Undermanned as we are, mustering a bare 20 men, in what case are we to fight? No, there would be only one way, to persuade her that all is well aboard, that we are Spaniards, so that she may leave us to continue on our course." "And how is that possible?" Hagthorpe asked. "It isn't possible," said Blood. "If it—" And then he broke off, and stood musing, his eyes upon the green water. Ogle, with a bent for sarcasm, interposed a suggestion bitterly. "We might send Don Diego de Espinosa in a boat manned by his Spaniards to assure his brother the Admiral that we are all loyal subjects of his Catholic Majesty." The captain swung round, and for an instant looked as if he would have struck the gunner. Then his expression changed. The light of inspiration was in his glance. "Bedad, you've said it. He doesn't fear death, this damned pirate, but his son may take a different view. Filial piety's mighty strong in Spain." He swung on his heel abruptly, and strode back to the knot of men about his prisoner. "Here," he shouted to them, "bring him below." And he led the way down to the waist, and thence by the booby hatch to the gloom of the 'tween decks, where the air was rank with the smell of tar and spun yarn. Going aft, he threw open the door of the spacious wardroom, and went in, followed by a dozen of the hands with the pinioned Spaniard. Every man aboard would have followed him, but for his sharp command to some of them to remain on deck with Hagthorpe. In the wardroom the 3 stern chasers were in position, loaded, their muzzles thrusting through the open ports, precisely as the Spanish gunners had left them. "Here, Ogle, is work for you," said Blood, and as the burly gunner came thrusting forward through the little throng of gaping men, Blood pointed to the middle chaser. "Have that gun hauled back," he ordered. When this was done, Blood beckoned those who held Don Diego. "Lash him across the mouth of it," he bade them, and whilst, assisted by another 2, they made haste to obey, he turned to the others. "To the roundhouse, some of you, and fetch the Spanish prisoners. And you, Dyke, go up and bid them set the flag of Spain aloft." Don Diego, with his body stretched in an arc across the cannon's mouth, legs and arms lashed to the carriage on either side of it, eyeballs rolling in his head, glared maniacally at Captain Blood. A man may not fear to die, and yet be appalled by the form in which death comes to him. From frothing lips he hurled blasphemies and insults at his tormentor. "Foul barbarian, inhuman savage, accursed heretic, will it not content you to kill me in some Christian fashion?" Captain Blood vouchsafed him a malignant smile before he turned to meet the 15 manacled Spanish prisoners who were thrust into his presence. Approaching, they had heard Don Diego's outcries. At close quarters now they beheld with horror-stricken eyes his plight. From amongst them a comely, olive-skinned stripling, distinguished in bearing and apparel from his companions, started forward with an anguished cry of "Father!" Writhing in the arms that made haste to seize and hold him, he called upon heaven and hell to avert this horror, and lastly addressed to Captain Blood an appeal for mercy that was at once fierce and piteous. Considering him, Captain Blood thought with satisfaction that he displayed the proper degree of filial piety. He afterwards confessed that for a moment he was in danger of weakening, that for a moment his mind rebelled against the pitiless thing it had planned, but to correct the sentiment he evoked a memory of what these Spaniards had performed in Bridgetown. Again he saw the white face of that child Mary Trail as she fled in horror before the jeering ruffian whom he had slain, and other things even more unspeakable seen on that dreadful evening rose now before the eyes of his memory to stiffen his faltering purpose. The Spaniards had shown themselves without mercy or sentiment or decency of any kind. Stuffed with religion, they were without a spark of that Christianity, the symbol of which was mounted on the mainmast of the approaching ship. A moment ago this cruel, vicious Don Diego had insulted the Almighty by his assumption that he kept a specially benevolent watch over the destinies of Catholic Spain. Don Diego should be taught his error. Recovering the cynicism in which he had approached his task, the cynicism essential to its proper performance, he commanded Ogle to kindle a match and removed the leaden apron from the touch-hole of the gun that bore Don Diego. Then, as the younger Espinosa broke into fresh intercessions, mingled with imprecations, he wheeled upon him sharply. "Peace," he snapped. "Peace, and listen. It is no part of my intention to blow your father to hell as he deserves, or indeed to take his life at all." Having surprised the lad into silence by that promise, a promise surprising enough in all the circumstances, he proceeded to explain his aims in that faultless and elegant Castilian of which he was fortunately master, as fortunately for Don Diego as for himself. "It is your father's treachery that has brought us into this plight, and deliberately into risk of capture and death aboard that ship of Spain. Just as your father recognized his brother's flagship, so will his brother have recognized the Cinco Llagas. So far, then, all is well. But presently the Encarnacion will be sufficiently close to perceive that here all is not as it should be. Sooner or later she must guess or discover what is wrong, and then she will open fire or lay us board and board. Now, we are in no case to fight, as your father knew when he ran us into this trap. But fight we will, if we are driven to it. We make no tame surrender to the ferocity of Spain." He laid his hand on the breech of the gun that bore Don Diego. "Understand this clearly. To the first shot from the Encarnacion, this gun will fire the answer. I make myself clear, I hope?" White-faced and trembling, young Espinosa stared into the pitiless blue eyes that so steadily regarded him. "If it is clear," he faltered, breaking the utter silence in which all were standing. "But, name of God, how should it be clear? How should I understand? Can you avert the fight? If you know a way, and if I, or these, can help you to it, if that is what you mean, in heaven's name let me hear it." "A fight would be averted if Don Diego de Espinosa were to go aboard his brother's ship, and by his presence and assurances inform the admiral that all is well with the Cinco Llagas, that she is indeed still a ship of Spain, as her flag now announces. But of course Don Diego cannot go in person, because he is otherwise engaged. He has a slight touch of fever, shall we say, that detains him in his cabin. But you, his son, may convey all this and some other matters, together with his homage to your uncle. You shall go in a boat manned by 6 of these Spanish prisoners, and I, a distinguished Spaniard delivered from captivity in Barbados by your recent raid, will accompany you to keep you in countenance. If I return alive, and without accident of any kind to hinder our free sailing hence, Don Diego shall have his life, as shall every one of you. But if there is the least misadventure, be it from treachery or ill fortune, I care not which, the battle, as I have had the honour to explain, will be opened on our side by this gun, and your father will be the first victim of the conflict." He paused a moment. There was a hum of approval from his comrades, an anxious stirring among the Spanish prisoners. Young Espinosa stood before him, the colour ebbing and flowing in his cheeks. He waited for some direction from his father, but none came. Don Diego's courage, it seemed, had sadly waned under that rude test. He hung limply in his fearful bonds, and was silent. Evidently he dared not encourage his son to defiance, and presumably was ashamed to urge him to yield. Thus he left decision entirely with the youth. "Come," said Blood. "I have been clear enough, I think. What do you say?" Don Esteban moistened his parched lips, and with the back of his hand mopped the anguished sweat from his brow. His eyes gazed wildly a moment upon the shoulders of his father, as if beseeching guidance. But his father remained silent. Something like a sob escaped the boy. I accept," he answered at last, and swung to the Spaniards. "And you will accept too," he insisted passionately. "For Don Diego's sake, and for your own, for all our sakes. If you do not, this man will butcher us all without mercy." Since he yielded, and their leader himself counselled no resistance, why should they encompass their own destruction by a gesture of feudal heroism? They answered without much hesitation that they would do as was required of them. Blood turned and advanced to Don Diego. "I am sorry to inconvenience you in this fashion, but—" For a second he checked and frowned as his eyes intently observed the prisoner. Then, after that scarcely perceptible pause, he continued, "But I do not think that you have anything beyond this inconvenience to apprehend, and you may depend upon me to shorten it as far as possible." Don Diego made him no answer. Peter Blood waited a moment, observing him. Then he bowed and stepped back. End of chapter 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Robinson. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 12. Don Pedro Sangre. The Cinco Llagas and the Encarnacion, after a proper exchange of signals, lay hove to within a quarter of a mile of each other, and across the intervening space of gently heaving, sunlit waters sped a boat from the former, manned by 6 Spanish seamen, and bearing in her stern sheets Don Esteban de Espinosa and Captain Peter Blood. She also bore 2 treasure chests containing 50,000 pieces of eight. Gold has at all times been considered the best of testimonies of good faith, and Blood was determined that in all respects appearances should be entirely on his side. His followers had accounted this a supererogation of pretense, but Blood's will in the matter had prevailed. He carried further a bulky package addressed to a grande of Spain, heavily sealed with the arms of Espinosa, another piece of evidence hastily manufactured in the cabin of the Cinco Llagas, and he was spending these last moments in completing his instructions to his young companion. Don Esteban expressed his last lingering uneasiness. "But if you should betray yourself?" he cried. "It will be unfortunate for everybody. I advised your father to say a prayer for our success. I depend upon you to help me more materially." "I will do my best. God knows I will do my best," the boy protested. Blood nodded thoughtfully, and no more was said until they bumped alongside the towering mass of the Encarnacion. Up the ladder went Don Esteban, closely followed by Captain Blood. In the waist stood the Admiral himself to receive them, a handsome, self-sufficient man, very tall and stiff, a little older and grayer than Don Diego, whom he closely resembled. He was supported by 4 officers and a friar in the black and white habit of Saint Dominic. Don Miguel opened his arms to his nephew, whose lingering panic he mistook for pleasurable excitement, and having enfolded him to his bosom, turned to greet Don Esteban's companion. Peter Blood bowed gracefully, entirely at his ease, so far as might be judged from appearances. "I am," he announced, making a literal translation of his name, "Don Pedro Sangre, an unfortunate gentleman of Leon, lately delivered from captivity by Don Esteban's most gallant father." And in a few words he sketched the imagined conditions of his capture by, and deliverance from, those accursed heretics who held the island of Barbados. "Benedicamus Domino," said the friar to his tale. "Ex hoc nunc et usque in seculum," replied Blood, the occasional papist, with lowered eyes. The Admiral and his attending officers gave him a sympathetic hearing and a cordial welcome. Then came the dreaded question. "But where is my brother? Why has he not come himself to greet me?" It was young Espinosa who answered this. "My father is afflicted at denying himself that honour and pleasure. But unfortunately, sir uncle, he is a little indisposed. Oh, nothing grave, merely sufficient to make him keep his cabin. It is a little fever, the result of a slight wound taken in the recent raid upon Barbados, which resulted in this gentleman's happy deliverance." "Nay, nephew, nay," Don Miguel protested with ironic repudiation. "I can have no knowledge of these things. I have the honour to represent upon the seas His Catholic Majesty, who is at peace with the King of England. Already you have told me more than it is good for me to know. I will endeavour to forget it, and I will ask you, sirs," he added, glancing at his officers, "to forget it also." But he winked into the twinkling eyes of Captain Blood, then added matter that at once extinguished that twinkle. "But since Diego cannot come to me, why, I will go across to him." For a moment Don Esteban's face was a mask of pallid fear. Then Blood was speaking in a lowered, confidential voice that admirably blended suavity, impressiveness, and sly mockery. "If you please, Don Miguel, but that is the very thing you must not do, the very thing Don Diego does not wish you to do. You must not see him until his wounds are healed. That is his own wish. That is the real reason why he is not here. For the truth is that his wounds are not so grave as to have prevented his coming. It was his consideration of himself, and the false position in which you would be placed if you had direct word from him of what has happened. As your Excellency has said, there is peace between His Catholic Majesty and the King of England, and your brother Don Diego." He paused a moment. "I am sure that I need say no more. What you hear from us is no more than a mere rumor. Your Excellency understands." His Excellency frowned thoughtfully. "I understand, in part," said he. Captain Blood had a moment's uneasiness. Did the Spaniard doubt his bona fides? Yet in dress and speech he knew himself to be impeccably Spanish, and was not Don Esteban there to confirm him? He swept on to afford further confirmation before the Admiral could say another word. "And we have in the boat below 2 chests containing 50,000 pieces of eight, which we are to deliver to your Excellency." His Excellency jumped. There was a sudden stir among his officers. "They are the ransom extracted by Don Diego from the governor of—" "Not another word, in the name of heaven!" cried the Admiral in alarm. "My brother wishes me to assume charge of this money, to carry it to Spain for him? Well, that is a family matter between my brother and myself, so it can be done. But I must not know—" He broke off. "Hum! A glass of Malaga in my cabin, if you please," he invited them, "whilst the chests are being hauled aboard." He gave his orders touching the embarkation of these chests, then led the way to his regally appointed cabin, his 4 officers and the friar following by particular invitation. Seated at table there, with the tawny wine before them, and the servant who had poured it withdrawn, Don Miguel laughed, and stroked his pointed, grizzled beard. "Virgen Santissima! That brother of mine has a mind that thinks of everything. Left to myself, I might have committed a fine indiscretion by venturing aboard his ship at such a moment. I might have seen things which, as Admiral of Spain, it would be difficult for me to ignore." Both Esteban and Blood made haste to agree with him, and then Blood raised his glass and drank to the glory of Spain and the damnation of the besotted James who occupied the throne of England. The latter part of his toast was at least sincere. The Admiral laughed. Sir, you need my brother here to curb your imprudences. You should remember that His Catholic Majesty and the King of England are very good friends. That is not a toast to propose in this cabin. But since it has been proposed, and by one who has such particular personal cause to hate these English hounds, why, we will honour it. But unofficially." They laughed, and drank the damnation of King James, quite unofficially, but the more fervently on that account. Then Don Esteban, uneasy on the score of his father, and remembering that the agony of Don Diego was being protracted with every moment that they left him in his dreadful position, rose and announced that they must be returning. "My father," he explained, "is in haste to reach San Domingo. He desired me to stay no longer than necessary to embrace you. If you will give us leave, then, Sir Uncle." In the circumstances, Sir Uncle did not insist. As they returned to the ship's side, Blood's eyes anxiously scanned the line of seamen leaning over the bulwarks in idle talk with the Spaniards in the cockboat that waited at the ladder's foot, but their manner showed him that there was no ground for his anxiety. The boat's crew had been wisely reticent. The Admiral took leave of them, of Esteban affectionately, of Blood ceremoniously. "I regret to lose you so soon, Don Pedro. I wish that you could have made a longer visit to the Encarnacion." "I am indeed unfortunate," said Captain Blood politely. "But I hope that we may meet again." "That is to flatter me beyond all that I deserve." They reached the boat, and she cast off from the great ship. As they were pulling away, the Admiral waving to them from the taffrail, they heard the shrill whistle of the boatswain piping the hands to their stations, and before they had reached the Cinco Llagas, they beheld the Encarnacion go about under sail. She dipped her flag to them, and from her poop a gun fired a salute. Aboard the Cinco Llagas someone, it proved afterwards to be Hagthorpe, had the wit to reply in the same fashion. The comedy was ended. Yet there was something else to follow as an epilogue, a thing that added a grim, ironic flavour to the whole. As they stepped into the waist of the Cinco Llagas, Hagthorpe advanced to receive them. Blood observed the set, almost scared expression on his face. "I see that you've found it," he said quietly. Hagthorpe's eyes looked a question, but his mind dismissed whatever thought it held. "Don Diego," he was beginning, and then stopped, and looked curiously at Blood. Noting the pause and the look, Esteban bounded forward, his face livid. "Have you broken faith, you curs? Has he come to harm?" he cried. And the 6 Spaniards behind him grew clamorous with furious questionings. "We do not break faith," said Hagthorpe firmly, so firmly that he quieted them. "And in this case there was not the need. Don Diego died in his bonds before ever you reached the Encarnacion." Peter Blood said nothing. "Died!" screamed Esteban. "You killed him, you mean? Of what did he die?" Hagthorpe looked at the boy. "If I am a judge," he said, "Don Diego died of fear." Don Esteban struck Hagthorpe across the face at that, and Hagthorpe would have struck back, but that Blood got between, whilst his followers seized the lad. "Let be," said Blood. "You provoked the boy by your insult to his father." "I was not concerned to insult," said Hagthorpe, nursing his cheek. "It is what has happened. Come and look." "I have seen," said Blood. "He died before I left the Cinco Llagas. He was hanging dead in his bonds when I spoke to him before leaving." "What are you saying?" cried Esteban. Blood looked at him gravely, yet for all his gravity he seemed almost to smile, though without mirth. "If you had known that, eh?" he asked at last. For a moment Don Esteban stared at him, wide-eyed, incredulous. "I don't believe you," he said at last. "Yet you may. I am a doctor, and I know death when I see it." Again there came a pause, whilst conviction sank into the lad's mind. "If I had known that," he said at last in a thick voice, "you would be hanging from the yardarm of the Encarnacion at this moment." "I know," said Blood. "I am considering it, the profit that a man may find in the ignorance of others." "But you'll hang there yet," the boy raved. Captain Blood shrugged, and turned on his heel. But he did not on that account disregard the words, nor did Hagthorpe, nor yet the others who overheard them, as they showed at a council held that night in the cabin. This council was met to determine what should be done with their Spanish prisoners, considering that Curacao now lay beyond their reach, as they were running short of water and provisions, and also that Pitt was hardly yet in case to undertake the navigation of the vessel. It had been decided that, going east of Hispaniola, and then sailing along its northern coast, they should make for Tortuga, that haven of the buccaneers, in which lawless port they had at least no danger of recapture to apprehend. It was now a question whether they should convey the Spaniards thither with them, or turn them off in a boat to make the best of their way to the coast of Hispaniola, which was but 10 miles off. This was the course urged by Blood himself. "There's nothing else to be done," he insisted. "In Tortuga they would be flayed alive." "Which is less than the swine deserve," growled Wolverstone. "And you'll remember, Peter," put in Hagthorpe, "that boy's threat to you this morning. If he escapes, and carries word of all this to his uncle, the Admiral, the execution of that threat will become more than possible." It says much for Peter Blood that the argument should have left him unmoved. It is a little thing, perhaps, but in a narrative in which there is so much that tells against him, I cannot, since my story is in the nature of a brief for the defense, afford to slur a circumstance that is so strongly in his favor, a circumstance revealing that the cynicism attributed to him proceeded from his reason, and from a brooding over wrongs, rather than from any natural instincts. I care nothing for his threats. "You should," said Wolverstone. "The wise thing 'ud be to hang him, along o' all the rest." "It is not human to be wise," said Blood. "It is much more human to err, though perhaps exceptional to err on the side of mercy. Will be exceptional. Oh, faugh! I've no stomach for cold-blooded killing. At daybreak pack the Spaniards into a boat with a keg of water and a sack of dumplings, and let them go to the devil." That was the last word on the subject, and it prevailed by virtue of the authority they had vested in him, and of which he had taken so firm a grip. At daybreak Don Esteban and his followers were put off in a boat. 2 days later the Cinco Llagas sailed into the rock-bound bay of Cayona, which nature seemed to have designed for the stronghold of those who had appropriated it. End of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Chapter 13. Tortuga. It is time fully to disclose the fact that the survival of the story of Captain Blood's exploits is due entirely to the industry of Jeremy Pitt, the Somersetshire shipmaster. In addition to his ability as a navigator, this amiable young man appears to have wielded an indefatigable pen, and to have been inspired to indulge its fluency by the affection he very obviously bore to Peter Blood. He kept the log of the 40-gun frigate Arabella, on which he served as master, or, as we should say today, navigating officer, as no log I have ever seen was ever kept. It runs into some 20-odd volumes of assorted sizes, some of which are missing altogether, and others of which are so sadly depleted of leaves as to be of little use. But if at times in the laborious perusal of them they are preserved in the library of Mr. James Speke of Comerton, I have inveighed against these lacunae; at others I have been equally troubled by the excessive prolixity of what remains, and the difficulty of disintegrating from the confused whole the really essential parts. I have a suspicion that Esquemeling, though how or where I can make no surmise, must have obtained access to these records, and that he plucked from them the brilliant feathers of several exploits to stick them into the tale of his own hero, Captain Morgan. But that is by the way. I mention it chiefly as a warning, for when presently I come to relate the affair of Maracaibo, those of you who have read Esquemeling may be in danger of supposing that Henry Morgan really performed those things which here are veraciously attributed to Peter Blood. I think, however, that when you come to weigh the motives actuating both Blood and the Spanish admiral in that affair, and when you consider how integrally the event is a part of Blood's history, whilst merely a detached incident in Morgan's, you will reach my own conclusion as to which is the real plagiarist. The first of these logs of Pitt's is taken up almost entirely with a retrospective narrative of the events up to the time of Blood's first coming to Tortuga. This and the Tannatt collection of state trials are the chief, though not the only, sources of my history so far. Pitt lays great stress upon the fact that it was the circumstances upon which I have dwelt, and these alone, that drove Peter Blood to seek an anchorage at Tortuga. He insists at considerable length, and with a vehemence which in itself makes it plain that an opposite opinion was held in some quarters, that it was no part of the design of Blood, or of any of his companions in misfortune, to join hands with the buccaneers, who, under a semi-official French protection, made of Tortuga a lair whence they could sally out to drive their merciless piratical trade, chiefly at the expense of Spain. It was, Pitt tells us, Blood's original intention to make his way to France or Holland, but in the long weeks of waiting for a ship to convey him to one or the other of these countries, his resources dwindled and finally vanished. Also, his chronicler thinks that he detected signs of some secret trouble in his friend, and he attributes to this the abuses of the potent West Indian spirit of which Blood became guilty in those days of inaction, thereby sinking to the level of the wild adventurers with whom ashore he associated. I do not think that Pitt is guilty in this merely of special pleading, that he is putting forward excuses for his hero. I think that in those days there was a good deal to oppress Peter Blood. There was the thought of Arabella Bishop, and that this thought loomed large in his mind we are not permitted to doubt. He was maddened by the tormenting lure of the unattainable. He desired Arabella, yet knew her beyond his reach irrevocably, and for all time. Also, whilst he may have desired to go to France or Holland, he had no clear purpose to accomplish when he reached one or the other of these countries. He was, when all is said, an escaped slave, an outlaw in his own land, and a homeless outcast in any other. There remained the sea, which is free to all, and particularly alluring to those who feel themselves at war with humanity. And so, considering the adventurous spirit that once already had sent him a roving for the sheer love of it, considering that this spirit was heightened now by a recklessness begotten of his outlawry, that his training and skill in militant seamanship clamorously supported the temptations that were put before him, can you wonder, or dare you blame him, that in the end he succumbed? And remember that these temptations proceeded not only from adventurous buccaneering acquaintances in the taverns of that evil haven of Tortuga, but even from M. d'Ogeron, the governor of the island, who levied as his harbor dues a percentage of 1/10 of all spoils brought into the bay, and who profited further by commissions upon money which he was desired to convert into bills of exchange upon France. A trade that might have worn a repellent aspect when urged by greasy, half-drunken adventurers, boucan hunters, lumbermen, beach-combers, English, French, and Dutch, became a dignified, almost official form of privateering when advocated by the courtly, middle-aged gentleman who, in representing the French West India Company, seemed to represent France herself. Moreover, to a man, not excluding Jeremy Pitt himself, in whose blood the call of the sea was insistent and imperative, those who had escaped with Peter Blood from the Barbados plantations, and who consequently, like himself, knew not whither to turn, were all resolved upon joining the great brotherhood of the coast, as those rovers called themselves. And they united theirs to the other voices that were persuading Blood, demanding that he should continue now in the leadership which he had enjoyed since they had left Barbados, and swearing to follow him loyally whithersoever he should lead them. And so, to condense all that Jeremy has recorded in the matter, Blood ended by yielding to external and internal pressure, abandoned himself to the stream of destiny. Fata viam invenerant is his own expression of it. If he resisted so long, it was, I think, the thought of Arabella Bishop that restrained him. That they should be destined never to meet again did not weigh at first, or indeed ever. He conceived the scorn with which she would come to hear of his having turned pirate, and the scorn, though as yet no more than imagined, hurt him as if it were already a reality. And even when he conquered this, still the thought of her was ever present. He compromised with the conscience that her memory kept so disconcertingly active. He vowed that the thought of her should continue ever before him to help him keep his hands as clean as a man might in this desperate trade upon which he was embarking. And so, although he might entertain no delusive hope of ever winning her for his own, of ever even seeing her again, yet the memory of her was to abide in his soul as a bittersweet, purifying influence. The love that is never to be realized will often remain a man's guiding ideal. The resolve being taken, he went actively to work. Ogeron, most accommodating of governors, advanced him money for the proper equipment of his ship, the Cinco Llagas, which he renamed the Arabella. This after some little hesitation, fearful of thus setting his heart upon his leave. But his Barbados friends accounted it merely an expression of the ever-ready irony in which their leader dwelt. To the score of followers he already possessed, he added 60 more, picking his men with caution and discrimination, and he was an exceptional judge of men, from amongst the adventurers of Tortuga. With them all he entered into the articles usual among the brethren of the coast, under which each man was to be paid by a share in the prizes captured. In other respects, however, the articles were different. Aboard the Arabella there was to be none of the ruffian indiscipline that normally prevailed in buccaneering vessels. Those who shipped with him undertook obedience and submission in all things to himself, and to the officers appointed by election. Any to whom this clause in the articles was distasteful might follow some other leader. Towards the end of December, when the hurricane season had blown itself out, he put to sea in his well-found, well-manned ship, and before he returned in the following May from a protracted and adventurous cruise, the fame of Captain Peter Blood had run like ripples before the breeze across the face of the Caribbean Sea. There was a fight in the Windward Passage at the outset with a Spanish galleon, which had resulted in the gutting and finally the sinking of the Spaniard. There was a daring raid effected by means of several appropriated piraguas upon a Spanish pearl fleet in the Rio de la Hacha, from which they had taken a particularly rich haul of pearls. There was an overland expedition to the gold fields of the Santa Maria on the Main, the full tale of which is hardly credible, and there were lesser adventures, through all of which the crew of the Arabella came with credit and profit, if not entirely unscathed. And so it happened that before the Arabella came homing to Tortuga in the following May to refit and repair, for she was not without scars, as you conceive, the fame of her and of Peter Blood, her captain, had swept from the Bahamas to the Windward Isles, from New Providence to Trinidad. An echo of it had reached Europe, and at the court of St. James angry representations were made by the ambassador of Spain, to whom it was answered that it must not be supposed that this Captain Blood held any commission from the King of England, that he was, in fact, a proscribed rebel, an escaped slave, and any measures against him by his Catholic Majesty would receive the cordial approbation of King James II. Don Miguel de Espinosa, the admiral of Spain in the West Indies, and his nephew Don Esteban, who sailed with him, did not lack the will to bring the adventurer to the yardarm. With them this business of capturing Blood, which was now an international affair, was also a family matter. Spain, through the mouth of Don Miguel, did not spare her threats. The report of them reached Tortuga, and with it the assurance that Don Miguel had behind him not only the authority of his own nation, but that of the English king as well. It was a brutum fulmen that inspired no terrors in Captain Blood, nor was he likely, on account of it, to allow himself to run to rust in the security of Tortuga. For what he had suffered at the hands of man, he had chosen to make Spain the scapegoat. Thus he accounted that he served a twofold purpose. He took compensation, and at the same time served, not indeed the Stuart king whom he despised, but England, and, for that matter, all the rest of civilized mankind, which cruel, treacherous, greedy, bigoted Castile sought to exclude from intercourse with the New World. One day, as he sat with Hagthorpe and Wolverstone over a pipe and a bottle of rum in the stifling reek of tar and stale tobacco of a waterside tavern, he was accosted by a splendid ruffian in a gold-laced coat of dark blue satin, with a crimson sash a foot wide about the waist. "C'est vous qu'on appelle le sang?" the fellow hailed him. Captain Blood looked up to consider the questioner before replying. The man was tall and built on lines of agile strength, with a swarthy, aquiline face that was brutally handsome. A diamond of great price flamed on the indifferently clean hand resting on the pommel of his long rapier, and there were gold rings in his ears, half concealed by long ringlets of oily chestnut hair. Captain Blood took the pipe stem from between his lips. "My name," he said, "is Peter Blood. The Spaniards know me for Don Pedro Sangre, and a Frenchman may call me Le Sang, if he pleases." "Good," said the gaudy adventurer in English, and without further invitation he drew up a stool and sat down at the greasy table. "My name," he informed the three men, two of whom at least were eyeing him askance, "it is Levasseur. You may have heard of me." They had, indeed. He commanded a privateer of 20 guns that had dropped anchor in the bay a week ago, manned by a crew mainly composed of French boucan hunters from northern Hispaniola, men who had good cause to hate the Spaniard with an intensity exceeding that of the English. Levasseur had brought them back to Tortuga from an indifferently successful cruise. It would need more, however, than lack of success to abate the fellow's monstrous vanity. A roaring, quarrelsome, hard-drinking, hard-gaming scoundrel, his reputation as a buccaneer stood high among the wild brethren of the coast. He enjoyed also a reputation of another sort. There was about his gaudy, swaggering raffishness something that the women found singularly alluring. That he should boast openly of his bonne fortune did not seem strange to Captain Blood. What he might have found strange was that there appeared to be some measure of justification for these boasts. It was current gossip that even Mademoiselle d'Ogeron, the governor's daughter, had been caught in the snare of his wild attractiveness, and that Levasseur had gone the length of audacity of asking her hand in marriage of her father. Monsieur d'Ogeron had made him the only possible answer. He had shown him the door. Levasseur had departed in a rage, swearing that he would make Mademoiselle his wife in the teeth of all the fathers in Christendom, and that Monsieur d'Ogeron should bitterly rue the affront he had put upon him. This was the man who now thrust himself upon Captain Blood with a proposal of association, offering him not only his sword, but his ship and the men who sailed in her. A dozen years ago, as a lad of barely 20, Levasseur had sailed with that monster of cruelty, l'Olonnais, and his own subsequent exploits bore witness and did credit to the school in which he had been reared. I doubt if in his day there was a greater scoundrel among the brethren of the coast than this Levasseur, and yet, repulsive though he found him, Captain Blood could not deny that the fellow's proposals displayed boldness, imagination, and resource, and he was forced to admit that jointly they could undertake operations of a greater magnitude than was possible singly to either of them. The climax of Levasseur's project was to be a raid upon the wealthy mainland city of Maracaibo, but for this, he admitted, 600 men at the very least would be required, and 600 men were not to be conveyed in the 2 bottoms they now commanded. Preliminary cruises must take place, having for one of their objects the capture of further ships. Because he disliked the man, Captain Blood could not commit himself at once, but because he liked the proposal, he consented to consider it. Being afterwards pressed by both Hagthorpe and Wolverstone, who did not share his own personal dislike of the Frenchman, the end of the matter was that, within a week, articles were drawn up between Levasseur and Blood, and signed by them and, as was usual, by the chosen representatives of their followers. These articles contained, inter alia, the common provisions that, should the 2 vessels separate, a strict account must afterwards be rendered of all prizes severally taken, whilst the vessel taking a prize should retain 3/5 of its value, surrendering 2/5 to its associate. These shares were subsequently to be subdivided among the crew of each vessel, in accordance with the articles already obtaining between each captain and his own men. For the rest, the articles contained all the clauses that were usual, among which was the clause that any man found guilty of abstracting or concealing any part of a prize, be it of the value of no more than a peso, should be summarily hanged from the yardarm. All being now settled, they made for sea, and on the very eve of sailing, Levasseur narrowly escaped being shot in a romantic attempt to scale the wall of the governor's garden, with the object of taking passionate leave of the infatuated Mademoiselle d'Ogeron. He desisted after having been twice fired upon from a fragrant ambush of palmetto trees where the governor's guards were posted, and he departed vowing to take different and very definite measures on his return. That night he slept on board his ship, which with characteristic flamboyance he had named La Foudre, and there on the following day he received a visit from Captain Blood, whom he greeted half mockingly as his admiral. The Irishman came to settle certain final details, of which all that need concern us is an understanding that, in the event of the 2 vessels becoming separated by accident or design, they should rejoin each other as soon as might be at Tortuga. Thereafter Levasseur entertained his admiral to dinner, and jointly they drank success to the expedition, so copiously on the part of Levasseur that when the time came to separate he was as nearly drunk as it seemed possible for him to be and yet retain his understanding. Finally, towards evening, Captain Blood went over the side, and was rowed back to his great ship with her red bulwarks and gilded ports, touched into a lovely thing of flame by the setting sun. He was a little heavy-hearted. I have said that he was a judge of men, and his judgment of Levasseur filled him with misgivings which were growing heavier in a measure as the hour of departure approached. He expressed it to Wolverstone, who met him as he stepped aboard the Arabella. "You overpersuaded me into those articles, you blackguard, and it'll surprise me if any good comes of this association." The giant rolled his single bloodthirsty eye, and sneered, thrusting out his heavy jaw. "We'll wring the dog's neck if there's any treachery." "So we will, if we are there to wring it by then." And on that, dismissing the matter, "We sail in the morning, on the 1st of the ebb," he announced, and went off to his cabin. End of chapter 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Section 14. Levasseur's Heroics. It would be somewhere about 10 o'clock on the following morning, a full hour before the time appointed for sailing, when a canoe brought up alongside La Foudre, and a half-caste Indian stepped out of her and went up the ladder. He was clad in drawers of hairy, untanned hide, and a red blanket served him for a cloak. He was the bearer of a folded scrap of paper for Captain Levasseur, The captain unfolded the letter, sadly soiled and crumpled by contact with the half-caste's person. Its contents may be roughly translated thus: My well-beloved, I am in the Dutch brig Jongvrow, which is about to sail. Resolved to separate us forever, my cruel father is sending me to Europe in my brother's charge. I implore you, come to my rescue. Deliver me, my well-beloved hero. Your desolated Madeleine, who loves you. The well-beloved hero was moved to the soul of him by that passionate appeal. His scowling glance swept the bay for the Dutch brig, which he knew had been due to sail for Amsterdam with a cargo of hides and tobacco. She was nowhere to be seen among the shipping in that narrow rock-bound harbor. He roared out the question in his mind. In answer, the half-caste pointed out beyond the frothing surf that marked the position of the reef constituting one of the stronghold's main defenses. Away beyond it, a mile or so distant, a sail was standing out to sea. "There she go," he said. "There!" The Frenchman gazed and stared, his face growing white. The man's wicked temper awoke, and turned to vent itself upon the messenger. "And where have you been that you come here only now with this? Answer me!" The half-caste shrank, terrified before his fury. His explanation, if he had one, was paralyzed by fear. Levasseur took him by the throat, shook him twice, snarling the while, then hurled him into the scuppers. The man's head struck the gunwale as he fell, and he lay there, quite still, a trickle of blood issuing from his mouth. Levasseur dashed one hand against the other as if dusting them. "Heave that muck overboard," he ordered some of those who stood idling in the waist. "Then up anchor, and let us after the Dutchman." "Steady, captain, what's that?" There was a restraining hand upon his shoulder, and the broad face of his lieutenant, Cahusac, a burly, callous Breton scoundrel, was stolidly confronting him. Levasseur made clear his purpose with a deal of unnecessary obscenity. Cahusac shook his head. "A Dutch brig?" said he. "Impossible! We should never be allowed. And who the devil will deny us?" Levasseur was between amazement and fury. "For one thing, there's your own crew will be none too willing. For another, there's Captain Blood." "I care nothing for Captain Blood." "But it is necessary that you should. He has the power, the weight of metal and of men, and if I know him at all he'll sink us before he'll suffer interference with the Dutch. He has his own views of privateering, this Captain Blood, as I warned you." "Ah!" said Levasseur, showing his teeth. But his eyes, riveted upon that distant sail, were gloomily thoughtful. Not for long. The imagination and resource which Captain Blood had detected in the fellow soon suggested a course. Cursing in his soul, and even before the anchor was weighed, the association in which he had entered, he was already studying ways of evasion. What Cahusac implied was true. Blood would never suffer violence to be done in his presence to a Dutchman, but it might be done in his absence, and being done, Blood must perforce condone it, since it would then be too late to protest. Within the hour, the Arabella and La Foudre were beating out to sea together. Without understanding the change of plan involved, Captain Blood nevertheless accepted it, and weighed anchor before the appointed time upon perceiving his associate to do so. All day the Dutch brig was in sight, though by evening she had dwindled to the merest speck on the northern horizon. The course prescribed for Blood and Levasseur lay eastward along the northern shores of Hispaniola. To that course the Arabella continued to hold steadily throughout the night. When day broke again she was alone. La Foudre, under cover of the darkness, had struck away to the northeast, with every rag of canvas on her yards. Cahusac had attempted yet again to protest against this. "The devil take you," Levasseur had answered him. "A ship's a ship, be she Dutch or Spanish, and ships are our present need. That will suffice for the men." His lieutenant said no more, but from his glimpse of the letter, knowing that a girl and not a ship was his captain's real objective, he gloomily shook his head as he rolled away on his bowed legs to give the necessary orders. Dawn found La Foudre close on the Dutchman's heels, not a mile astern, and the sight of her very evidently flustered the Jongvrow. No doubt Mademoiselle's brother, recognizing Levasseur's ship, would be responsible for the Dutch uneasiness. They saw the Jongvrow crowding canvas in a futile endeavor to outsail them, whereupon they stood off to starboard and raced on until they were in a position whence they could send a warning shot across her bow. The young vrouw veered, showed them her rudder, and opened fire with her stern chasers. The small shot went whistling through La Foudre's shrouds with some slight damage to her canvas. Followed a brief running fight in the course of which the Dutchman let fly a broadside. 5 minutes after that they were board and board, the Jongvrow held tight in the clutches of La Foudre's grapnels, and the buccaneers pouring noisily into her waist. The Dutchman's master, purple in the face, stood forward to beard the pirate, followed closely by an elegant, pale-faced young gentleman, in whom Levasseur recognized his brother-in-law elect. "Captain Levasseur, this is an outrage for which you shall be made to answer. What do you seek aboard my ship?" "At first I sought only that which belongs to me, something of which I am being robbed. But since you chose war and opened fire on me with some damage to my ship, and loss of life to 5 of my men, why war it is, and your ship a prize of war." From the quarter rail, Mademoiselle d'Ogeron looked down with glowing eyes in breathless wonder upon her well-beloved hero. Gloriously heroic he seemed as he stood towering there, masterful, audacious, beautiful. He saw her, and with a glad shout sprang towards her. The Dutch master got in his way with hands upheld to arrest his progress. Levasseur did not stay to argue with him. He was too impatient to reach his mistress. He swung the poleaxe that he carried, and the Dutchman went down in blood with a cloven skull. The eager lover stepped across the body and came on, his countenance joyously alight. But mademoiselle was shrinking now in horror. She was a girl upon the threshold of glorious womanhood, of a fine height and nobly moulded, with heavy coils of glossy black hair above and about a face that was the colour of old ivory. Her countenance was cast in lines of arrogance, stressed by the low lids of her full dark eyes. In a bound her well-beloved was beside her. Flinging away his bloody poleaxe, he opened wide his arms to enfold her. But she still shrank, even within his embrace, which would not be denied. A look of dread had come to temper the normal arrogance of her almost perfect face. "Mine! Mine at last, and in spite of it all!" he cried exultantly, theatrically, truly heroic. But she, endeavouring to thrust him back, her hands against his breast, could only falter, Why did you kill him?" He laughed, as a hero should, and answered her heroically, with the tolerance of a god for the mortal to whom he condescends. "He stood between us. Let his death be a symbol, a warning. Let all who would stand between us mark it, and beware." It was so splendidly terrific, the gesture of it was so broad and fine, and his magnetism so compelling, that she cast her silly tremors and yielded herself freely, intoxicated, to his fond embrace. Thereafter he swung her to his shoulder, and stepping with ease beneath that burden, bore her in a sort of triumph, lustily cheered by his men, to the deck of his own ship. Her inconsiderate brother might have ruined that romantic scene, but for the watchful Cahusac, who quietly tripped him up, then trussed him like a fowl. Thereafter, what time the captain languished in his lady's smile within the cabin, Cahusac was dealing with the spoils of war. The Dutch crew was ordered into the longboat, and bidden go to the devil. Fortunately, as they numbered fewer than 30, the longboat, though perilously overcrowded, could yet contain them. Next, Cahusac, having inspected the cargo, put a quartermaster and a score of men aboard the Jongvrow, and left her to follow La Foudre, which he now headed south for the Leeward Islands. Cahusac was disposed to be ill-humoured. The risk they had run in taking the Dutch brig and doing violence to members of the family of the governor of Tortuga was out of all proportion to the value of their prize. He said so sullenly to Levasseur. "You'll keep that opinion to yourself," the captain answered him. "Don't think I am the man to thrust my neck into a noose without knowing how I am going to take it out again. I shall send an offer of terms to the governor of Tortuga that he will be forced to accept. Set a course for the Virgen Magra. We'll go ashore and settle things from there, and tell them to fetch that milksop Ogeron to the cabin." Levasseur went back to the adoring lady. Thither, too, the lady's brother was presently conducted. The captain rose to receive him, bending his stalwart height to avoid striking the cabin roof with his head. Mademoiselle rose too. "Why this?" she asked Levasseur, pointing to her brother's pinioned wrists, the remains of Cahusac's precautions. "I deplore it," said he. "I desire it to end. Let Monsieur d'Ogeron give me his parole." "I give you nothing," flashed the white-faced youth, who did not lack for spirit. "You see?" Levasseur shrugged his deep regret. and mademoiselle turned protesting to her brother. "Henri, this is foolish. You are not behaving as my friend. You—" "Little fool," her brother answered her, and the little was out of place. She was the taller of the twain. "Little fool, do you think I should be acting as your friend to make terms with this blackguard pirate?" "Steady, my young cockerel," Levasseur laughed, but his laugh was not nice. "Don't you perceive your wicked folly in the harm it has brought already? Lives have been lost, men have died, that this monster might overtake you, and don't you yet realize where you stand in the power of this beast, of this cur born in a kennel and bred in thieving and murder?" He might have said more, but that Levasseur struck him across the mouth. Levasseur, you see, cared as little as another to hear the truth about himself. Mademoiselle suppressed a scream as the youth staggered back under the blow. He came to rest against a bulkhead and leaned there with bleeding lips. But his spirit was unquenched, and there was a ghastly smile on his white face as his eyes sought his sister's. "You see," he said simply, "he strikes a man whose hands are bound." The simple words, and more than the words, their tone of ineffable disdain, aroused the passion that never slumbered deeply in Levasseur. "And what should you do, puppy, if your hands were unbound?" He took his prisoner by the breast of his doublet and shook him. "Answer me, what should you do? Tchah, you empty windbag, you—" And then came a torrent of words unknown to mademoiselle, yet of whose foulness her intuitions made her conscious. With blanched cheeks she stood by the cabin table and cried out to Levasseur to stop. To obey her, he opened the door and flung her brother through it. "Put that rubbish under hatches until I call for it again," he roared, and shut the door. Composing himself, he turned to the girl again, with a deprecatory smile, but no smile answered him from her set face. She had seen her beloved hero's nature in curl papers, as it were, and she found the spectacle disgusting and terrifying. It recalled the brutal slaughter of the Dutch captain, and suddenly she realized that what her brother had just said of this man was no more than true. Fear growing to panic was written on her face, as she stood there leaning for support against the table. "Why, sweetheart, what is this?" Levasseur moved towards her. She recoiled before him. There was a smile on his face, a glitter in his eyes, that fetched her heart into her throat. He caught her as she reached the uttermost limits of the cabin, seized her in his long arms and pulled her to him. "No, no!" she panted. "Yes, yes!" he mocked her, and his mockery was the most terrible thing of all. He crushed her to him brutally, deliberately hurtful because she resisted, and kissed her while she writhed in his embrace. Then, his passion mounting, he grew angry and stripped off the last rag of hero's mask that still may have hung upon his face. "Little fool! Did you not hear your brother say that you are in my power? Remember it, and remember that of your own free will you came. I am not the man with whom a woman can play fast and loose. So get sense, my girl, and accept what you have invited." He kissed her again, almost contemptuously, and flung her off. "No more scowls," he said. "You'll be sorry else." Some one knocked. Cursing the interruption, Levasseur strode off to open. Cahusac stood before him. The Breton's face was grave. He came to report that they had sprung a leak between wind and water, the consequence of damage sustained from one of the Dutchman's shots. In alarm, Levasseur went off with him. The leakage was not serious so long as the weather kept fine, but should a storm overtake them it might speedily become so. A man was slung overboard to make a partial stoppage with a sailcloth, and the pumps were got to work. Ahead of them a low cloud showed on the horizon, which Cahusac pronounced one of the northernmost of the Virgin Islands. "We must run for shelter there and careen her," said Levasseur. "I do not trust this oppressive heat. A storm may catch us before we make land." "A storm or something else," said Cahusac grimly. "Have you noticed that?" He pointed away to starboard. Levasseur looked and caught his breath. Two ships that at the distance seemed of considerable burden were heading towards them some 5 miles away. "If they follow us, what is to happen?" demanded Cahusac. "We'll fight whether we're in case to do so or not," swore Levasseur. "Counsels of despair!" Cahusac was contemptuous. To mark it, he spat upon the deck. "This comes of going to sea with a love-sick madman. Now keep your temper, captain, for the hands will be at the end of theirs if we have trouble as a result of this Dutchman business." For the remainder of that day, Levasseur's thoughts were of anything but love. He remained on deck, his eyes now upon the land, now upon those two slowly gaining ships. To run for the open could avail him nothing, and in his leaky condition would provide an additional danger. He must stand at bay and fight. And then, towards evening, when within 3 miles of shore, and when he was about to give the order to strip for battle, he almost fainted from relief to hear a voice from the crow's nest above announce that the larger of the two ships was the Arabella. Her companion was presumably a prize. But the pessimism of Cahusac abated nothing. "This is but the lesser evil," he growled. "What will Blood say about this Dutchman?" "Let him say what he pleases." Levasseur laughed in the immensity of his relief. "And what about the children of the governor of Tortuga?" "He must not know." "He'll come to know in the end." "Aye, but by then, morbleu, the matter will be settled. I shall have made my peace with the governor. I tell you, I know the way to compel Ogeron to come to terms." Presently the 4 vessels lay to off the northern coast of La Virgen Magra, a narrow little island, arid and treeless, some 12 miles by 3, uninhabited save by birds and turtles, and unproductive of anything but salt, of which there were considerable ponds to the south. Levasseur put off in a boat, accompanied by Cahusac and 2 other officers, and went to visit Captain Blood aboard the Arabella. "Our brief separation has been mighty profitable," was Captain Blood's greeting. "It's a busy morning we've both had." He was in high good humor as he led the way to the great cabin for a rendering of accounts. The tall ship that accompanied the Arabella was a Spanish vessel of 26 guns, the Santiago from Porto Rico, with 120,000 weight of cacao, 40,000 pieces of 8, and the value of 10,000 more in jewels, a rich capture of which 2/5 under the articles went to Levasseur and his crew. Of the money and jewels a division was made on the spot. The cacao, it was agreed, should be taken to Tortuga to be sold. Then it was the turn of Levasseur, and black grew the brow of Captain Blood as the Frenchman's tale was unfolded. At the end he roundly expressed his disapproval. The Dutch were a friendly people whom it was a folly to alienate, particularly for so paltry a matter as these hides and tobacco, which at most would fetch a bare 20,000 pieces. But Levasseur answered him, as he had answered Cahusac, that a ship was a ship, and it was ships they needed against their projected enterprise. Perhaps because things had gone well with him that day, Blood ended by shrugging the matter aside. Thereupon Levasseur proposed that the Arabella and her prize should return to Tortuga, there to unload the cacao and enlist the further adventurers that could now be shipped. Levasseur, meanwhile, would effect certain necessary repairs, and then, proceeding south, await his admiral at Saltatudos, an island conveniently situated in the latitude of 11 degrees 11 minutes north, for their enterprise against Maracaibo. To Levasseur's relief, Captain Blood not only agreed, but pronounced himself ready to set sail at once. No sooner had the Arabella departed than Levasseur brought his ships into the lagoon, and set his crew to work upon the erection of temporary quarters ashore for himself, his men, and his enforced guests, during the careening and repairing of La Foudre. At sunset that evening the wind freshened. It grew to a gale, and from that to such a hurricane that Levasseur was thankful to find himself ashore and his ships in safe shelter. He wondered a little how it might be faring with Captain Blood out there at the mercy of that terrific storm, but he did not permit concern to trouble him unduly. End of section 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Blood by Rafael Sabatini. Section 15. The Ransom. In the glory of the following morning, sparkling and clear after the storm, with an invigorating briny tang in the air from the salt ponds on the south of the island, a curious scene was played on the beach of the Virgen Magra, at the foot of a ridge of bleached dunes, beside the spread of sail from which Levasseur had improvised a tent. Enthroned upon an empty cask sat the French filibuster to transact important business, the business of making himself safe with the governor of Tortuga. A guard of honor of a half-dozen officers hung about him. 5 of them were rude boucan hunters, in stained jerkins and leather breeches. The 6th was Cahusac. Before him, guarded by 2 half-naked negroes, stood young d'Ogeron, in frilled shirt and satin small-clothes and fine shoes of Cordovan leather. He was stripped of doublet, and his hands were tied behind him. The young gentleman's comely face was haggard. Near at hand, and also under guard, but unpinioned, Mademoiselle his sister sat hunched upon a hillock of sand. She was very pale, and it was in vain that she sought to veil in a mask of arrogance the fears by which she was assailed. Levasseur addressed himself to M. d'Ogeron. He spoke at long length. In the end, "I trust, monsieur," said he, with mock suavity, "that I have made myself quite clear. So that there may be no misunderstandings, I will recapitulate. Your ransom is fixed at 20,000 pieces of 8, and you shall have liberty on parole to go to Tortuga to collect it. In fact, I shall provide the means to convey you thither, and you shall have a month in which to come and go. Meanwhile, your sister remains with me as a hostage. Your father should not consider such a sum excessive as the price of his son's liberty, and to provide a dowry for his daughter. Indeed, if anything, I am too modest. Pardi, M. d'Ogeron is reputed a wealthy man." M. d'Ogeron the younger raised his head and looked the captain boldly in the face. "I refuse utterly and absolutely, do you understand? So do your worst, and be damned for a filthy pirate without decency and without honor." "But what words!" laughed Levasseur. "What heat, and what foolishness! You have not considered the alternative. When you do, you will not persist in your refusal. You will not do that in any case. We have spurs for the reluctant, and I warn you against giving me your parole under stress, and afterwards playing me false. I shall know how to find and punish you. Meanwhile, remember your sister's honor is in pawn to me. Should you forget to return with the dowry, you will not consider it unreasonable that I forget to marry her." Levasseur's smiling eyes, intent upon the young man's face, saw the horror that crept into his glance. M. d'Ogeron cast a wild glance at mademoiselle, and observed the gray despair that had almost stamped the beauty from her face. Disgust and fury swept across his countenance. Then he braced himself and answered resolutely, "No, you dog, 1,000 times no! You are foolish to persist." Levasseur spoke without anger, with a cold, mocking regret. His fingers had been busy tying knots in a length of whipcord. He held it up. "You know this? It is a rosary of pain that has wrought the conversion of many a stubborn heretic. It is capable of screwing the eyes out of a man's head by way of helping him to see reason." "As you please." He flung the length of knotted cord to one of the negroes, who in an instant made it fast about the prisoner's brows. Then between cord and cranium the black inserted a short length of metal, round and slender as a pipe stem. That done, he rolled his eyes toward Levasseur, awaiting the captain's signal. Levasseur considered his victim, and beheld him tense and braced, his haggard face of a leaden hue, beads of perspiration glinting on his pallid brow just beneath the whipcord. Mademoiselle cried out, and would have risen, but her guards restrained her, and she sank down again, moaning. "I beg that you will spare yourself and your sister," said the captain, "by being reasonable. What, after all, is the sum I have named? To your wealthy father, a bagatelle. I repeat, I have been too modest. But since I have said 20,000 pieces of 8, 20,000 pieces it shall be." "And for what, if you please, have you said 20,000 pieces of 8? In execrable French, but in a voice that was crisp and pleasant, seeming to echo some of the mockery that had invested Levasseur's, that question floated over their heads. Startled, Levasseur and his officers looked up and around. On the crest of the dunes behind them, in sharp silhouette against the deep cobalt of the sky, they beheld a tall, lean figure, scrupulously dressed in black with silver lace, a crimson ostrich plume curled about the broad brim of his hat, affording the only touch of color. Under that hat was the tawny face of Captain Blood. Levasseur gathered himself up with an oath of amazement. He had conceived Captain Blood by now well below the horizon, on his way to Tortuga, assuming him to have been so fortunate as to have weathered last night's storm. Launching himself upon the yielding sand, into which he sank to the level of the calves of his fine boots of Spanish leather, Captain Blood came sliding erect to the beach. He was followed by Wolverstone and a dozen others. As he came to a standstill, he doffed his hat with a flourish to the lady. Then he turned to Levasseur. "Good morning, my captain," said he, and proceeded to explain his presence. "It was last night's hurricane compelled our return. We had no choice but to ride before it with stripped poles, and it drove us back the way we had gone. Moreover, as the devil would have it, the Santiago sprang her mainmast, and so I was glad to put into a cove on the west of the island a couple miles away, and we've walked across to stretch our legs, and to give you good day. But who are these?" And he designated the man and the woman. Cahusac shrugged his shoulders, and tossed his long arms to heaven. "Voilà!" said he pregnantly to the firmament. Levasseur gnawed his lip, and changed color, but he controlled himself to answer civilly. "As you see, 2 prisoners. Ah! Washed ashore in last night's gale, eh?" "Not so." Levasseur contained himself with difficulty before that irony. "They were in the Dutch brig." "I don't remember that you mentioned them before." "I did not. They are prisoners of my own. A personal matter. They are French." "French!" Captain Blood's eyes stabbed at Levasseur, then at the prisoners. M. d'Ogeron stood tense and braced as before, but the gray horror had left his face. Hope had leapt within him at this interruption, obviously as little expected by his tormentor as by himself. His sister, moved by a similar intuition, was leaning forward with parted lips and gaping eyes. Captain Blood fingered his lip and frowned thoughtfully upon Levasseur. "Yesterday you surprised me by making war upon the friendly Dutch, but now it seems that not even your own countrymen are safe from you." "Have I not said that this is a matter personal to me?" "Ah, and their names?" Captain Blood's crisp, authoritative, faintly disdainful manner stirred Levasseur's quick anger. The blood crept slowly back into his bleached face, and his glance grew in insolence, almost in menace. Meanwhile the prisoner answered for him. "I am Henri d'Ogeron, and this is my sister." "D'Ogeron?" Captain Blood stared. "Are you related by chance to my good friend the governor of Tortuga?" "He is my father." Levasseur swung aside with an imprecation. In Captain Blood amazement for the moment quenched every other emotion. "The saints preserve us now! Are you quite mad, Levasseur? First you molest the Dutch, who are our friends. Next you take prisoners 2 persons that are French, your own countrymen. And now, faith, they're no less than the children of the governor of Tortuga, which is the one safe place of shelter that we enjoy in these islands." Levasseur broke in angrily. "Must I tell you again that this is a matter personal to me? I make myself alone responsible to the governor of Tortuga." "And the 20,000 pieces of 8? Is that also a matter personal to you?" "It is." "Now I don't agree with you at all." Captain Blood sat down on the cask that Levasseur had lately occupied, and looked up blandly. "I may inform you, to save time, that I heard the entire proposal that you made to this lady and this gentleman, and I'll also remind you that we sail under articles that admit no ambiguities. You have fixed their ransom at 20,000 pieces of 8. That sum then belongs to your crews and mine, in the proportions by the articles established. You'll hardly wish to dispute it. But what is far more grave is that you have concealed from me this part of the prizes taken on your last cruise, and for such an offence as that the articles provide certain penalties that are somewhat severe in character." "Ho, ho!" laughed Levasseur unpleasantly, then added, "If you dislike my conduct, we can dissolve the association." "That is my intention, but we'll dissolve it when and in the manner that I choose, and that will be as soon as you have satisfied the articles under which we sailed upon this cruise." "What do you mean?" "I'll be as short as I can," said Captain Blood. "I'll waive for the moment the unseemliness of making war upon the Dutch, of taking French prisoners, and of provoking the anger of the governor of Tortuga. I'll accept the situation as I find it. Yourself you fixed the ransom of this couple at 20,000 pieces, and as I gather, the lady is to be your perquisite. But why should she be your perquisite more than another's, seeing that she belongs by the articles to all of us, as a prize of war? Black as thunder grew the brow of Levasseur. However, added Captain Blood, I'll not dispute her to you if you are prepared to buy her. Buy her? At the price you have set upon her. Levasseur contained his rage, that he might reason with the Irishman. That is the ransom of the man. It is to be paid for him by the governor of Tortuga. No, no, ye've parcelled the twain together. Very oddly, I confess. Ye've set their value at 20,000 pieces, and for that sum you may have them, since you desire it, but you'll pay for them the 20,000 pieces that are ultimately to come to you, as the ransom of one and the dowry of the other, and that sum shall be divided among our crews. So that you do that, it is conceivable that our followers may take a lenient view of your breach of the articles we jointly signed. Levasseur laughed savagely. Ha, ça, credieu, the good jest. I quite agree with you, said Captain Blood. To Levasseur the jest lay in that Captain Blood, with no more than a dozen followers, should come there attempting to hector him, who had 100 men within easy call. But it seemed that he had left out of his reckoning something which his opponent had counted in. For, as laughing still, Levasseur swung to his officers, he saw that which choked the laughter in his throat. Captain Blood had shrewdly played upon the cupidity that was the paramount inspiration of those adventurers, and Levasseur now read clearly on their faces how completely they adopted Captain Blood's suggestion that all must participate in the ransom which their leader had thought to appropriate to himself. It gave the gaudy ruffian pause, and whilst in his heart he cursed those followers of his, who could be faithful only to their greed, he perceived, and only just in time, that he had best tread warily. You misunderstand, he said, swallowing his rage. The ransom is for division when it comes. The girl, meanwhile, is mine on that understanding. Good, grunted Cahusac. On that understanding all arranges itself. You think so? Said Captain Blood. But if Monsieur d'Ogeron should refuse to pay the ransom, what then? He laughed, and got lazily to his feet. No, no. If Captain Levasseur is meanwhile to keep the girl, as he proposes, then let him pay this ransom, and be his the risk if it should afterwards not be forthcoming. That's it, cried one of Levasseur's officers, and Cahusac added, It's reasonable that. Captain Blood is right. It is in the articles. What is in the articles, you fools? Levasseur was in danger of losing his head. Sacre Dieu! Where do you suppose that I have 20,000 pieces? My whole share of the prizes of this cruise does not come to half that sum. I'll be your debtor until I've earned it. Will that content you? All things considered, there is not a doubt that it would have done so, had not Captain Blood intended otherwise. And if you should die before you've earned it? Ours is a calling fraught with risks, my captain. Damn you! Levasseur flung upon him livid with fury. Will nothing satisfy you? Oh, but yes, 20,000 pieces of 8 for immediate division. I haven't got it. Then let someone buy the prisoners who has. And who do you suppose has it if I have not? I have, said Captain Blood. You have? Levasseur's mouth fell open. You want the girl? Why not? And I exceed you in gallantry in that I will make sacrifices to obtain her, and in honesty in that I am ready to pay for what I want. Levasseur stared at him foolishly agape. Behind him pressed his officers, gaping also. Captain Blood sat down again on the cask, and drew from an inner pocket of his doublet a little leather bag. I am glad to be able to resolve a difficulty that at one moment seemed insoluble. And under the bulging eyes of Levasseur and his officers, he untied the mouth of the bag, and rolled into his left palm 4 or 5 pearls, each of the size of a sparrow's egg. There were 20 such in the bag, the very pick of those taken in that raid upon the pearl fleet. You boast a knowledge of pearls, Cahusac. At what do you value this? The Breton took between coarse finger and thumb the proffered, lustrous, delicately iridescent sphere, his shrewd eyes appraising it. 1,000 pieces, he answered shortly. It will fetch rather more in Tortuga or Jamaica, said Captain Blood, and twice as much in Europe. But I'll accept your valuation. They are almost of a size, as you can see. Here are 12, representing 12,000 pieces of 8, which is La Foudre's share of 3/5 of the prize, as provided by the articles. For the 8,000 pieces that go to the Arabella, I make myself responsible to my own men. And now, Wolverstone, if you please, will you take my property aboard the Arabella? He stood up again, indicating the prisoners. Ah, no! Levasseur threw wide the floodgates of his fury. Ah, that, no, by example, you shall not take her. He would have sprung upon Captain Blood, who stood aloof, alert, tight-lipped, and watchful. But it was one of Levasseur's own officers who hindered him. Nom de Dieu, mon capitaine! What will you do? It is settled, honorably settled, with satisfaction to all. To all? blazed Levasseur. Ah, ça! To all of you, you animals, but what of me? Cahusac, with the pearls clutched in his capacious hand, stepped up to him on the other side. Don't be a fool, Captain. Do you want to provoke trouble between the crews? His men outnumber us by nearly 2 to 1. What's a girl, more or less? In heaven's name, let her go. He's paid handsomely for her, and dealt fairly with us. Dealt fairly? Roared the infuriated captain. You... In all his foul vocabulary he could find no epithet to describe his lieutenant. He caught him a blow that almost sent him sprawling. The pearls were scattered in the sand. Cahusac dived after them, his fellows with him. Vengeance must wait. For some moments they groped there on hands and knees, oblivious of all else. And yet in those moments vital things were happening. Levasseur, his hand on his sword, his face a white mask of rage, was confronting Captain Blood to hinder his departure. You do not take her while I live, he cried. Then I'll take her when you're dead, said Captain Blood, and his own blade flashed in the sunlight. The articles provide that any man of whatever rank, concealing any part of a prize, be it of the value of no more than a peso, shall be hanged at the yardarm. It's what I intended for you in the end, but since ye prefer this way, ye muckrake, faith, I'll be humoring you. He waved away the men who would have interfered, and the blades rang together. Monsieur d'Ogeron looked on, a man bemused, unable to surmise what the issue either way could mean for him. Meanwhile 2 of Blood's men, who had taken the place of the Frenchman's negro guards, had removed the crown of whipcord from his brow. As for mademoiselle, she had risen, and was leaning forward, a hand pressed tightly to her heaving breast, her face deathly pale, a wild terror in her eyes. It was soon over. The brute strength upon which Levasseur so confidently counted could avail nothing against the Irishman's practised skill. When, with both lungs transfixed, he lay prone on the white sand, coughing out his rascally life, Captain Blood looked calmly at Cahusac across the body. I think that cancels the articles between us, he said. With soulless, cynical eyes, Cahusac considered the twitching body of his recent leader. Had Levasseur been a man of different temper, the affair might have ended in a very different manner. But then it is certain that Captain Blood would have adopted in dealing with him different tactics. As it was, Levasseur commanded neither love nor loyalty. The men who followed him were the very dregs of that vile trade, and cupidity was their only inspiration. Upon that cupidity Captain Blood had deftly played, until he had brought them to find Levasseur guilty of the one offence they deemed unpardonable, the crime of appropriating to himself something which might be converted into gold and shared amongst them all. Thus, now the threatening mob of buccaneers that came hastening to the theatre of that swift tragi-comedy were appeased by a dozen words of Cahusac's. Whilst they hesitated, Blood added something to quicken their decision. If you will come to our anchorage, you shall receive at once your share of the booty of the Santiago, which you may dispose of as you please. They crossed the island, the 2 prisoners accompanying them, and later that day, the division made, they would have parted company, but that Cahusac, at the instances of the men who had elected him Levasseur's successor, offered Captain Blood anew the services of that French contingent. If you will sail with me again, the captain answered him, you may do so on the condition that you make your peace with the Dutch and restore the brig and her cargo. The condition was accepted, and Captain Blood went off to find his guests, the children of Governor Tortuga. Mademoiselle d'Ogeron and her brother, the latter now relieved of his bonds, sat in the great cabin of the Arabella, whither they had been conducted. Wine and food had been placed upon the table by Benjamin, Captain Blood's negro steward and cook, who had intimated to them that it was for their entertainment, but it had remained untouched. Brother and sister sat there in agonized bewilderment, conceiving that their escape was but from frying-pan to fire. At length, overwrought by the suspense, Mademoiselle flung herself upon her knees before her brother to implore his pardon for all the evil brought upon them by her wicked folly. Monsieur d'Ogeron was not in a forgiving mood. "I am glad that at least you realize what you have done. And now this other filibuster has bought you, and you belong to him. You realize that too, I hope." He might have said more, but he checked upon perceiving that the door was opening. Captain Blood, coming from settling matters with the followers of Levasseur, stood on the threshold. Monsieur d'Ogeron had not troubled to restrain his high-pitched voice, and the captain had overheard the Frenchman's last two sentences. Therefore, he perfectly understood why Mademoiselle should bound up at the sight of him and shrink back in fear. "Mademoiselle," said he in his vile but fluent French, "I beg you to dismiss your fears. Aboard this ship you shall be treated with all honor. So soon as we are in case to put to sea again, we steer a course for Tortuga to take you home to your father. And pray do not consider that I have bought you, as your brother has just said. All I have done has been to provide the ransom necessary to bribe a gang of scoundrels to depart from obedience to the arch-scoundrel who commanded them, and so deliver you from all peril. Count it, if you please, a friendly loan, to be repaid entirely at your convenience." Mademoiselle stared at him in unbelief. Monsieur d'Ogeron rose to his feet. "Monsieur, is it possible that you are serious?" "I am. It may not happen often nowadays. I may be a pirate, but my ways are not the ways of Levasseur, who should have stayed in Europe and practised purse-cutting. I have a sort of honor, shall we say some rags of honor, remaining me from better days." Then, on a brisker note, he added, "We dine in an hour, and I trust that you will honor my table with your company. Meanwhile, Benjamin will see, monsieur, that you are more suitably provided in the matter of wardrobe." He bowed to them and turned to depart again, but Mademoiselle detained him. "Monsieur!" she cried sharply. He checked and turned, while slowly she approached him, regarding him between dread and wonder. "Oh, you are noble!" "I shouldn't put it as high as that myself," said he. You are, and it is but right that you should know all." "Madelon!" her brother cried out to restrain her. But she would not be restrained. Her surcharged heart must overflow in confidence. "Monsieur, for what befell I am greatly at fault. This man, this Levasseur—" He stared incredulous in his turn. "My God, is it possible? That animal?" Abruptly she fell on her knees, caught his hand and kissed it before he could wrench it from her. "What do you do?" he cried. "En amende. In my mind I dishonored you by deeming you his like, by conceiving your fight with Levasseur a combat between jackals. On my knees, monsieur, I implore you to forgive me." Captain Blood looked down upon her, and a smile broke on his lips, irradiating the blue eyes that looked so oddly light in that tawny face. "Why, child," said he, "I might find it hard to forgive you the stupidity of having thought otherwise." As he handed her to her feet again, he assured himself that he had behaved rather well in the affair. Then he sighed. That dubious fame of his that had spread so quickly across the Caribbean would by now have reached the ears of Arabella Bishop. That she would despise him he could not doubt, deeming him no better than all the other scoundrels who drove this villainous buccaneering trade. Therefore he hoped that some echo of this deed might reach her also, and be set by her against some of that contempt. For the whole truth, which he withheld from Mademoiselle d'Ogeron, was that in venturing his life to save her, he had been driven by the thought that the deed must be pleasing in the eyes of Miss Bishop, could she but witness it. End of Section 15.